Domo! It's Hashi me dayo. I just had to go get water. Hi to dayo. How are you doing, dayo? Hehehe, dayo. Yeah, ignore the sounds that you hear of my desk. If you hear any, if you don't, never mind. Hi, Ty. Hello. Today I'm gonna live a human life. That's just how it is. That was a sweet tea, of course. Yeah, my marriage arc, dayo. My mic sounds good today. Does it not sound good every day? What the frick? My star fact of the day is that I am... Is the word partial? I'm partial to gingers. Or whatever. I just had applesauce. It's good though. Ignore that sound I made. Base, thank you, thank you. Wee. Here we go. I'm trying to speedrun getting into this game. preferences. Unmute. Background animations. What's friendly font? What does friendly font mean? I don't know what that means. Friendly font. Oh, also, how's it sound? The music's pretty peaceful. I'm gonna look it up. Friendly font. Friendly font. Meaning. Oh. What the frick does friendly font? Oh, up a little more? Okay. How's this, dayo? Did that help? I turned up the desktop. Good? Okay. Return dayo. New game! Welcome to our life now and forever intro demo. This is a preview that includes the first few scenes of the game's prologue. Or do you think it's going to be short, dayo? Okay. Expansions and improvements of the game will come out as time goes on. For example, the finished version will have partial voice acting. Ooh, Sue freaking goy. This initial demo doesn't have any voice lines. That's okay. When the game is complete, the entire story will be playable from start to end for free. However, optional paid DLCs will be available to add in even more scenes. I'll do it, dayo. The very start is a brief tutorial that will be skippable in future playthroughs. It'll help you get acquainted with the many ways your choices can impact the game. At any time, you can press the pref button on the left side of the game screen to open the settings page and make the experience better suited for you. You can change the text size, the font style, sound volumes, and turn the light animation elements on or off, and other general options. Okay, wait, press. Friendly font. Where's friendly font? What? It didn't change. The story of our life now and forever spans 12 years, with the characters you play as beginning as 10-year-old children and ending as 22-year-old adults. Okay. Between those points are 2 stages of life: 14-year-old adolescence, 18-year-old young adult. These time periods are referred to as steps 1 through 4. This demo only contains scenes from childhood. Oh geez. You'll be able to determine almost everything about the playable character. Name, appearance, blah 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 blah. Weaknesses. I have no weaknesses. Lol. Now all those details can change as you grow up over the course of the game. However, they won't be forgotten. Who you are and who you were is remembered by the game and the characters you meet. Choices you picked in step 1 will still be referenced all the way to step 4. It builds together. That's so cute! The goal of our life is to let you truly live your own unique life in the quaint mountain town of Golden Grove. Okay. There will also be 2 lead characters who will grow alongside your own MC. Tamarick, am I saying that right? Tamarick Booman and Kuilin. Kuilin. I'm sorry. I'm gonna call you Q. Just Q. And I'm gonna call you Tam. Sure. You'll have the option of being their friend, pursuing one romantically, just having them simply be people you know, letting your connection change over time, and so on. Your relationship is customizable and progresses at whatever rate you want it to, if you want it to, though there are a couple of limits to what you can do. What? You can't date them both or break up with one after officially getting together. I can't date them both? It promised me a polyamorous lifestyle. What the frick? If you had a lead become your romantic partner, that's permanent. Oh. Tamarick is a little girl, she, her, when you met her, and she always identifies as a woman. Q begins the story as a little boy, he, him, but questions their gender as time goes by. Q will ultimately come out as gender fluid, he, they. You go, they. Blah, blah, blah. It does include the option to romance a strictly male-identifying character, but we do have another game. Yeah, whatever. There will be other characters to interact with and befriend. Alright. How well you get along with the other kids, your teachers, your mom, your mom is on, and so on is still your control. Okay. The first thing you'll do is design the appearance and basic details of your character. First name, last name. Add a nickname too. You can also give your MC their general size, choose their dominant hand, and so on. The sex gender of the MC is customizable as well. That'll be addressed more later. The remaining parts of the section are the many ways you can edit the appearance of your character. A cute dress-up doll icon is included to give an idea of what your playable character is like. You change every aspect of the doll, shape of the head, eyes, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Customization, tweaking tints and colors, right. You exactly match the hair. Your biological mom in the story. I get a mama. Or you can take the preset options if you're happy with them and want to get through the customization faster. You can even randomize. What you choose will be referenced in the script, and the icon is right. The game has a first-person perspective, so you don't see your MC standing alongside the non-playable character. Okay. First round designing. Yeah. Right. Oh, wait. Right. Okay. Yep, facial piercings. I'm gonna get a piercing chat. Okay. That's me. Oh, I'm a round baby. Yeah, that looks like me. Eyes. Hiding the eye color though. Oh, I look smug there. Wow, that's a lot of hair. That's cute. Wow. That looks crazy there. Oh wait. Can I make myself bald? Not that I'm bald. Oh, I can. Oh my gosh. No, I can't. What do they have against bald people? Link hair color. That's crazy. Oh. Wow. That's crazy, dayo. What if I saturate it? Come here. Well, it's kind of, yeah, let's not. There's no time like the future or present. What's this? Wait. Save tint. There. Yeah, sure. Hot. Great. Get out of my freaking face. Guys, what do I look like? Like that? Did I do it? Is that me? Oh, this is cute. I don't think they have one that really looks like me. I'll do that for now, right? Oh, the little lines in the hair are so freaking cute. What's this? Oh, no, I don't have choppy hair in that way. Sometimes I have pigtails. What the frick? Oh. Oh, that's cute. It's like a... It is time. It is. Welcome, Sunray. It is time. We're customizing. Oh, look. It has my genius antenna. Not like I really see myself, so it shouldn't really matter all that much, right? Oh, these braids are cute. Maybe two will braid my hair one day, dayo. But how you doing, Senrei? What's up? Oh. Oh, emo. Zip, zip, zip. Oh, that's cute. I'll do the idiot hair one. How about that? I have homophobia in my eyeballs. Wow, they're letting me have my homophobia. God is good. That's freaking beautiful. Tint. Something like that. Yeah. Getting by, staying busy. How are you? I'm pretty good. Couldn't complain. I can't complain. Apparently this is just a demo. So I won't be able to play the whole game, but it is what it is. Neck accessory? Are you joking? Look at this crap. Ah, you know how I feel about well, actually, I don't think you guys know how I feel about customization. I feel that maybe I should have done this ahead of time by myself. But because it's my playthrough, I get to do whatever the cheese I want. You know? That's the best part about customization in my freaking opinion. I think this is what I look like. No, this is part of the fun. I agree. I agree. This part of the fun, dayo. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna have to autumn it out, I think. Maybe I should do a Stardayo autumn outfit. I like being told what to do. What? What is that? What? You know what? I'm happy for you, bud. I'm happy for you. I'm glad that you feel safe. I'm wearing the slutty jacket. Wow, we really do live in a like not urban. What's the opposite of urban? Like foresty area. Wow. Oh, jeez. I always enjoy watching people play this part though, because like do this in games, because I get to see how they see themselves or how they wish to see themselves. And that's nice. Stardayo needs to know what everyone's wishes are, you know? Oh my gosh, it compliments my homophobia. Best day ever. Wow. Cute. Dun dun. Da 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 da. Frills are cute. Overlayer. But then I can't see it. What the frick? What the frick? Oh, that's so cute though. I guess you don't have to have an overlayer, but Stardayo does love scarves. I want egg drop soup, dayo. This music's so nice, don't you guys think? I'm gonna cry. No, I won't. I promised myself I'd be strong today, dayo. You won't get a single tear out of these eyes. Oh, that's so cute. Whatever. We're following it up. We're following it up. Ah, cheese. Ah, cheese. Let me see the head accessory. R. Sorry. Okay, shh. Ew. This art style's the best. Oh my god. A bonnet. That's cute. That's so cute. Cute. Yeah, those who get the reference, whatever. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's so lovely. That's so freaking lovely. Oh, that's so cute. Work, little day. Aww. Sorry, that's so freaking adorable. Oh, I really enjoy this one though. Blue and orange, they're very good colors together. I know a lot of people won't agree, but if you do it right, it looks good. Oh, I can have a flower crown. That's so cute. I don't really wear anything on my head though. Glasses. Oh, isn't that freaking adorable? I don't wear glasses though, Dayo. Earrings. I don't really wear earrings, but good old star earrings make your ears cold though, Dayo. But it's a good indicator that it's me, right? Oh, that's so cute. That's freaking cute. Not over it. I don't think I can afford to get over it, chat. Is this like a bonnet? Not bonnet. Click to flip. Like, what's it called? A beret? I look like a little art teacher. I'm a bear. I'm a you know who. Oh god. I kind of enjoy this more though than the earrings. I might take that off if I'm not outside. Oh, that's cute. Oh gosh. It's winning me over. The need to over accessorize. Oh, that's lovely. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Is there as much as too much of a good thing? Nah. There's no such thing, Dayo. Ooh, cute. There's no such thing, right, chat, Dayo? You don't think so? I don't really accessorize, but if I did, well, I do when I go out, actually. In my own home, I just don't have to accessorize. What if I do this? Can I see it? No, no. Give me a sec. This music's already growing on me. Overalls! What's this? It's frilly. That's cute. Stardayo wears like that's not comfortable. Yuck. Well, actually, bow ties are cute on other people, just not Stardayo. This one, this one, this one. That one's cute. That one's cute. Flowers. Ah, oh, the flowers are freaking cute. If I were a human, what would I wear? Cute. Probably nothing tight, but that's still very cute. That would tie everything together, so I'll do that. Yep. Bandages? Hee. Oh, I can have more than one bandage. I'm a little rascal. I don't need a neck one. Oh, that's so cute. Red? Red bandage? Ooh. Pink dayo. Green dayo. White dayo. I'll do a white bandage in the middle. Excuse me. Extras. Scars. I suppose I have a neck scar, but it looks like the one that's on the head, dayo. My neck scar is very, it's very specific. It looks like diamonds. Maybe, to some people. Facebook birthmark. It would be cute if I had a Facebook yeah. I might cover it up with makeup. You guys don't know. It is very specific. Kind of unsettling. What do you mean? It's cute, don't you think? It adds character. Maybe I'll put a birthmark on my neck. On each side, like that. And one under my eye for good luck. And that, like that. Just to really add character, maybe. Why very specific? What the heck does that even mean? Wait, no. Don't leave me alone. Other. Oh, I can have acne. Freckles. Freckles pretty freaking cute, don't you think? Alas, I don't have freckles. I would look good with them, don't you think? Familiar even. Hehe. Yeah, I bet you'd think that. Hehe. Good old 2 never changes. Here I am looking at the hair again. Ooh, that's cute. Oh, that's kind of more me. Do you think my hair's down with this? Not up? Just a jellyfish cut? What do you mean I'm cryptic? I'm just saying, I just asked if my hair was a jellyfish cut. Did I get it? I think there was a fly. I hope I got it. Ooh, I have a braid. I have a bob. I'll do the bob. I'll do the bob. Because the other one kind of looks like a ponytail and I'm getting scared. Well, I guess this would be the ponytail, right? What if it's a low pony? Aww. This is cute. I'll do that. Cryptid. Oh, wait. I'm right next to it. Does it look like me? Does it look like me, do you think? The one on top had hair fangs. Oh, this one. Does it look like me? Huh? and I saw my idiot genius antenna. Yeah. What the other one? Hair antennas. Hair antenna. I mean hair fangs. Hair fangs. This. I don't enjoy this one because of the way the head looks at top. That's just not natural. Oh wait, second row to the left. One. What? What? I don't see what you mean, but this one has hair fangs. The bottom one to the right, I don't enjoy the thing on top of the head that you. Do I have to have hair in the back? Oh. You're gonna strangle me. What do you mean? Are you talking about this one? That's not right. That's not hair fangs. That's hair rectangles, which I'm against. I'm against this kind of look. Hi, Kay. Kay, I'm customizing myself. Do I look like me? My hair doesn't look right yet, but oh, okay, I couldn't tell. I don't have my glasses on. Put your freaking glasses on. Put your freaking glasses on. Who do you think you are? I'm just gonna go with this one probably, because it does have my hair fangs there. And if that's what scores me some hotties, then it's what I should deal with there. My fluffy hair era there. These bangs are real cute. Oh, my head doesn't look right. Oh, that's cute. Oh, jeez. Oh, emo. This hair is so cute. How you doing, Kay? How was your day that you're fighting knights? Oh, that's cute. I'm gonna go with maybe this. This looks like Animal Crossing a little bit, the characters. Don't you think? How do I be seductive? I don't have to be seductive yet. I'm gonna grow up with these people. I'm tall. I'm tall. You're good, you just got home. I'm kidding, I'm short. Why? Why is it all the way at the bottom? I'm pretty small, Dayo. Frank, first name Frankie, last name second. First name the, last name greatest. Star. Oh, Star. Last name. I don't have a last name. Boring day. Okay, at least you protected the princesses, Dayo. I'll just put Selkie. Nickname. I don't have a nickname. Maybe one day. Selkie. I don't know. Seki? Will they call me Seki? Whatever, I don't have a nickname. Whatever. Doesn't even matter. Hello, tutorial. You'll get to customize the identity. Identity. Like Dempsey's appearance, you can make this aspect of her characters personalized or not make use of the more specific elements. Determining gender. Right. You can change everything except your sign, gender, at birth. Right. Right. Yeah, they, them. Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. Sir Star Selkie, dayo. Whatever, mix, whatever sounds fine. Yeah, child, kid. Yeah. Eh? My biological mother, she has 3 hair textures and 6 skin tones. You can have her look as similar or as different from your MC as you like. Raise a child of her own. And she chose to have a child on her own and used artificial insemination to give birth to your character. The biological father never appeared in the story. What a girl boss, dayo. You'll get to use what your character refers to her by. Currently, right. If you enter her first name, the phrasing always. Okay. Right. Title of your new step. Her skin tone and hair texture will remain consistent. Mama. How do I change Mama's hair? No. Mama. Yeah, she's Mama. This Mama doesn't look like me at all. You're gonna make her look like that lady who mistook you for a child, lol. Which one? Oh, you mean the one that raised me, right? What does she look like again? I don't remember. Right. Let's just go with this. Yeah, and I called her that. That was what I called her. Okay. A little bit of customization. First, add my stickers. Blah, 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 blah. Was there really nothing I could do to make her look more, Oh wait, a traditional visual novel arrangement with the box always at the bottom of the screen. More comic style, speech bubble position job, yeah. You can switch between them in preference. Both text box is highlighted, unhighlighted, by default, both text box styles have the icons of who's speaking turned off. Okay, you're welcome. This one. Oh, one sticker. But the blue feather. That blue feather is... She's probably not super important. Oh. That blue feather is like the one in Harvest Moon, dayo. But I'll choose this sticker, dayo. Because it's star, dayo. A comic book style layout. This one's pretty sick, dayo. What the frick? Why not? It looked like fall in Golden Grove. More than any place you'd seen before. It could be in one of your old picture books to show little kids what autumn was supposed to be. There weren't any green trees or bushes, but there weren't just bare branches yet. It was almost the same as normal. All that had changed were the colors: red, orange, yellow, brown. Even the blue of the sky high above your head seemed different than it did in the summer. It wasn't as bright either, as though it had gotten tired of sparkling by this late in the year, or like it was even farther away from you now that you were in this place. The plants and sky didn't get this way where you lived, where you used to live. That's true. Your thoughts continued to jump around while you stood there in the big circle of street at the end of the road, a cul-de-sac. It was a weird path to you. It couldn't take you ahead or to the side or anywhere else like most streets you'd gone down. This one only came right here with those big houses. The view in front of you was something you'd only ever seen in photos before from the stapled together papers that advertised the middle house being for sale. Oh, I live in the middle house! Is that lucky or not? I've never lived in a cul-de-sac. If you live at the end of a cul-de-sac, where do you want your house to be? I feel like off to the side would probably be best. In case somebody's, cruising down the middle of the street and they're going straight and they don't have a brake and they just ram into the front of your house, maybe? It had been a picture book to you until this day. Now you knew that it felt like fall here too, because it was cold outside. Chilly enough that you sometimes held your eyes closed for a few seconds longer than usual to try keeping your eyeballs from feeling like they were going to freeze inside your head. Classic. What is that? Exclamation mark? What's the exclamation mark for? This was a real place, the icy air surrounding you said, and you were really in it, and it was where you were going to stay. That was new. Oh, okay. Your ma and you had lived in apartments before, and never for very long each time. That way until she's gotten a big job in this not that big town and bought a big house. You wouldn't be going anywhere else for a long time. Now in that moment, you couldn't imagine being there forever. But that's just the way it was. The old tan house at the very end of the long round road was now your house, standing tall with two others by its side. Those buildings were homes too, and with their own people living inside, and those people in those ancient houses were going to be your neighbors. Oh, I get to make choices. Seemed okay to you. You felt kind of mixed up inside. You were super excited about everything happening. You were mad. I'm not mad. There wasn't much you felt about that. It all made you so sad. You felt scared. This would really be something, you thought. This would really be something. Nothing was going to be boring anymore. And it was even better because you'd be doing this with your mama. And it was good that that part was nice, since your mom was no fun. No, it'd be better because I was doing this with my mama. You'd have so much fun together. Star, come on over and take a look. Oh, that was your mama's voice. You hadn't noticed she'd gone so far. You wasted no time catching up in order to reunite with her. Off the cul-de-sac road and cutting across lines of grass and sidewalk, you reached the picket fence your mom had called from. The gate was unlocked. Unlike the other houses, in front of yours was a tiny gray stone walkway that led up to a couple little steps, and those steps led to the door. You walked along the private path, making sure each foot landed squarely on a rock and not on one of the dirt cracks in between until you arrived to the end of the line. Then you hopped up the tiny stairs to join your mom. And there your mom was. Wow, she's pretty! Usually I called her Mamai, not just Mai, so I should have corrected that. Because that just says May. There your May was, standing at the edge of the porch, arms folded and waiting. She must have been moving around before, because the shiny opal earrings she had on were twisting from side to side a little bit. You knew they were real opal stones because she told you before when she first got them. She also told you a long time ago that her normal name was not mine, was Opal. Oh, Opal. Her clothes were the colors of a cloudy day after rain had already come and gone. And that kind of day could be a... Wait, that kind of... But this writing's hard for me to read. This is not friendly. Oh, that's better. That kind of day... Oh, God, I just can't read, I think. The kind of day that could be cold and bad, or really relaxing, comfy. It depended. You wondered which way she looked at it from. You didn't know. The rest of her, though, was so much more bold, especially the matching purpley cranberryness of both her hair and eyes. Oh, that's a part of her, dayo. There weren't a lot of things out in the world with that color that could feel gloomy. Opal? My mom's name is Opal, so I should call her Opal. I smiled at you. It made you feel so soft and warm on the inside as your mind was on the outside. What do you think? It's a pretty place, huh? Yeah, I am gaining brain wrinkles. I am. I've seen worse junk? What the hell? This house is nice. It's like a freaking, like mansion. I've seen better places. It's beautiful. I'm gonna have my own room, right? It stinks, you said bluntly. Stinks, you said jokingly. It's okay, I guess. You stared at her blankly, nodded eagerly. You shook your head furiously. It's beautiful. I agree, my dear. My quote-unquote mom, the lady who raised me, would not say my dear, dayo. This is an imposter. Her mouth stayed in the shape of a smile, but her eyes and eyebrows changed, bending in a way that made it seem like she wasn't really smiling, or it was some other kind of smile. She put a hand on one of the white painted pole things that kept the porch roof from falling down. Her fingers moved along it. Won't be too much longer. The real estate agent should be here to hand over the keys in a couple hours or so. Dang. Then it'll be official. We'll be the newest residents of Golden Grove. You shifted your weight from one foot to another. This was a big deal to your mind. Her whole life was changing, too. She's sus. No, she's not. She's beautiful. You hoped it wouldn't be a mistake. You didn't want your mind to be sad. Well, you've seen the yard and the outside. You don't have to wait here the entire time. How about you go look around the rest of the neighborhood? She bent down, placing her hands on her knees in order to speak directly to you on the same level. I have egg drop soup, dayo! Eat. Wait, I must slurp. Oh, it's hot. Oh, I'm gonna die. Wow. Life is beautiful. Oh, God. Chat, I bet you wish you could have some of this egg drop soup right now. Oh, yeah, that's the best. Egg drop soup makes me think of New Year's. Is cereal a super chowder? It's chowder. It's definitely chowder. Wait, chowder's thick though, isn't it? It's a safe town, especially in this area. You'll be able to play freely out here. Okay. You perked right up at the suggestion. You jumped happily. Your eyes went wide with fear. You grasped her pants, wanting to stay together. You huffed unhappily, frowned at her. You merely shrugged. You covered your face with your hands, not wanting to go. You turned your face away from her in defiance. I probably want to stay together. No, I enjoyed being alone as a my first time as a human, dayo. But I tend to want to stay with the lady who raised me. Because what the heck am I going to do with a bunch of kids? That didn't succeed in keeping her with you. Molly went back to her normal way of standing, with her head up high and arms folded. It's okay to be nervous. That doesn't have to change, but sometimes doing something even when you're unsure is for the best. I agree, dayo. This is one of those times. You might find you're braver than you think you are. Just don't stray into any other streets today. You didn't care about the rules, but you kept that to yourself, gave a thumbs up. You grumbled about the restriction. I probably won't. Yeah, I'll give her a thumbs up, because I might. They yearn for the mines. They do. Thank you, I trust you. With that, you let your gaze fall down the steps, across the path and the gated fence. Took half a step in that direction. She pushed the air in front of her as a gesture to encourage you to go forward. You kept moving, putting one foot in front of the other. Step 1, prologue. Cute. Wow, did you hear that squish sound? Your shoes really squished into the dirt path when you crossed from where you were down to the solid road. Sorry. It's definitely not soup time, but gosh, I love this soup. That burned. That burned all the way down. God, have some restraint, Star dayo. Well, that hurt. Blah, blah, blah. The smell of the grass and rain-softened ground, crisp through somehow and also kind of musty. Oh, okay. Hug in the air, bringing a whole new year of school with it. Oh, gosh. Whoa. You are going to be a 5th grader. Aw. It would be completely different from being a 4th grader. Wow. And not just because you'd be attending a new school. Okay. You'd be in the highest grade of the place. Oh, jeez. Maybe that was why your mom was so sure you could do this by yourself. You were growing up. She was wrong. You weren't ready, no matter how many adults said so. Then, before you took one more step, there was a faint tap against your shoulder. It was barely stronger than the wind, but it was definitely something. And it was completely out of nowhere. Oh, jeez. Huh? You wonder what that was. You jumped straight into the air, out of shock. Both your fists went up defensively. You screamed, rubbed your shoulder, feeling annoyed with whatever it was. It was a ghost. You deduced. Nah, I wondered what it was. It was kind of weird. You slowly glanced down to the right and the left, trying to get any idea of where the poke could have come from. No one was there. The neighborhood was empty except for you. You would have settled on it being a mystery forever if you hadn't noticed there was a thing left behind from the encounter. Sitting there in between the muddy brown blades of grass was something new. Oh, a paper airplane. Oh, a paper airplane. Who would have thrown this at a stranger, and why would they disappear after doing it? As you consider those questions, your gaze shifted back towards the right, the side of the street where the tap came from. Whoever sent this to you had to have gone that way. You crouched down to grab it, wanting to get some kind of answer for what just happened. That paper didn't feel the same crinkly, crackly way most normal paper did. It was thicker somehow, almost like a piece of cloth. It was cottony. That wasn't the only part that stood out. The page was a tan color with dark brown lines, not white and blue or white and black or something regular. Maybe it was, sketchbook paper or something. More questions to add to the confusion. Where would paper like this have come from? Watercolor paper is thicker, right? You turned the paper airplane around in your hands and squinted your eyes keenly. There were pencil markings on the underside. The paper has scribbles, or maybe even letters. That was enough of a sign to undo the shape someone had put together. You pulled at the flaps of the plane and flattened it out between your palms as best as you could. It was true, the paper airplane had a message. Well, maybe. There were some words on it, but not a lot, and they were on different lines from each other. You read over each tiny part from top to bottom. Hello. Go out. Hide out. Star selkie. Hey! Your name. It had been addressed to you personally. There was no mistake that you were the one meant to get those pale. Blah, 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 blah. You scrunched up your face. A person... no. A person wrote stuff on a piece of paper, turned it into a paper airplane, threw it at another person, and the message they sent was that? This was too weird for you. This was so cool. This was mystery worth solving. This was stupid to scare you. This was something. This was a mystery worth solving. Maybe the words were a code you had to break. You had to tell your mom right now. You were going to get the bottom of this. You were done exploring. It was time to go back to the house. You just wanted to get back to looking around. Nah, I want to get the bottom of it. Someone or something had sent this to you. You weren't going to stop until you found out who and why. Past the parts where the light shone through the clouds, and parts where it got darker, you began your investigation by heading in the same direction the paper had hit you from. The half circle of houses was out of sight by the time the normal sidewalk ended, and it really ended. Instead of connecting to another street with homes or stores, there was a car road behind you and a bunch of trees and plain ground in front. Going down the road would have to bring you to the rest of the town eventually, but you were sure that would be straying too far, like your mom warned you about. That was okay. You had other options. Oh, I know those mushrooms. Are those, wait, are those the mushrooms that people tend to cook in place of chicken? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I forget what it's called. There are many mushrooms that kind of look like that, though, dayo. 1 second. I was messing up my Chinese food. Let's see. I used to be scared of eating on stream. And then one of my hoshis did. And I loved every second of it. So now I don't mind. Food is important. And sometimes listening to other people chew can be nice, dayo. Especially if they like hum when they eat. When they're like, It's so cute. And it's nice knowing how hard humans try to stay alive, dayo. Ending in between the dark trunks and bright leaves were two lines stamped out through the grass. They went in opposite directions. It was a crossroads. One led more towards where the neighborhood was, but back further, right on the edge of where the forest started. Oh. The other went completely into the trees, a walking path for the people who lived here. Whoa. You stood there at the start of this turning point in the woods, in your life, feet poised to move over the stirring thicket floor. You knew exactly which one you wanted, but you didn't know where you were going. I knew exactly which one I wanted. I definitely don't know where I'm going, but you know. There was a path here that was definitely more worth trying than the other. You were sure of it. Something on the inside told you so. You went down the walking path on the left. You went along the tree line to your right. Let's see. Let's do the path less traveled. And your quest continued. The path ended up being kind of a trick. You ran out of dirt to walk on after only a minute or two. It became plain grass everywhere. Luckily, you only had to keep following the curved bend of brush and tree trunks that separated the forest from not the forest to know where you were going. To know you were going where you had planned to go. Then, as you strolled even farther, something came into view. You almost didn't notice it at first. A park, dayo. Stretching about as high as the trees, and made out of practically the same colored wood, was a tower sort of thing. The bottom of it was mostly empty space with thin stick poles at the corners, and only one full wall. There were little fake rocks stuck out the boards of the wall side, probably for people to climb on. Above was an actual floor with a slanty roof and railings around. Some ropes dangle off of it in multiple places. The thought came to you that it had the same feeling as a tree house, except not in a tree. It definitely wasn't a real house. You might have found a local playground. You see, the heart goes where the heart wants, or something. Curiously, you moved closer until you were right in front, and that's when you came to the shocking realization that there was something up in there at the top. I squinted to try seeing more clearly, and your neck bent back so far your head might fall off. You could make out a lumpy pile. You just stood there looking. You shouted out. You gave the base of a tower a swift kick. You gave the base of the tower a good shake with both hands. You grabbed onto the part sticking out to try climbing there. Slender Man? Why Slender Man? What's Slender Man have to do with this? Maybe as a child? Pretty cozy so far, though. Yeah. I've never played Slender Man, so I don't know anything about the game, dayo. I don't even really understand his existence. Can you burn one of your tonsils? Because I totally think I did. It hurts, dayo. Let's give it a shake. Use one hand to take hold of the other side of the boarded wall, and the other to grasp a fake rock attachment. Planting your feet firmly on the ground, you shoved forward before leaning on your heels to pull back. Even with all of your might, pushing and tugging the base, you could only get it to creak but not move an inch. The sudden sound of clattering ruckus from inside the fort made you flinch in place. It was a scrambling, thudding noise that you knew came from movement. The lump stopped being just a lump. It shot up and bent right over the railing, peering down, and saw you. Oh, hey! It was a kid! Who were they? That's all you could wonder. You couldn't look away from their eyes. They were really deep brown. They had pointy hairline, you noticed. A widow's peak. You liked the fluffy hooded coat they had on. That was the prettiest person you've ever seen. I don't know the first thing I noticed from them. I do enjoy their fluffy coat. I'm gonna wonder who were they. They're very pretty though. Yeah, yeah. Maybe their eyes. They have nice eyes. Silent standoff surprise played out between you and the stranger. Realistically, it's hard for me to look at people in the eyes, but oh well. Hello, lazy lunar hair. What's up? Today I'm having a childhood. Then altogether, one half of their mouth, one of their eyebrows, and one of their hands shifted upwards. How are you doing, Kendayo? That lopsided pose they had and the fact that they were at the top of a tower made them seem pretty in charge here. Who are you? Why are you in my backyard? Oh, they were in charge here. I was dumb and got a cold again. You got a cold? How'd you get a cold? Hope you feel better, Dayo. I have some egg drop soup right now. If you can get some, you should get some. It's a break day, so you're good? That's good. I'm Star. I didn't know this was your backyard. I can tell. Sorry. I'm looking for something. Who are you? Hi. Your backyard. There's no fence or anything. I'm Star. Hi, Star. At that, they pressed the palms of their hands hard against the railing, then used it to kick their legs up over the sides and throw themselves right off the fort. There was a powerful crunch and gust of air when the person hit the ground, just a little to the side of where you were. How long have you had your cold, Ken Dayo / lazy lunar hair Dayo? They landed on their feet, crouching into a ball, making the hood of their jacket flip over their head from the impact of the falling so far. The person stayed like that for long enough that the leaves they stirred up settled quietly onto the grass again. About 2 hours, cheese. Third day's always the worst, and then it's over. At least that's what they say about when you have sore muscles. Third day's the worst day. Then the kid... Oh, wait, you said... Yeah, wait, you said 2 hours, not 2 days. Make sure you have honey lemon tea. Then the kids straightened themselves out with more poise than you could ever have expected. Their hair's so cute! Squared shoulders, chin up, and with one hand they pushed the hood down over their back again. They were confident and knew how to show it. That's that. What? Why would you do that? That was so cool. That seemed dangerous. That was so dumb to do. Could I jump? Could I try jumping off there? You could have crushed me. You were left speechless. It was impressive. You were left speechless. It was crazy. Probably impressive, but yeah, I don't want to do it myself. They took hold of the open sides of their jacket and flapped them out, shaking off bits of sticks and whatever other stuff got on it that they collided with in the dirt. Anyway, they shifted their head around to get their hair back over their shoulders the way it was before, then jabbed a finger into their own chest. I'm Mr. Qlin. Q-I-U and L-I-N. It means both of Q's arms spread out openly, gesturing to the wide world all around. This is so hard to read. Where's 2? I need him to read to me. I don't deserve this. Oh, it means autumn. Nice to meet you. That's so cute. What's your whole name? What the frick? I'm Star Selkie. Why'd you say it so fancy? You didn't say. But shouldn't the U come after the Q? I already knew Q meant autumn. It's Chinese. You're not a mister, you're a kid. Why did you say it weird like that? Why'd they say so fancy? My parents taught me. Mom says it's polite. Dad says it's useful. They're both right. Some people might get it by themselves, and some might not ask about it, but a lot of people won't. Now nobody has to. That makes sense. Good. But hey, that's still about my name. What's your whole name? I want to know. He was persistent enough that you gave him your name at the end. I'm Star Selkie. Blech. Mix. He said the same thing that you just did, but while it made sense to you, Q was confused. It was like you had been talking backwards to him. How did your doctor figure that out? Did they have extra degrees? Figured it out myself? Not sure. You shouldn't ask that. My doctor didn't know. I had to say what it was myself when I could. Just a bunch of weird stuff people make up. He didn't answer that. Figured it out myself. Really? You did that? You thought what the doctors and adults said wasn't right and told everybody? I guess. Yeah, I did. After first gasping, a grin spread out across his whole face. You've got stuff figured out, and you're just a kid like I am. That's right, I'm smart. I don't know if I've got everything figured out forever. You looked away, not knowing what to say. Maybe it'll be different later. Thanks. It's not that big of a deal. Yep. What if it changes? It could change. Yeah, maybe. I'm impressed by your wisdom, Selkie. Wait, and also, how old are you? We seem pretty similar to me. Oh. Okay, I didn't. I'm 10. This is none of your business. 10 whole years, double digits. You put up all 10 of your fingers. You didn't answer. I put up all 10 of my fingers. Quinn slapped his fingerless glove hands against the front of his chest to show just how taken aback he was. Whoa, so am I. 10's probably a great age to discover yourself, huh? Don't be mean to 10-year-olds, guys, okay? Just leave them alone. They're going through something. Nobody else close by was exactly 10 before, but now there's you. Now you're gonna grow up someday, and I'm gonna grow up too, but that's never gonna stop us from being the same age. Cool. Yeah, this is great. Okay. Even if we are the same age, I still act older than you do. Even if we are the same age, you still act older than I do. You just stood there quietly. You shrugged over it. You gave a big thumbs up. Yeah, this is great. More 10-year-olds were better than less. Depends who you ask, I guess. I'm pretty indifferent about that. But the talk you were having ended up with a clear clap from Q to bring it to a close. Now that we're people who know each other, I still want to hear what you were doing. I lived my whole life in this town, in this neighborhood, in that house, and I've never seen you anywhere. There's gotta be something going on. Well, You reached right into your pocket, presented the mystery paper to Q, wanting your own explanation. But before you even said anything about it, Q wheezed with a tight grimace. He looked as stiff as the wood tower behind him, just like that. He stammered and babbled, and pointed his finger all around the space that was sort of in front of you, until the word finally came to him. A sorcerer! Eh? What? No, wait! Q threw his hands up higher towards his shoulders, the sudden movement making sure nothing interrupted his train of thought. Oh gosh. You're a thief! That's why you're here, to rob my house. What? That's right, I'm gonna steal all your stuff. No, you're right before. Magic. I'm a sorcerer and a thief. I'm not a sorcerer or a thief. That makes no sense. Why do you sound so excited about that? You think I'm gonna rob you? I didn't know what to say to that. Why would I let you know I was here if I was gonna steal your things? Yeah. I mean, I am magic. But why does he sound excited about me robbing him? Because I figured it out, and I caught you. Do you really think I'm a robber? He got all fluttery with his laugh and the waving of his fingers. No, you're just a kid, but you've got some good tricks. Q tucked one of his hands inside his jacket. He moved it around in there, humming the whole time, or humming. There was some kind of secret pocket or compartment in that coat. Aha! Just as you thought, when he removed his hands, he grabbed onto something. It was a little notebook. The edges were bent up and crumbly, probably from being squished a lot of ways and a lot of times. And there were papers sticking out weird ways that made you think that they weren't even attached to the book anymore. They were just smashed between other pages to keep them in place. But the thing you noticed the most were the colors, tan with dark brown lines. It was the paper from the airplane. Q flipped open the book, tapped in a slow and considering rhythm at the front page with the back of his knuckles, and said what you wanted to know without you having to do anything. That's my special paper with my notes on it, but it's not in my notebook. It was in your pocket. You must have done the thing that's sleight of hand. Sleight of hand? Eh? That's what you did to snatch my stuff in the blink of an eye while I was standing right there. So you're a magician or a pickpocket? That's all it could be. He shifted on his feet, putting one hand to his hip and using the other to make a waggling gesture with the notebook. Kier was really confident in his accusation against you. Can you show me how you do it? But that wavy motion Q did was too much for the old notebook, and it bent in half upwards and downwards with the momentum of its owner's arm. Some of the papers slid out. They drifted to the ground lightly, the same way leaves fell from trees. You stared right at them, sitting there freely like that. Q didn't. You lost it, Q. You're right, I didn't know how that paper disappeared from you. You were being sarcastic. Maybe you just dropped a paper, somebody picked it up? Suddenly stood there. I'll be sarcastic, Yeah, it's so weird. I never lose track of stuff. He's so weird, Dayo. He said it absentmindedly, still not paying attention to the papers clutter around his feet. They were pretty much just waiting to blow away in the wind at that point. There are papers on the ground right now, you know. I think you might want to look down. Never lose things. You already lost more papers. Decided to let Q figure it out on his own, if he ever did. Bashfully, you pointed a finger down. You jerked a finger... Wow, my tummy grumbled. Jerked a finger right at the papers currently on the ground. Wanted to tell Q about the papers, but were too shy. You hoped that Q never noticed what happened. It'd be funny. You hoped Q never noticed what happened. It'd be what he deserved. I think you might want to look down. Q's eyes widened. He lifted the notebook over his head and twisted his feet outwards, more to fully clear his view of the grass below. Finally, he spotted the missing pages. He's gonna think I did that. Whoa, thanks. In the middle of talking, he dropped to his knees to scoop up the loose papers. It only took a second for each one to be gathered. He leaned off his knees onto his butt and made a little oof sound. From there, he got his feet against the ground while pushing up with his hands, still clutching the papers so he could stand again. With that successful rescue mission done, Q delicately flipped through the notebook, inserting the loose papers along the way between different pages. He went all the way to the end. Then Q's complete book was pressed shut once more. Hey, that really helped, Star. A beaming smile directed right into your face almost had you covering your eyes, but before that happened, he looked away. Q twisted to the side to better rummage inside the hidden pocket of his jacket. He made super sure that the entire stack of papers made it back safely this time. He heard a sigh of relief. In an even swooping move, Q tilted his head back over his shoulder to reveal his face again. The bright expression from before was completely gone. He had that smirk again. Aw, jeez. So, did you see that? I don't lose anything. Are you kidding? You lose stuff all the time. You just find it again. Sometimes. It was only because of me. Next time I'm not going to tell you about it. Cheeks got hot from embarrassment. You're a real idiot, you said tiredly. You're an idiot, you said jokingly. You broke into laughter. Wow, Q was so cool, you thought? Dang, Q was cool, you annoyingly had to admit to yourself. Probably he's gonna laugh, because he's a dummy. That was not at all how you expect him to reply, but it was amazing. You had to slouch forward to hold your stomach because it was that funny. Q's fun with your interaction came out as a set of snickers. His cheeky mood drifted away once those were done. Q twisted to the side to better rummage inside the hidden pocket of his jacket. He made sure that the notebook made it back to its normal spot. When he tilted his face back towards you, he was quiet and thoughtful. This is very mysterious. Is he still going off about this? Jesus. My paper vanished and a brand new kid appeared in my backyard, all out of nowhere. I don't get it. Q, I'm your neighbor now. I moved into the middle house on the street. Oh, the new neighbors. That's right, that's you. Yeah, what the frick? It makes so much sense. Wow. Not the sharpest tool in the shed, some would say. Then Q shook his head side to side, flopping dark brown strands of hair around, trying to sort out his thoughts. But if you're just my new neighbor, not a thief or sorcerer, how'd you know that was my paper? I saw it in a dream. It was revealed to me by the gods. Egg drop soup time. Oh yeah, it's getting cooler. It's so slimy. God, that hits the spot. Gosh dang it. I didn't know. Not for sure. What, you were showing my notes off to everyone you saw in the world? Yeah, that was kind of the idea. Huh? You breathed in, let it out, and then tried to explain the weird situation that didn't even make sense to you. I got here today with my mom. She's waiting for the real estate agent, so I had to go spend time doing something. I went down the road and a paper airplane hit me in the shoulder, and nobody was there. Q nodded along, probably not getting everything you were talking about, but curious enough to just keep listening. I picked it up and opened the plane and saw the stuff written on it. I thought the person throwing the plane was just trying to give me a message. I've been looking for whoever did it since. When I met you, I had to check if you were the one who did it. You'd went over the steps that led you to this point as best as you could, and Q joined in with the conclusion. It wasn't me who made any airplane, but the page and things on it are mine. He put his hands on his hips as he thought hard about the info he'd learned from you. That means someone else somehow got a piece of paper from my notebook and used it to make the airplane they chucked at you for some crazy reason. I mean, you do lose your papers all the time. I guess so, but if you are the one who wrote that, how did you know my name? That was on the note, and what are those other words supposed to mean? Hello? Go out? Hide out? Star selkie? That doesn't make sense. Oh! Q cracked a smile and flicked out his arms to start his own explanation. That's just stuff I was gonna do. Counting 1, 2, 3 on his fingers, Q listed off each part of the letter simply. Hello. Say hi to the people around. Go out. Visit the town or another neighborhood or whatever. Hideout means go to my hideout. Q stopped the countdown to pat the sturdy wooden wall behind him with pride. Right here. Fine, I get it now. Wow, what about my name? Wow, I like your hideout. It's all stupid, he said sharply. That's so stupid, you said, amused. Your hideout is in your own backyard? That's a hideout. Why would you tell me it's a hideout? You didn't speak. It's stupid, but you know. Hey, don't blame me. I'm not the one who made you read it. Ah, right. Yeah, for your name being there. My mom and dad told me. They talked about how people were moving in next door and how there was going to be a kid my age and that their name was Star Selkie. It was cool to me, so I wrote it down. That way I wouldn't forget. And I even took out and read the page a lot to make sure it'd be something I'd remembered. Looks like I forgot about it all. That's it? Okay then. Thanks for trying to remember anyway. I don't know why you're confident when you get everything wrong, you said, put off. You're such a scatterbrain, you said, put off. Wow, you're such a scatterbrain, you said fondly. Can't believe you forgot who I was after your parents told you everything. Forgot because you lost the paper. Quietly accepted his answer. He's a scatterbrain. We love it, though. Q patted the front of his jacket with all the surety in the world. You guess that was where the pocket with the notebook was set. More like an organized brain. Right. But I'm gonna stick with you now. Whoever took my paper is still out there. And you were their target. Maybe you're not a sorcerer thief. But what if the paper airplane person is? We'll figure it all out and you won't have to worry about anything. I mean, I wasn't worried. Okay, you can come. I was gonna ask that. Well, alright, if you really want to. Yeah, I could use more eyes for looking. Thanks. I would have been scared to go all alone. This is something I need to do on my own. Sorry, I'm going by myself. No way, you have to stay here. Not in agreement. Shook her no. I could use more eyes. Super, do we have a plan? You stood up tall, accepting your now partner on this trip, and laid out the next part. Yeah, I know which way we should go now. We have to go back to the spot in the forest with 2 dirt paths. I know the place. It's right nearby. Let's do this. And so you started to walk along the autumn tree line now with your new partner in adventure. Q came alongside you with bold, certain steps. You're going to find that paper airplane person. Soon you reached the head of the path. You were at a crossroad once more, but you'd brought back knowledge, and this new boy with you. That's where we just were. You threw a thumbs over your shoulder while walking ahead to show what you meant. And down there is just the road, but I haven't looked at that other way on that side. You switched the arms you'd bent back to point straight ahead across the forked passage, directing Q's gaze to the second dirt imprint. With a tilt of his head, Q grinned in agreement. That makes sense to me. The decision easily made, your and his crunching footsteps started up again in unison. And still your quest continued. Once you went through the foresty path, you had truly entered the wild woods. Nothing else surrounded you any longer. Nature spread across the land with the narrow dirt line, and fence being the only sign anyone had walked in the spot before you. People were only visitors here. golden and red leaves gently rustled against each other in thick clumps, with each tree's branches flowing into the others nearby. It was enough to keep the sky and sun out almost completely, but the leaves burned bright with the light basking over them from above. The foot-made passage continued to twist around up higher into the mountainside, farther than you could see. This is an ideal living area. You were amazed. It was sort of nice. You felt uneasy. You preferred the neighborhood over the woods. It was dirty and icky. This was your kind of place. Your curiosity was piqued. It was boring. This was a creepy place. Awesome. You regretted coming out here. The forest was frightening. Nah, this was my kind of place. With your wide, wondrous gaze thrown every which way, you let yourself flow deeper into the thicket. Q watched your face. Your good mood was enough to rub off on him. I hang out in the neighborhood or the other parts of town most of the time, but woods can be cool too. Really? Why don't you visit more often? It's right by your house. I lived here forever, every day of my whole life. Stuff's always going on with people in the neighborhood and in town. The forest is the same whenever you come back. Trees, bushes, some birds. It's kind of weird when you think about it. Besides the plants looking different when the seasons change, it's like time doesn't exist here. Casually, Q lifted up his hands from his sides, only to gesture them downwards to the forest floor. And hey, you know, this path we're walking on has always been here, even before I was born. He strolled along, kicking a little piece of rock on the road and looking straight ahead. It's probably been around for as long as this place has been Golden Grove, or longer. For a second he was thinking so hard the smile he almost always had went away. Then something made him chuckle and he pointed over to the side. But that fence is kinda new. I remember there just being the dirt when I was little. That's the only thing that's ever gotten different out here. Wow. The quiet bubble that existed here in the forest, away from the town, popped from a sudden, unnatural clatter. You stopped. It was a whooshing, thumping, and stirring up of leaves, like something had crashed into them. You and Q shared a look, both checking that the other had heard it too. Are we being followed, dayo? What the heck? It wasn't me, and that wasn't you either. Yeah. You knew for sure that it wasn't the wind. Had to be some kind of animal, or a person. And it came from right over there. That thrilled Q. His voice shrunk into an eager whisper. It could be them. The mystery paper airplane sender. Let's go before they get away. Decided to take a peek. You wandered through the bushes to find the source of the sound. You picked up a stick to throw it that way, just to see if something happened. Let's take a peek. You crouched lower and snuck off the path. It was harder to keep your footing on the slanted, untrimmed ground. But when you reached a really tree-cluttered spot, you grasped at the branches and pushed them aside in order to poke your head through. You moved them the same way you'd open up a set of curtains, but it was a lot harder to do. The tiniest branches couldn't take the bend and snapped from the pressure. You could feel the splintery ends of the plants scratch a little at your face and clothes. It wasn't as secretive of a check as you hoped it would be. On the other side of that tree line was still the woods, but a kind of empty part. There was a lot of open ground with no trees or bushes growing, and a ton of leaves that were gathered into piles. Past that clearing, the trees were back and even more closely pressed together than they were by the path. It was mysterious. There was nowhere easy to go, and nothing seemed out of place to you until... Oh, she's so cute! Hello! There was a shout and a new whirlwind of leaves rushing through the air. It's love at first sight, chat, dayo. From underneath one of the piles was, another kid. They're all gonna fall in love. I just know it, dayo. I just know it. God, they're all gonna fall in love. Let me have some soup. Let me have some soup before I do some matchmaking. They have their whole lives together, chat. That was the best. Who was this person? That's all you thought. Couldn't look away from their eyes. They were really red. They had sparkly hair, you noticed. You liked the scarf they had on. There were leaves stuck in their hair and clothes. This was the prettiest person you've ever seen. Yeah. Couldn't hold the leaning forward position any longer. Stumbled forward completely into the open area. You stared at them and they looked right back at you as everything they'd thrown into the air gently drifted back down. Hi, were you there the whole time? Were you in there this whole time? You scared me. Do you live out here? You're crazy. How did you know we were here? Were you waiting for us? Excuse me. Awesome. You had no idea what to do. You are pretty. So pretty, you accidentally said out loud. I don't think you're pretty. You began to laugh. I thought we were gonna catch someone, but you got us. Say, were you waiting for us? Not us, just you, and you came. Woohoo! Oh, thanks, you said earnestly. Well, thanks, you said in a flat tone. Ah, you shouldn't have, you spoke jokingly. Shouldn't have, you spoke seriously. Didn't know what to say to that. How the frick? Thanks. That got the stranger giggling. Oh my god. Hugh folded his arms across his chest. He blinked slowly and thoughtfully. He usually had plenty to say, but in this moment he was left as stumped as one of the actual stumps in this forest. Wait here. The jumping jack kid hopped again, but this time it was to get up off the ground. They dashed to the opposite edge of the open space, leaves scattering behind them, dropping out of their clothes and being kicked up by their steps. You were already wondering what was going to happen next. Watching them go, Q finally found some words. It's another person I've never seen before today. He twisted around so the top of him was angled more toward you. He brought one of his hands to the side of his mouth and held the other close to his chest, pointing subtly in the direction of where the stranger went. Star, do you know this leaf kid? No, Q, you're the only person I've met here. I don't know anyone in this town, not even you. Shook your head strongly. You simply stared back at him. Just gonna stare. Yeah, I didn't think so. Q's arm fell back down like limp noodles. But he never took his eyes off the other person. He was definitely curious. Who wouldn't be? She's so cute. From behind one of the tall, crooked trees, the kid began throwing sticks and other plant pieces around. They were uncovering a hidden treasure, a big brown bag. They had used both hands to lift the pouch and get it over their head. The thick strap pulled tight under the strain of the weight attached to it. The line of their mouth looked just as strained. The stranger huffed as they released the bag from their fingers, letting it rest completely on top of their shoulder, or across their shoulder. You heard stuff bumping around inside from your position way over here. It was a really full pack. But it didn't slow that kid down. They ran back at full speed to meet you where you were. When they were in front of your face, they gave a wave and asked a question. Oh, whoa, are your eyes two colors? Yeah, they are. You suddenly had a stranger leaning their face closer to yours, trying to get a better look at your eyes. Not special or anything. Thanks for noticing. Do you think it's weird? Stop coming towards me. It's pretty cool, right? You don't have to yell about it. You just looked away, pretending you didn't hear. Your cheeks felt hot and you couldn't speak. You stood tall and lifted your chin. It's pretty cool, right? Right, my eyes are cool. Chat dayo. Whoever they were hummed a happy reply. Yeah, it's fancy. The kid kept talking like the whole thing didn't even happen. Hi, are you girls too? Q gestured to the front of himself casually. I'm a boy, Mr. Qlin. Q-I-U and L-I-N. Wow, okay. Hi, Q. The kid turned their attention to you. Are you a girl? No, what the heck? You shook your head. I'm not a girl. No, why would you think that? You asked curiously. No, why would you think something like that? You asked, feeling insulted. You glanced at Q shyly, asking not to think. Wanting not to talk. No, why would you think that? I don't know. You could have been one. But you're not. Okay, boys and stuff are just as good. What's the right answer? I'm just a kid. People use they to talk about me. And then it was like all the clouds in the sky, and her head, you guess, had cleared away. All right. All of a sudden, the leafy girl seemed to remember to introduce herself the way most people do. I'm Turmeric. Okay. All right. That sounds nice. Really, Turmeric is a weird name. Cool. Turmeric? What does that mean? Turmeric? That's a tree. Is it a tree? Wait, isn't that a normal word, not a name? You simply nodded. What does it mean? A turmeric is a kind of tree. I like it a lot. Okay. Q grinned widely at her enthusiastic introduction. It fits you. What's your last name? Bauman. Cool. Mrs. Turmeric Bauman. You know, my name means autumn. That's amazing. It's a match, too. How do people know how to do that? I think we're just lucky. Lots of kids don't have the right ones. Yeah. So what's your name? I'm about to burp. Oh, God. That's my name. The girl you now knew as Turmeric sent you the question your way. Yeah, I'm overthinking her name. Since Q already gave his out. I'm Star. My name is Star Selkie. I'm Star Selkie. Nice to meet you. I'm Mr. Mixer Star Selkie. You didn't speak up. You let Q talk for you. I'm Star. Wow. Hi, Star. She greeted you with a finger spread wave of her hand, as sweetly as you know. You always. Nice name. Thanks, dayo. Wait, mirror her. She greeted you with a finger spread wave of her hand, as sweetly as if you'd always known each other. She'd done it 100 times. We're gonna get married. Do you think yours fits too? Your name? I suppose. Yeah, no, I don't know. Sometimes a little. It's alright, I guess. Burp, thank you, dayo. You nodded in agreement. You shook your head against that. You shrugged vaguely. Sure, my name suits me, I guess, yeah. I mean, I got to pick it myself, so. Ooh, alright. Your earmuffs are nice. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, it is nice. Well, thanks, I guess. Oh, I like your hair tie, too. Probably reached up to straighten the earmuffs on your head. My mom got it for me, you announced happily. Mom made me wear it, informed flatly. I like her hair tie. Thanks. Whenever somebody compliments you, chat, it's good if you give a compliment back. It kind of helps fight the embarrassment sometimes of being complimented, dayo. So you can just be like, you know, like somebody's like she said she likes my earmuffs. I can be like, yeah, your hair tie's cute too. I like it. Something like that. And then you won't have to be like, yeah, anyway. Thanks. Cool to meet you, Turmeric. Maybe. Eh? He pointed a suspicious finger at her as he made another point with words. There's only one house for sale anywhere near this neighborhood. Star lives there now. Where did you come from? Unless you're Star's mom. Why would I introduce myself to my mom? Turmeric was completely tickled by that idea, giggling and covering her mouth with her hands. She didn't do a good job at stopping any of the laughter from getting out. God, she's so cute! No, I'm not a mom. I moved in with my Omi and Oppa. Omi and Oppa? Is that Korean, dayo? I don't know. Who are they? Are those your parents' names? Ami and Oppa? Living with your grandparents? I've heard that before. Ami and Oppa is grandma and grandpa. I have no idea what you're saying. I'll ask questions. Are those your parents' names? Nope. Ami and Oppa means granny and grandpa. Never heard of that. Is it another language? Uh-huh. Oh, it's German. It's German, and they're German. Are you German too? Cool. There's a granny who lives there, and a guy that's her husband. That's your Ami and Oppa? I think so, probably. Ami has really long hair, and Oppa has short hair, and some of it is on his face. Yeah. Q bobbed his head up and down with great understanding. Granny and him have a kid now? Huh. Wow. Oh, alright. That's nice. Nifty. I have no idea what it'd be like to not live with my mom. Are your parents dead? Why did you move in with them? What about your parents? You didn't say anything. Ask about the parents, whatever. They're busy and not at home. I wouldn't go to school or do anything if I stayed there. So I'm gonna live with my Ami and Oppa right now. Sounds sad. Your parents seem lousy. Weird. Do you feel bad about it? Okay. But her explanation wasn't finished just yet. And I'm busy too. You are? Yeah. I've been here 5 days and it's really good. There's so much out here. I probably won't be finished for a long, long time. Months, maybe. The loudness of Q's voice shot up. He was shocked and confused. 5 days? That's almost a week, and I've never even seen you. Where have you been this whole time? I said so before. I've been here. Tamarick used one foot to push against the ground and the other to stay upright and spun around in place once. I play in the forest every day. After getting the answer, he went normal volume again, but kept frowning. Ah, well, you can come with me and my friends if you wanna too. We hang out in the neighborhood and in town in my backyard and stuff. If you see us, just walk over and join. You don't have to worry. They'll like you, and you can talk to me if you don't know what to do. She only shrugged, and the shoulder without the backstrap went up higher. Maybe. There wasn't a lot of interest for Q's offer. He finally grinned again. He watched Tamarick with a tilted head. You're like your Oppa, huh? No one ever really sees him around either, even though he's lived here for 1,000,000 years. Tamara squished her cheeks between her fingers, delighted. He likes his office a whole lot. This is my very first day in Golden Grove. Wow, that's barely different at all. We're a match. She furrowed her extra short eyebrows as much as she could as a new idea came to her. Hey, I'm a girl and neither of you are, but what if we're the same age? I'm 10. We're 10 too. You're 10, so are we. We are the same, all 3 of us. Well, I'm 10, you said, not answering for Quinn. Why do you even care? You nodded yes. You held up all 10 fingers. You kept quiet. Q answered for the both of you. My 10 fingers. I'm 10 too. Hooray! Same age forever. Happily, Tamara held onto the worn strap of her big bag and bounced up and down in place. You decided that this was a perfect time to talk to her about everything that had happened. The paper might have been Q's, but it was possibly that she was the one who sent it to you. Hey, I got hit with a paper airplane a while ago. Was that you? Did you throw a paper airplane at me? Do you maybe know anything about this paper airplane? Tell me the truth. Are you the paper airplane person? Do you know what this is? You asked while pulling out the page. Without a word, he took out a piece of paper. Did you throw a paper airplane at me? Yeah, you got it? The hearts are so cute. Yeah, I did. I got it, that's for sure. Oh, jeez, my eyes. Whoa! She's so freaking cute. She flung her arms up over her head in celebration, knocking her bag out to the side. It made a thump noise when it swung back against her. My aim is good. You blinked at her in disbelief. Truly done it. You found the mysterious person who owned the paper in the first place, and the person who actually sent it to you as a paper airplane. She was entertaining, you thought. You rubbed out your eyes exhaustedly. She was loud. It made you nervous. You couldn't believe the trouble she set off. Smiled at yourself shyly. She was so cute, you thought. You didn't know how you felt about that. She's so cute. But you weren't the only one who had a reaction to the results. All right, nice, Star. Your wide eyes and Q's cheer had Tamara, excitedly looking between you and him, not knowing what the celebration was about, but wanting to join. Thanks for sending it. That plane was really cool. Why would you do that? Yeah, it is. Your throw was perfect. He smiled quietly, but with satisfaction. Her throw was perfect. Thanks for sending it. You're welcome. Yay for the trash doing something nice. Trash? He brought both his hands up to his face and pressed his fingertips into his cheeks with great drama. Even if it was trash to you, it's still important to me. Even if it's trash to you, it's still important to him. It's not trash. You got that right, it's garbage, you joked. You got that right, it's garbage, you stated. You snickered at him. He glared at her. What was that about never losing things, Q? With wrinkled brows, Q shifted his hands more to the side so he could instead tug at the front strands of his hair, pulling them out fully straight. I don't know how it's possible. You wouldn't maybe be a sorcerer or thief, would you, Tamaric? No. Too bad. You thought about how he was so funny. You covered your eyes at the ridiculousness. You sighed. You smirked widely. Thought about how he was so adorable. You felt tired. You just ignored it. He's funny. Tamaric and you both laughed, the sound harmonizing. Hugh finished his pout, straightening up and putting his hands solidly on his hips. He was back to being in control. You know, there's nobody out there who's perfect. I accept my mistake. And I'm sorry to you, Forrest, for messing up the place. That's really nice of you to say, Q. Thanks. I think it forgives you. Cool. Watching the two kids interacting, you started thinking about this more and more, going over the whole experience in your head. Your turning thoughts were put to a pause when Tamaric suddenly changed the subject. What are you two gonna do now? I gotta go back. My mom is waiting for me. Now walk Star there. I gotta make sure they don't get lost out here. I should probably see how my Ami and Appa are too. They're pretty old and need help sometimes. She took a big hop closer to you and Q, a smile growing across her face as she landed. We could go back together. Alright, we can. Yeah, I was gonna ask that. Well, okay, if you both are sure. Sorry, I want to be by myself. No, I don't want people coming. Dang, what's wrong with me? Why is that an option? I'm a little soon kid, dayo. Sorry, me and Q are going together. No, you should stay here. Me and Q are going on our own. Okay, Tamaric, bye, Q. The two of us are going. You nodded in agreement. You shook your head no. I'm gonna nod in agreement. You relaxed your stance, accepting that this was really over now. Woohoo! Tamaric snatched up a nearby stick off the ground and directed the pointy end forward, the way you would come from. To our houses! While chuckling, Hugh used his fist to enthusiastically punch the air. Ew. Homeward bound! This is really nice. We're going back, successful people. Alright. You two were loud. You smiled at them in agreement. You watched the two in shy silence. We're going back, successful people. But this is also really nice. This game's pretty nice. Yeah. Yeah. She had cupped her hands around her mouth to make it extra loud. We are victorious. And so you started to walk. Realistically, I probably would have smiled in agreement or something. Maybe given a woohoo. And so you started to walk through the brown fall brush to get to the neighborhood again. But you weren't going to be there, or to be alone there. Yippee! Tamarick bounded ahead, bouncing her arms up and down with the stick like she was the conductor of a marching band, while Q came alongside you with even casual steps. You were returning to that house. Your new neighborhood had become even more orange-toned by the time you finally returned to it. The far-off sun slowly sank away behind the tallest mountains in the forest to sleep for the night. Your shadows grew larger, pulling away from your bodies to reach out into the street ahead. The dark shapes morphed and combined with one another as you walked in your own mismatched rhythm. All while the eyeball chilliness of outside world got more powerful bit by bit. Her hair is sparkly, I just noticed it, that's so pretty. Tamara still stayed about 2 steps ahead. Sometimes she was closer, and sometimes she got away from you again. She used her stick to knock at the bushes and lamps along the sidewalk. Q was next to you, but had switched things up so that he was taking large skips backwards. You guessed that it was to look at you in the face better, or he just thought it was fun. He pointed out the sharpest building on the street as he went. Part of it looked almost like a tower, a different kind than the one in the backyard. See? That's the house from the front. It's great. And that's your house, right? The one in the middle. And Granny owns the even farther away one. Cool. The sound of your steps continued to echo through the cul-de-sac until you came at a stop right in the center of the path. You'd arrived. Okay, this is it. Q pulled out an eager grin. We've got to meet up again later. See you, Star and Tamarick. Q flipped around to go back the same way he had come with you. He needed to return to the pointy red house with the huge backyard. Nice. He didn't drop any papers this time. Bye. Goodbye. Tamarick put both of her hands up in front of her chest and waved them around. I'm going home too. Okay, bye-bye. Tamara spun in place before dashing further along the sidewalk to the sloped gray house on the other end of the neighborhood. Her bag clunked and jingled at her side the whole way there. I wonder what's in her bag. You waited there in front of the house in the dimming evening light, watching the 2 other kids go to their homes right on the same street. Bye, see you later. Be careful on your way back. Thank you for coming with me. Cool meeting you two. You gave a wave goodbye. You waved your hands in the air and jumped. See you later. That was everything. The whole outing was done. And the quiet resolution of your first day at this place, the 2 encounters you had earlier that afternoon drifted through your head. Q and Tamarick. Now you're at that stage where you'll set your dynamic with Tamarick and with Q. Our Life Now and Forever has a specific way of constructing the personalized relationship you have with the 2 neighbors you grew up with. It's called dynamics. Okay. This encompasses how your character and that character feel about one another and how they generally interact with each other. It doesn't determine if your character is shy or confident or sociable or unsociable. That's done through the phrasing actions you pick in normal choices. This is only setting how you and the 2 leads tend to think, approach things on a top line level. Okay. These settings can be the same for both Tamarick and Q or be entirely different for one over the other. The first part of the dynamic system is what you set for your relationship standing. Your chosen relationship standing is always mutual with the other character. Oh, it's possible to change your standing at the start of each step, even at certain points within a step, at least normally. Oh, we're getting to the romance part, dayo. Or, you know, the world building, or the relationship building. There are some settings that can't be changed once you pick them. The 5 main options for your relationship standing are neighbors, friends, family, crushes, and beloveds. What's beloveds? Oh, it's gonna tell me. Neighbors mean there's someone you know, and it's nothing more meaningful than that. Whether it's still amicable or completely cold or even hostile is up to you. Friends means that you're friends, but on this standing, it's possible to go even deeper and have them be your very best friend. But that's not set on the dynamic screen. It's a normal choice. Family means that you truly love them and will always keep them in your life in a fully platonic way. You can't choose to love someone this deeply until later steps once you've known them longer. You also won't be able to change the setting to anything else once you've picked it. It's completely certain and unwavering. You can bring both Tamara and Q into your proverbial family. Crushes mean that you and them have crushes on each other. While on this standing, you can keep your feelings a secret and act as though you're only friends, best friends. Or it can be known that you're romantically interested. Later, sorry. Later in the game, you can also officially go steady with Tamara or Q. If you begin dating one of them, your standing on the dynamic screen will change to partners instead of crushes. It's possible to be crushing on Tamara and Q at the same time, and for most of the game, you can only get into actual romantic relationship with one. In Step 4, a polyamorous relationship can be pursued if you want. The way that will work is that Q and Tamara would be in a committed platonic relationship with each other, and can be in a committed platonic or romantic relationship with the MC. Q and Tamara won't be romantically involved with each other regardless of the choices the MC makes. Oh. What the frick? So they never get to like each other. If you do date one or both, you can't break up with them. The partner status can't go away once you get it. It is possible to change simply crushes to one of the other options if you want to. I don't want to break up with them. Beloveds means that you can truly love them and will always keep them in your life in a clearly romantic way. You can't choose to love someone this deeply until later steps once you've gotten to know them longer. You also won't be able to change the setting to anything else once you picked it. It's completely certain and unwavering. As it should be. Like crushes, the romantic feelings can be known, a secret, or you can be official partners. If you're at this setting, you can also unlock the possibility of getting engaged and changing your relationship standing to fiancés. Getting married. Whatever. Don't tell him I said that. There's no requirement to get married or even date. What you do or don't do with your feelings of love is up to you. The leads will respect your set boundaries. It's so cute. If you are beloveds and make choices where you're hoping to get married but haven't asked yourself, your partner can be the one to propose instead. What the frick? No Bruno Mars though, guys. The MC will accept that proposal by default because the game believes they want that. You can't convince your partner to think marriage is a good idea and then reject them when they pursue it. That's part of one of the dynamics. The second part is expression elements. This is how you and the other characters generally interact with the other. Like relationship standing, the expression elements are determined separately for Tamara and for Q. Excuse me. It doesn't have to be same for both. But expression elements don't have to be mutual between your character and blah blah blah. They have their own ways of conveying themselves and your character gets to have theirs. Expression elements are broken down further into 3 meters with 3 choices per meter. Meter 1, deferring, teamworking, contesting. Meter 2, praising, unassuming, teasing. Meter 3, doting, accepting, admiring. For meter 1, you can use it to determine if your character is a follower or goes with the flow, using deferring as a using we're deferring, a collaborator, a compromiser, using teamwork, or tries to be the leader or decision maker, whether the other person actually wants to follow them or not, using contesting. Maybe teamwork is the dream work, guys, that you. Oh right, my headphones are plugged into the charger. For meter 2, it determines if your character is the type of person to go out of their way to make comments on the other person and what they do. If not, they're unassuming. If so, the comments can be complimentary or even flirty if praising. Oh. Or they can be joking or giving the other person a hard time if teasing. You get to control the phrasing and tension through choices. Meter 3 can be set to determine how your character views Tamaric and Q. Do they feel like they need to look out for them, or that they're on the same level as each other, or that the other person is more incredible than most? When you first meet Q and Tamaric in the story, they go with their normal kind of behavior for their interactions with your character. Because of that, their expression elements are always on the same in step 1. Q is teamworking, teasing, and doting. Oh, that's so cute! Contesting, praising, and accepting. Okay. As you spend more time with Tamaric Q, they'll get to know your character better. In each of the steps, their expression elements can change to match that. If, for example, you're friends with Tamaric and express displeasure whenever she insists on getting her way, she'll notice that. In step 2, instead of contesting, she would be teamworking with your character, or even deferring, depending on the details. Your connections with your character will develop organically. Though in future steps, this is a lot of detail. There's a lot of freaking detail in this game. Also, why do I have so many ads? I need to change that. What the frick? I've been playing for 2 hours and there's been so many freaking ads. Whatever. I'll work on it later. Though, in future steps, you'll also have the option to customize their expression element if you want to make your playthrough have a specific feel. Starting in step 2, if you're more than just neighbors, a 4th expression element meter unlocks. Meter 4, envious of, not jealous, jealous over. Envious of means one character is envious of the life, appearance, abilities, relationships, or something else of the other person, depending on the specifics involved. Jealous over means that they feel discomfort if they think the other person seems to like someone else or isn't spending as much time with them as normal and such. The jealousy meter does nothing but let you add more negative feelings or relationship competition interactions as an extra element of trauma to your life. By default, Q, Tamaric, and you will always be not jealous, which skips all that. You'll have to choose to customize the expression elements and set them to being jealous in one way or the other for that kind of emotion to crop up. With relationship standing and expression elements, you'll be able to have a truly personal dynamic. There are dozens of combos for the step you're in, and yam. Being at crushes in step 3 will be different if you used to be friends than if you were crushing from the start and so on. You have plenty of options to try out. Dude, I'm gonna play this game forever. What the frick? That ends the dynamic step system tutorial. We hope you'll enjoy the connection you create with Tamaric and blah. Okay. Let's see. What should I do? I'm pretty teamworking, probably. He's kind of an airhead, so I'm teasing him. I'll probably be accepting of him, perhaps. Should we be crushes from the beginning? Or should we be friends from the beginning? What do you guys think? Like, what should I do, dayo? Should we slow burn it up? Hello, Cold Hail. Am I winning? I'm trying to. Right now I'm trying to... I finally got to the relationship part. Whoa. Hours in. Excuse me for the cuss. Jesus. I cuss sometimes. I do. I just try to save it for special moments. But how are you doing, Cold Tails? I'm trying to decide if I should be friends or crushes with Q right away. I don't know if I should slow burn or not. And I'm eating soup. I'm doing good. My soup's gotten a little cold, but it's nice this way. Glad you're doing good. Well, since this is romance week, I guess we gotta start as crushes. Whoa. Friends, crushes, neighbors. Oh. Let's be romantical. Teamworking. Praising, maybe? Accepting. Crushes. Wow, wow. I'm for the streets already. Ugh. Why is your hair so sparkly? It's so pretty. Hello, Sentai. What's up? Things were so different for you from just that morning when you left and went on a drive to move. For the ceiling. Okay, well, how are you? Before then, you'd never been in Golden Grove. You'd seen it only in pictures and hadn't known anybody who was a local there. But here you were, a person who lived in the town and was friends with the neighbors on both sides of your house who also lived here. Were you friends? You thought so. Even though they weren't here anymore, and a bunch of things had happened that day, the two of them were the only things on your mind. What it was like when you first saw them, when you start to talk to and learn about them, and all that stuff with the note and paper airplane. You just got home from work? Welcome home, Dayo. It was special. How was work today, Dayo? The air outside kept getting even colder, but you were so warm on the inside. It was nice and comfortable in the place you were. Getting even more lost in your own imagination, you wondered when you'd get to see them again. Star, is that you? Yeah, it is. Your mom called from over the fence. Coming! You bounded forward and passed through the gate. Mom had left the porch and was there to meet you. How are you? Did you find anything exciting out there? I did, Dayo. Okairi. It was great. Could have been worse. I don't know. You're never gonna believe what happened. Work was eepy, so now I'm sleepy. Ooh, yeah, this game's pretty chill, Dayo, so you're gonna get even sleepier. Hee. It was great. Could have been worse. I don't know. You're never gonna believe what happened. Everything was amazing. Squeezed her leg, thrilled that would happen. You didn't say anything about it. I wish I didn't go. You clung to her, relieved to be back, and upset you had to go. I met people, kids my age. I met a girl I'm gonna marry. I met a boy I'm gonna marry. I met 2 people I could marry. Wow, I'm fast. You're never gonna believe what happened. I bet, but I look forward to hearing about it. From strength to strength. We got the key to the house. The agent finally arrived about 20 minutes ago. He's gone now, but I haven't peeked yet. The both of us should be here for this. It's your house, too. Yeah, this is our house now. Absolutely. Come on. Mom turned to go and slipped the key out of her sweater pocket. She gestured with the other hand for you to follow. Your mom led the way as you went back up the steps. The key fit perfectly into the hole to the door, and Mom smiled at the sound of it unlock and click. Carefully, she leaned forward with her shoulder, giving it a nudge, unsure if it was the best option for the ancient door was extra force or extra restraint. The house opened with a creak. Air came out through the front like it was exhaling. Mom let out a breath at the same time. Over here, Star. There's a place for you to get closer. You can see inside here. You scooched towards your mom's side in the door frame. It was then that you noticed there was a mat at the door, at the front. It had a light color and a kind of hard but fluffy fluffy texture. The sort of mat that got dirty looking right away when it was used, but it was still clean and nice. Hadn't been worn down at all like the rest of the building. The part of the house that wasn't just an old thing left behind by other people who didn't need it or want it anymore. Someone must have put it here for this happening, for your mom and you to move in. Written across the top it said, "Welcome home." How sweet! Mom softly tapped the top of your shoulder, bringing you back to the moment. She kept the hand there, leading you ahead with her. The two of you walked through the door. The air was still. The wind was blocked, but it was practically as cold inside as it was outside the house. Mom shifted forward cautiously, feeling around for a light switch. Got it. A dim light from the ceiling sparked on in an instant, and there in front of you was an old-fashioned living room. The house had furniture that came along with it, but it wasn't a set. The pieces were mismatched, each chair, table, and bookshelf in a different color. Cool. They were covered in transparent sheets of plastic and in dust. The room had a real fireplace made out of brick. In the back you could see a staircase going up to another floor. Beautiful. It's even better than the photos. So much potential inside these walls. Yeah. You were amazed. It could fit in a storybook. You were so disappointed. It blew your old apartment out of the water. What does it mean, out of the water? What does that mean? It was the worst house in the world. It could work once you had your stuff out. You thought it was okay. This house was definitely haunted. It's amazing. Mom was right. You had thought it'd be good, but it was somehow more than that. Your mom touched the tips of her fingers to the muted blue paint next to her. We'll have to clean as much as we can to make it livable before bed. It'll be a long night. We can unpack more of our things tomorrow, though. I'll be doing much of that on my own. You're going to be busy. Eh? Mom increased the pitch of her voice, squinting her eyes sweetly. After all, it's the first day of 5th grade. Yippee! You grinned brightly. You groaned, throwing your head back dramatically. You'd hoped she'd forgotten. You threw your hands up in the air in excitement. You covered your face, getting nervous just thinking about it. You bit your lips, scared to even imagine having to go to school. You shrugged plainly. You got lost in thought, imagining what it'd be like. You glared up at her. I'd get lost in thought. She chuckled gently while watching you. We got here just in time. Her eyes drifted close, and there was a crease in her eyebrows. She seemed further away without having gone anywhere. Even if I am here early for the job, I was not going to make you be a full week late to class. Being new to a town like this is already going to make you a point of attention. You couldn't tell if she thought that was a good thing or a bad thing by her tone, but Mom didn't say anything more about that. She lifted her circle scarf over her head, careful to not have it catch on her earrings, and left it on top of her suitcase. So, you want to see the upstairs? Heck yeah, I do. Yeah! The second floor was more of the same. Lonely, sealed-away rooms with furniture nobody had been using for ages that were covered up by plastic sheets and lots of dust. You could see the footprints your mom left behind in the grime as she wandered the halls with wide, amazed eyes. After checking the state of the whole house, Mom made the decision to leave the furniture in its protection until after the sweeping was finished. There were too many dust bunnies that might jump over to take a seat on your couches if the spot was available. I hope I can remember where I put that dustpan. The broom itself shouldn't be that hard to find. You turned to the living room after Mom got her trusty pair of crafting scissors out of her suitcase. She put her scarf inside it when taking the scissors out. Mom then went through some of the taped up boxes like it was her birthday, and each one was a shiny unopened present with a ribbon on top, but her gift was just stuff she already owned. One by one, she took out the supplies that had been brought for this very moment, setting them around her legs on the floor wherever there was space. Then she divided them out into separate piles. a pair of yellow gloves, a fluffy fresh duster, a bottle of cleaning spray, and a full roll of paper towels. Mom had a set of her own, and the other was for you. You were going to need it. There was only one broom and dustpan that she did successfully find. You were going to take turns using that. The first move in the make the house a place people can actually live in plan was yanking open the streaky windows to get some airflow going. Though before even that, you had to get the locks on the windows themselves to come loose. You dug your fingers in between the base of the window frame and the latch pressed against it, forcing it to move against its will. When the lock clicked into place on the opposite side, you shoved the window up with both your hands. Your gloves were already patchy with filth. The ice-crisp breeze that flowed in from the outside was a lot more welcomed at this point. You got a good look at the neighborhood while catching your breath. Streetlights had come on. But you then left the window there to do its job and got back to yours. The two of you went back and forth and up and down around the house to open up everything that you could. Some windows were jammed in place so tight that you had to leave it alone for your mom to get later. The next point on the list was to somehow scrub down all the floors, walls, counters, and every other inch of place where dust could settle, which was every inch of the entire house. You picked a spot and gave it a sweep with the fuzzy head of the duster. A nice line of clear wood followed behind your motion. Oh, that sound was nice, dayo. The pattern continued for a while, and whether the dust layer was gone from a spot, you'd go back over it again with the cleaning spray to really make it shine. Your mom was able to track down and turn on the heater, not that you could tell the difference with all the windows wide open. Eventually, you had a short dinner break with your mom, standing around the kitchen together, while the two of you, as dusty as the rest of the house. Oh, together with the two of you as dusty, whatever, reading's hard for me. It was packed meals from the car. Ooh, packed meals! Simple sandwiches, fruits with thick peels that couldn't get smashed on the drive, little bags of granola and pretzels, and juice boxes. There were no groceries. The rickety fridge was off and totally empty when you checked. It was a relief that there was nothing gross in there. It was disappointing that there was nothing gross in there. Probably a relief. You had prepared for the worst for such an old, practically abandoned house, but there wasn't a single bottle of nasty ketchup or box of unknown leftovers or anything. The trash from your food was dumped into the same giant black garbage bag that you've been throwing piles of gray-stained paper towels and wads of squished together tape for the whole night. Somehow, the bag was getting full even though it was big enough to fit your whole body inside. It was a mark of how much work you'd really done. Looking at just the house made you think you hadn't even gotten started. The only way to change that was to keep going, as your mom talked about when encouraging herself to clean again after dinner. You and your mom polished up the house as best as you could for even more hours, but when your usual bedtime arrived, Mom put the duster and the scissors down. She wasn't going to have you stay up late, no matter how excited she was to unpack. She guided you to the first floor bathroom. The ones in the second floor were too dirty to use, plucking her overnight bag off the counter along the way. Your mom explained how she'd do a round throughout the whole house to close the windows to keep busy until the bathroom was free, and left you to get ready to go to sleep. Inside the bag was a little baby-sized version of normal toothpaste and mouthwash containers and simple toothbrushes. All you had for pajamas that night was a green long-sleeve shirt with matching pants. You got as clean as you possibly could with only one sink to use. People usually have more than one sink. You did a good job washing up. You were pretty lazy about it. You finished washing as fast as possible. You just pretended to be busy for a little while. I did a good job. After how dirty you got, and it was satisfying to get clean. Kept your earmuffs on for bed. Let's be quirky. Let's keep them on. Then you changed into the PJs and let your mom have her turn. While she was away, You took out your favorite stuffed animal from your packed bag. You took out your favorite action figure. You took out your favorite doll. You took out your special blanket. You took out your special pillow. You could only wait. Took out my stuffed animal. Duh. It wasn't something you could sleep without. That's true. The furniture was still plastic wrapped, so you crouched down and sat on the rug. Mom returned in a couple minutes, wearing her purple pajamas, and she also had a sleeping bag tucked under each of her arms. She shifted one forward to hold against the front of her chest, dropped down to the floor. It landed with a puff. I've never had a good sleeping bag, like a heavy one that you, one that you, futon, they're usually super thin. That'll be mine. Your mom noted while trying to untie the band that kept the sleeping bag together in a roll. She pulled and pinched at the knot. When it didn't budge, she lifted the bundle to her face and used her teeth to pry the threaded band apart from each other. She got it loose and victoriously flapped the bag all the way open. She laid it down in a clear spot on the wooden floor. Why not just get a, air mattress, dayo? There you are, Star, all ready. Okay. Ah, man, I have the band-aid on my frickin' neck. Gosh dang it. You used your feet and rocked back and forth to move yourself across the antique rug, scooting toward the sleeping bag without getting off the ground. Mom chatted casually about spreading out her own bag nearby. We'll need to get some wood so we can actually use the fireplace on nights like these. Did your mom know how to use the fireplace? You'd never seen one in person until now. So far, you'd still never seen one that had fire in it. Luckily, the house was warm and cozy, even without it, since the window stopped letting the chill in. The heater worked. That was sort of a surprise to you. Mom soon settled down on the center of her temporary bed. Her pajamas are creative. She sat cross-legged with her back solidly straight. Her hands came to rest on top of her knees, and she made direct eye contact with you. Thank you for the help with the house today. It'll be home before we know it at this rate. I worked really hard, you said while stretching your arms. I am so tired, you said while flopping down. You're welcome. House and a home are the same thing. The way she said it made you roll your eyes. You stretched your arms out, happy with the job well done. Yeah, I'm happy. Happy. She slouched her shoulders, easing away some of the stiffness. Hey, guess what I did in the neighborhood today? Can I tell you about what happened today? She asked how your day was. She asked, did anything interesting happen? Oh, well, you're going to be shocked. The truth is, thanks for asking me. Mom clamped up nervously. You might be shocked? I don't know. After pausing just to build a little suspense, you begin to narrate the entire story of the paper airplane adventure, from the moment it hit to the way it led you down the forest crossroad, meeting Kyo on his tower and his notebook full of loose pages, and finding Tamarick in her leaf pile and all her surprises. Mom listened with her whole self, leaning forward and grinning wider with each new turn you revealed. You wrapped it up by explaining how you returned to the neighborhood with Kyo and Tamarick after everything you processed. What a way to spend an afternoon. I'm proud of you, Star. You faced your fears amazingly. I had no idea you'd gone into such a winding journey. You kicked your legs up and down on your sleeping bag, very pleased with their reaction. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased, dayo. It was a fun story to tell. Somehow, the events of the day felt like they were a long time ago, that they happened to someone else and you just heard about it. But it had been real. The paper airplane hit your shoulder, you held a note in your hands. And you threw that paper away when you were cleaning, and you didn't have any idea what happened to the paper. That wouldn't happen. And you were saving that paper to give back to Q, saving that paper to give back to Mary, and you saved that paper to keep with your things as a keepsake. Yep. It had nice memories that went with it. With your topic all done, Mom softly spoke up to share her own thoughts with you. It's odd imagining this entire building collecting dust for all this time, isn't it? No one wanted to live here, not renters, not the man who owned it. But it's such a charming house. Oh no, is it one of those properties. What's it called? Yeah, it is. How did we get to have something like this? Mom pinched her lips together in consideration. Then she kept talking. There aren't a lot of opportunities out in these woods, I suppose. At my company, the retiring of the former HR management was the first big position I've ever heard of for this area. And even that didn't open up for people already living in the town. I was asked to relocate to take the position. Creases grew around her eyes the more she thought about it. She caught herself before a frown could follow. Oh, but it's not an issue. I'm grateful. We'll find our place in the slow pace of Golden Grove, and at least we'll have each other regardless. Yeah, you and me are a team. It's great we have each other to talk about this stuff with. We'll always be together. You can count on me, Mom. You nodded strongly. You yawned, not paying much attention. We're a team. Whatever. Very impressive one, I'd say. Then your mom stretched her legs out fully across the sleeping bag, wiggling her toes inside the black socks she had on. My mom's goth! Seeing Mom right there on the floor with you was cool. Didn't hang out together during bedtime like this most nights. It was special. As you thought about that, your eyelids were trying to tape themselves up with the sticky, gritty stuff your eyes made when it was extra late. Alright, dear, you should get inside that sleeping bag now before you blink out on top of it. That sounds like a pretty good idea. Scooping your stuffed animal into both your arms, you shimmied into the open end of the bag. It was made out of fabric that was so smooth it wasn't difficult to do. You moved farther down the bag, or farther down until the edge was to your chin. You were wrapped up like a loaf of bread in a grocery store. Mom got to her feet, taking a short jog over to the far wall of the room. She lifted a finger to the light switch, but kept her gaze down at you. The expression on her face was gentle. Good night, Star. Good night, Mom. Sweet night, sweet dreams. He smiled up at her. You blew her a goodnight kiss. He stared up at her. You rolled your eye. I blew her a goodnight kiss. Night night, Mama. The room went pitch black with a click. While your eyes were trying to adjust, you heard the shuffling sounds of Mom. She joined you on the floor again. The noises soon stopped. Mom didn't talk anymore. There weren't sounds of cars passing outside. There was a thumping in your ear, and you thought you might have heard a creak somewhere. Ah, that happens when you move to a quiet place. You hear the thumping, and you're like, what is that? What is that? And it's your heart, dayo. It's your heart. The night noises were a lot different than what you had experience with. They were so quiet and distant, it made you notice them more than if they were clearer. They need to listen to white noise on their Spotify, dayo. You'd have to get to know what sounds better. It was another part of the house's personality. You were okay with that. It was normal to need time to get familiar with each other. I'm gonna take a bite of my food, dayo. Be our beebs. Okie dokie. You pressed your eyes shut, and your head was thoughts of... First day of school. Thoughts became lost in a dream, without you even really noticing. Then your second day in Golden Grove arrived. Right. You may also be able to take off accessories like hats and scarves during certain... Okay. Right. Dress up section. Half the dress up section. Okay. Yeah. Picking your outfit's fun. What are my head accessories? let people see how cool I look, dayo. Time to be impressed. Oh, I wish I didn't have that band-aid on my neck. Oh, I can take the band-aids off. I look cool, right, chat? You might be a little jealous, dayo. My outfits, don't be jealous, chat. It's okay, dayo. You'll be this glam one day. God, my throat. I don't know, having my earmuffs on all the time, that's so quirky. I love it. I wish the sweater could have stars on it instead of just my necklace. I mean my earrings. My mom was wearing a shirt like this, so let's do this. Okay. Enter. What do I do? But your second day had only just arrived. Only one corner of the world outside the window had any sunlight. The rest was all shadows. The light in the house had to be turned on for you to see your own hands. You loved it when it was that early. Your mom had to work really hard to get you up. You didn't mind that. You thought it would be criminal to make people have to wake up this early. I'd probably be up because I'd be nervous for school. Everything felt different when the morning was beginning. You got to relax in the quiet space for a little while. The unpacking wouldn't be started again till a lot later. That's what your mom said when you were brushing your teeth. For now, For now, you was only hard to getting out. Whatever. The food around to eat was still the same stuff from yesterday. It was what you had for breakfast already, and you could see your mom packing into a brown bag for lunch, too. Sandwich for breakfast, sandwich for dinner, a sandwich for school. That was the last of the preparation you had to do for you to go to school. You were pretty sure. Your mom really wanted to be the one to get your supplies for the day together. She put stacks of stapled papers, notebooks, your pencil case, a ruler, and more into your backpack. Do I have a sick backpack? I want a sick backpack. Mom had kept the pack in the middle seat of the car to make sure it would be right there when it was time to use it for class. If it had gone missing, maybe you would have had to carry your school stuff in a cardboard box. The same way you had to bring everything else you owned to this place in big boxes. You watched them from your comfy spot in your sleeping bag. You'd already gotten dressed for the day, but that didn't mean you couldn't sit in bed again. There wasn't anywhere else to. Soon you'd be leaving the new old house and the neighborhood and all the parts of Golden Grove you'd gotten to see so far. The next stop into the unknown was the North Acres Elementary School. You tried to imagine what that'd be like. But school thoughts were shaken out of your head when a muffled thumping sound filled the air. Mom slowly lowered her full hands down to the counter. At the same time, her head and eyebrows went up. Guess? Already? At this hour? Oh jeez, it's my new friend's dayo. Your mom left your lunch bag incomplete on the tabletop and went to investigate the knocking. You got up to C2, you ran to stick by your mom's side, you dashed forward to beat your mom to the opening door. You stayed sitting on your sleeping bag. You got to your feet while calling, Mom, can I answer it? I got up to C2, probably. You pressed your hands into the shiny stuffed bedding underneath you as you leaned onto your feet to get off the floor. You were able to join Mom before she opened the door. Oh, I probably would have hid in the hall, but peeked out. She pushed the long handle down with a click and tugged the door forward. It squeaked open. You glanced ahead, squinting your eyes to adjust from the complete brightness inside to the pale dawn outside. Outside, standing tall on the welcome mat, seeming totally at home at your house, was the new friend you'd met the day before, Mr. Culin. Q's fluffy hood was tucked snugly around his head. He didn't usually do that, at least based on how much you knew he was usual for him. Maybe it was because the air was somehow even more skin-prickling cold in the morning than it was during the day or evening. You shuddered just from the wind coming in through the opening. When he caught sight of you there, a twinkly grin took over his face. He popped onto the balls of his feet, getting even taller, and cheered a greeting. "Good morning." Seeing who it was, you scooted past your mom to stand by Q on the porch, enthusiastically shoved past your mom to stand by Q on the porch, nervously shifted behind your mom, started in place, then dove to hide behind your mom's legs, stayed there to greet the guests, stood in place, wondering if it was too late to go back to the living room. I scooted past my mom. Dayo. Why would I shove past her? How rude. Q puffed up, completely pleased that you'd come over to him. He mirrored your move, so he was facing you instead of Mom. "Hi, hello, good morning to you too. You're visiting me?" Confused. "Thanks for coming to my house." "What are you doing here?" you asked accusingly. "What are you doing here?" you asked curiously. What are you doing here?" "I have plans." "What's your plans?" Q stayed put in the new place he took, but angled his head up and over to give his focus to your mom. "I'm Mr. Culin. I'm your neighbor, and the same age as Mixstar Selkie. The two of us met yesterday." "Ah, yes, I've heard. I've been anticipating getting to meet you, and those feelings were well placed. You're so polite." Q straightened out the line of his bandana with both hands, giggling cheekily as he made direct eye contact with you. "Well, if somebody has been talking about me, I hope it's all the good stuff." Now, I should introduce myself as well. I'm Mrs. Selkie, Star's mother. "It's nice to meet you. May I speak to Star, Miss Selkie? There's something I wanted to talk to them about." Thoughtfully, your mom's glance drifted down to you. Without looking back at him, your mom replied, "That would be fine. I'll finish getting your bag ready, Star. You two can chat." Q clasped his hands together primly. "Nice, Dayo. Thank you very much." Mom let a content smile rest on her face as she walked back inside the house, leaving you alone with Q. You looked back at him eagerly. It was only the morning, and something good was already happening. "What did you want to say?" Q didn't beat around the bush with you. Probably didn't with anyone. He came right out with what he had in mind. "Want to walk to school together? It's the first day." "What if I was homeschooled?" Sorry. He squared his shoulders and held out a hand, counting off points on his fingers. "We're going to the same place, in the same grade, and there's a good chance we'll even be in the same class. Going together would make everything so easy." "Yeah, okay, thanks." "Thank you, you're so nice. Only if you're sure." You gave a nod of agreement. "No thanks." "I'm sorry." You shook your head in disagreement. "But that's just easier for me. What's in it for you? I don't need your help. You don't have to help me." You stared at him with wide eyes. Yeah, what is in it for him? That's really nice, though. Only for sure. Alright. Propped an enthusiastic double thumbs up. And guess what else is a reason for why we should walk together? What else? What? His gaze got sharper, but it didn't feel scary at all. The glance was like a fancy cut jewel rather than pointy weapon. "It's because I want you to be there." Aww. So yep, I think it makes a lot of sense that we'd go together. With his hands in his pockets, Q shifted the whole top half of his body diagonally over to one side. The tilt of his head really showed off the bend in his self-pleased smile. "Oh!" He flung an arm back out and arched the fingers across the air to the front of both our faces. Might have been to stop you before he could say anything, or to keep himself from forgetting what else he wanted to talk about. And it wouldn't be just us. I'm gonna keep going down the cul-de-sac to Granny's house so I can ask Tamara next. So that's it. What do you think about all three of us walking together? It's a good plan, right? If that does make sense, I'll come too. It's a great idea. I want to go. I'll come. It's a shock you have some smart ideas sometimes. I guess you could, I'm gonna tease him. Pfft, more like all the time. You swung your hands behind you and spoke out again. I'll get my backpack and tell my mom we're going. Cool, I'll wait for you here. Oh, they're so cute! You partnered with Q for a second, but didn't bother closing the door. The sound of your feet against the floor was only noise in the huge house. You couldn't have snuck up on Mom if you tried. Each step you took brought you closer and made the smile on her face grow larger, but she didn't get distracted from her job. Her gaze stayed stuck to the counter. Mom placed one more paper into your backpack and snapped the plastic clasp on the top flap closed. With that secured, she promptly picked the bag up by the loop handle. She lowered herself down to your height by bending her knees low. Okay, we get it. Then she offered the backpack over to you. Exceptional timing, dear. Here, you're set to go. It was nice and light when you took the backpack from her. That wouldn't last. Soon you'll have actual school books to bring around with you. What happened with our guest? Did he leave? You answered the question while looping one arm after the other into the wide openings of your school backpack straps. He's still out there. Q wants me to walk to school with him. Can I go? You shifted your grip to the dangly ends of the armband and gave them a swift tug to tighten the straps, fully securing the bag against you. Came over to ask you that? Talk about convenient. The young Mr. Lin must know the way far better than I do. You certainly can walk together. What if he was baiting me to kidnap me, though? I guess you just trust my judgment. That was exactly what you thought she'd say. You could count on her to understand. Enjoy your first day. There's only one of them per year. Well, that was right. This was the first of your school year in a brand new town. Anything could happen for all you knew. Oh, I just realized there's a save function. I haven't saved it. Cute! Okay, return to key. That was right. Blah, 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 blah. Through the open door, you could see Q waiting patiently on your porch still. He turned his back to the house, said looking around the neighborhood. You came to his side, and that caught his attention. But his gaze didn't go to yours. It went right to the backpack you had on. Q grinned hopefully. I told Mom, it's okay. He smacked his hands together enthusiastically. All right, time to go. You know, Star, it's been forever since I've gone to walk to school with a friend. You perked your ears, going super alert. He said you were friends. Wow. It only happened seconds ago, but it replayed in your head, made your stomach feel fluttery. You're friends. I'm glad we're friends. Me too, Q. This is great. Really think we're friends? Q, thanks for being my friend. I knew you liked me, you joked. You didn't know what to say. I'm glad we're friends. Grinned ear to ear. He was full of certainty. Same with me. He easily swiveled all the way around on his heels. He firmly planted his feet into the floorboards of the porch to close out his move. Then he confidently strode forward and leapt over the little steps to get onto the ground. Q had places to be, and nothing was going to stand in his way. Happily, you went along with him down the stone path, past the fence, and onto the neighborhood sidewalk. It took less than a minute to go around the bendy curve of your neighborhood that led to the least pointy, least colorful home on the street. Tamarik's house, also her Omi and Opa's house. Q and you wandered right into the uncharted territory of their porch. Q tapped out a rhythmic set of knocks. You reached forward to knock. You pressed their doorbell button. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yep. Q tapped out a rhythmic set of knocks. Knew it. Q brought his arms to his side. shook his head to readjust the way his hair fell around his shoulders, positioned himself squarely in the center of the entryway. The old door began to jiggle in its frame like it was shivering cold from being outside this early, too. But someone was fiddling with the doorknobs on the other side. And then the door swung wide open with a clattering yank and a gust of flowery, perfumed air coming out from deep inside the house. Still clasping the handle and leaning her head against the door, Tamarick was there to greet you. She had her bag and scarf on for the day already. Hello. Good morning, Tamarick. Her eyes popped open. She hadn't looked to see who it was at her door before saying hello. She's so cute. She's just so adventurous, dayo. But she could tell who it was from the answer. Tamara's tone of voice lightened even more. Q? And Star? You're both here? Hi. Hey, good morning, Tamarick. That's right. We came to ask you to go to school with us. You waived your allergic case. Blah, 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 blah. Want to walk to school together? Q followed your invitation with a nod. We're all going that way. It'd be cool to walk as a group. She blinked rapidly, many times and all in a row. In the soft pink light, her eyelashes looked almost like shimmering dragonfly wings. Wow, okay. I want to come. She twisted almost the whole way around, turning her back to you. You could just barely glimpse the darkness into the darkened hall beyond her. Tamarick then leaned over, bending her knees and powerfully shouted into the depths of the gray house, I'm going to school now! Her loud, high-pitched call echoed through the hallway. Have a good day, young lady. Because she lives with old people. Tamarick hopped forward. It was small, but that was all it took to go from her being in her house to being in the outside world. She tugged the doorknob with her to slam the door shut. I'm ready. And I'm thirsty. Ugh. Oh, cheese. Ugh. Oh, it burns. God, how it burns. The quickness of all that was too much, and Q needed a second to catch up with it. But when he did, he chuckled. Perfect. And by the way, people don't always call me Q. Especially at school. I've got a nickname. It's Autumn. Because that's what my name means. Okay. I like Q. You do? Thanks. You were going to try using the nickname sometimes. You decided to keep using his actual name, too. I'll use the nickname sometimes. Autumn lazily settled his hands on his hips, and his eyes moved way off to the side, even though there was nothing special to see that way. Guess we've got to go to class. Yeah. She pumped her fists up and down in the air in the pattern that matched the pace of her yas. Here we go. I hope we're not going to be late. You sound really excited, Q, you joked. Glad you're coming, Tamara. Yeah, you sighed. Yeah, you cheered along, smiled wide. Or we could not go, you teased. Or we could not go, you said plainly. Here we go. Ah! Yeah! All clustered together, you, Q, Tamarick tramped off the white wooden porch. The full set of cul-de-sac kids hit the road again. Oh gosh, we're the cul-de-sac kids. Pretty cool, huh? The trip was almost the opposite of last time. The sun was coming up instead of going down. Hello, Kay. Have a good lurk, dayo. And you were leaving the neighborhood instead of going back to it. But that wasn't what really stood out to you. It was a little bit amazing that you already could compare it to last time. And you could guess that this journey with them wasn't going to be the actual last time it ever happened. It just became the last time it happened before the new next time. The first part of the school trip wasn't hard. There was only one way out of your neighborhood unless someone hiked out into wherever the woods went. That would be cool too. Maybe you'd be able to do that someday. Your actual path forward had you brushed past the forest fork that originally led you to meeting Q and Tamarick. But you weren't stuck with the same limits as before. This morning you moved right on by without even stopping to check what might be hidden away back there. Now you traveled even further. The woods crowded in closer around the one road that had led out, until suddenly structures began to appear in between the bushes. The thick overhang of the leaves pulled apart to show the sky. The world unfolded ahead of you. Sunshine climbed mountains to just barely tickle your cheeks, while the stars still clustered against your back. You were right in the center of a windy mountain path. It flowed over the uneven ground, blanketing every small bump and bend like a black river. Cool. The art's so beautiful. Jesus. Along the street, huge wooden poles rose into the sky in a road that rivaled the trees. Stretching phone lines and reaching branches wove the whole town together. Even though Golden Grove was a lived-in place with man-made things, the vast wilderness was as much a neighborhood to the residents as the real people neighbors. Yeah. Tamarick tramped over the grass, swishing her arms in full-length swings in front of her. She didn't get anywhere near the tarmac. Q's stride was a lot breezier. He took the spot in the line closest to the road and didn't even check for cars. His eyes were aimed at the now viewable sky. This is such a beautiful place. Living here would be a frickin' dream. You ended up somewhere in between them. If Tamarick was a swoosh and Q was a breeze, you were like a kite floating in the wind. It was easy to keep their pace with the light steps you took. All that air went out the window when Q started moving his hands around even more than Tamarick. He frantically stuck his fingers in and out of each one of his pockets while poking his tongue out at the corners of his mouth. Does he have a backpack? You and Tamarick just watched as he tugged at his jacket and pants while walking, and the two of you probably share the same exact thought. He was looking for his notebook or papers or something. Aha! And it was a paper. It wasn't his special tan pages. The thing Q grabbed was a thick folded packet of white printer paper that was covered all over in tiny ink words. You could instantly tell what it was. That many papers stapled together with that many little words on them only ever came from one place: school. Q held it closer to his face. He had his nose completely in what was basically a book, but for some reason he started to talk to you and Tamarick. Which room did you get? For a second, Q peeked over the pages to look at both of you. Who's your teacher? Tamarick thought hard, but she didn't find the answer in her head. She squished her hands under the flap of her bag without unbuckling it. She had to find her own papers. I remember, my mom told me. I remember I read it earlier. I'm gonna check. My mom told me, but I forgot. Oh, I know that. I'd probably go check my stuff, too. Your mom put a big packet of papers into your backpack. You just need to find it. While rooted around for that, Q shouted, "Here it is, room 24, Mrs. Murray." There's always a Mrs. Murray in schools. Q used his thumbs to bend the papers down. They stopped hiding his face, and you could see he was stunned. Tamarick waved her packet in the air in a crinkly flurry. "Me too!" "Great. What about you, Star? Is it Mrs. Murray 3? You yanked the paper from your bag and speed read the huge chunks of long words that explained the school procedure and school enrollment. Lucky for you, the part you need to know was smack dab on the front. Teacher, Mrs. Murray, room 24. I am. We're all in the same class, you cheered. Yeah, I'm also in that class, you sighed. We're gonna be stuck together forever, you joked. We're gonna be stuck together forever, you groaned. You closed your eyes and nodded. You were happy to get to share a class with Q. You were happy to get to share a class with Happy to get to share a class with them. We're all gonna be in the same class. Your mom giving you papers. Q probably got his from his mom and dad. Mara probably got it from her Omi and Opa. Despite that being kind of different, the papers were all the same. The smirk settled in its regular spot on Q's face, all according to plan, as if he somehow could have planned it. We're roommates. He's so cute. It didn't need the packet for anything else. He didn't need the packet for anything else, so he stuffed it into his pant pocket with the shrug of one of his shoulders. There's only 3 different 5th grade teachers, 5th grade classes we could have been in. When Q made sure it was deep enough not to fall out, he brought both his arms into an even bigger shrug and chucked 2. But Miss Murray, I almost made it without her being my teacher. It was close. Merrick peered onto his face with wide eyes, leaning over so much that you almost walked into her. She didn't have to say what her question was with words. Q got it. Don't worry, she's nice. She's the best teacher for you two. What about for you, though? Q made a very serious and reassuring okay sign with his fingers. Then an instant, it snapped into a pointed gesture. And you're probably going to be shocked, but Mrs. Murray isn't just a teacher. She's a mom. She has kids that are just her kids, not students. Wow. That's weird. Why would that be weird? I think you're weird, Q, you joked. I think you're weird, Q, you said bluntly. I never want a teacher as my parent. It'd be kind of fun to have a parent who was a teacher. He stared in amazement. Stare at the two of them. For how big of a deal they made it. You just watch the two walk. Okay. Probably be fun. No? Why not? But now I know that where we're all really going, I can bring us right to the door. The extra burst of confidence got Q to take a few long strides ahead of you, and Tamara keeping his chin high. Tamara bounced across the grass, kicking her knees high to catch up. You didn't let him keep the lead he took. Shyly caught up. You happily went up to them. You ran forward to get back to the middle row. You were greeted with grins from both of them. Your steps came back into a steady rhythm between the 3 of you. I just remember there was one time I was walking with my friends, and they were like, race you home, and I was like, okay, and I ran with them. And I was like, guys, check this out, and I started running very strangely, and I fell straight on my face. Oh god, it's okay. I was wearing a hat though, so like protected me from like smashing my face off the sidewalk. And I had a big puffy jacket on too, but I just remember I just laid there for a good solid like 2 minutes. God. Anyway, worried about going to school. Why didn't you want her as your teacher? Yeah, because she knows me, not like how all the teachers have met me, because I go to that school. His deep brown eyes stretched open as wide as they could. He whispered words. Is it your mom? Pulled out long, a deep secret fish. She really knows me. Outside of school and everything. Seriousness of it only lasts seconds. Autumn laughed at it instead. It's gonna be tough to get away with stuff now. Said Tamarick pulled on shot expression Q had just put away. Whoa, I'd never seen a teacher outside of school. When do they leave? That when you realize that your teachers can live outside of school, dayo. Pretty late usually, but they do go home and do errands and stuff. I've experienced it. Oh, that was interesting. You learned something new. Oh. Why did I thought that was the Pornhub sound for a second. I got scared. The longer the walk went on, the more Tamarick's gaze was pulled to the forest edge, along the road instead of what was right in front of her. Her steps drifted unevenly. You couldn't blame her. You had done the same during the trip a few times, but you weren't the only one who noticed her focus. Hey, so it's kind of funny how both of you like the woods that much. It's the only nice place I've seen here so far. She said it in the plainest way possible, and the words still made Q gasp hard enough to cough. Have you been places other than the forest? Yeah, lots. They're not good. I can't believe it. Not that big of a deal. I think Tamara's probably right. The town's not going to be better. Hey, both places can be good. They're just different. You shouldn't try to change her mind on what she likes. It's mean to say the woods are the only good place. Whoa. It's just me, here's the music like a lot louder. What the frick? I'm sorry if it's too quiet for you guys. Let me know and I can turn it up. Oh, this violin's going crazy in my ear. But I'm not sure that yo. Whatever, anyway. Nah. Both places can be good. Yeah. Q shook off the shock Tameric's statement hit him with. He turned his cheek to the front as he rolled his shoulders. He was winding up for a comeback. I guess I can give you one thing. There is a pretty special kind of fun that in all of my years living here, you can only ever have out in these very woods. Nowhere else. Really? What is it? He cast a reel and Tamaric was hooked on it. She instantly became invested in whatever mystery Q had up his line. I'm not gonna tell you. Eh? What? Tamaric shrieked in a tone so high it scared away a bird who was minding its own business in the tree above. It was hook, line, and sinker. The beat of its wings fluttering through the air matched Q's giggling. He brought a hand up to his chin and leveled a mischievous glance at Tamaric. One day you'll understand. Probably. That was really it. He closed up his lips, folding his arms, and settled it into not explaining for the rest of the walk. Tamaric couldn't escape that, and couldn't get the hint. She pestered him with the passion in her words, getting stronger every time she repeated them. Tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me the thing. Tell me the special thing. Q, tell me the special thing. It was too funny. It's not fair, Q. We can figure it out for sure, Tamaric. He stayed out of that. A mysterious place deep in the woods. The thought of it was so exciting. Please tell us? Sorry, Tamaric. You'll have to wait and see. You silently fumed. Who wants to bet she never finds out, you teased. Come on, Q, you gotta say more than that. Oh, maybe he's talking about his, hideout. I'll say, too bad you weren't going there. You were headed to school. The conversation of Tamaric's attempts to squeeze Q for info, and the snickers that escaped him continued. Oh, God. The snickers that escaped from Q continued while you headed towards your goal. Down the road some more, over a crosswalk and past the main street, taking a turn at the corner. That was when the widest building you'd seen so far came into view. There had been taller ones, cause the only one that had 2 floors. Oh, cause that one only had 2 floors, but there was a lot. Oh my God, what is happening? Ah! There had been taller ones, cause that one only had 2 floors, but there was a lot of these floors, or those floors. North Acres? Why is it North Acres a elementary school if the place is called Golden Grove? What the frick? North Acres Elementary School. The name made sense. You wonder exactly how many acres it was. What the frick? Dozen of other kids were pouring out from a few different paths, mixing together under the front arches above the giant door. You tried to stand up straight, wanting to do things right. Then you went through the doors together. Q and Tamaric stayed even closer to you than on the walk there. Inside was a long hall with different doors and a staircase on the side. It was shiny and dull, like it'd been cleaned so hard for so long it made everything even more worn down than normal. Poster boards with a bunch of paper sheets tacked on lined the walls. Nobody was even looking at them. The messages they had might never have been read. I'll read them. Welcome to the pumpkin party. I see the name Gary. Mira? Yep. Gonna bet there's David in there, maybe. Happy fall, y'all. Fall into first grade. Time to fall into first grade, guys. I'm gonna have some chocolate dayo. Mix it up. The floors had a checkered tile pattern. Some of the kids around made sure to only walk on one of the colors and avoid the others. That was fun. And it was loud. There was too much sound from the crowds of the hall to hold. It echoed around, which made it even louder. This place was your school now. Hugh tapped your shoulder and pointed with his other hand. You figured this was his way to say you had to keep going without having to yell so you could hear. The three of you pressed past the other students, making sure you didn't get separated. Step by step, you climbed upwards and forwards. Autumn waved a hand towards the right. Oh yeah. Calling by nickname. We're going steady, chat dayo. Autumn waved a hand towards the right door when you'd reach the top. You'd arrived for the first day of school right on time. Oh, the class is so cute. Okay, I can turn the music up a little bit more now. Oh, that's nice. The little bit of cold you brought inside the school on the tip of your nose and over your cheeks had finally drifted off your face. It was nice and warm when you went into the room. Wow, this person's really good at capturing those moments, especially if you've lived in a cold environment before. Because that's true. By the time you get to your classroom, you start warming up. At least if you're if you're like a 4th grader, 3rd grader, whatever. I don't know. No auto. Your brand new class, 5th grade, room 24. Excuse me. Smelled like people hard at work. Cut construction paper, crayons, glue. Anything could be made with that. Wow. There were tons of leaves stuck to the different colored walls, climbing around the windows, and hanging from shelves, sneaking out from behind boards, where some of those things could be made. Kids sat together in close groups. The desks were pushed up to make bigger tables. There was just one chair by itself, right at the front, or the back, if the way in was the front door. Tamarick took in a loud breath of waxy air. Waxy? Wow, I thought it was gonna be ugly. What made you think that? Me too, but this is cool. It is ugly. Tamarick, why would you think that? It's good you were surprised, huh? It reminds me of you. Adorable. Why would you think that? 'Cause they are most of the time. Autumn shrugged his backpack off to the floor. When it hit the ground, a puff of air came out the not totally zipped top. Nothing the place caught his eye, in a good way or a bad one. It was like nothing around him existed. He just watched you and Tamarick look. I'm gonna be, like, not embarrassed. What if it's Tamarack? Look, he chuckled at the faces you both made. I crave to know how to pronounce their names correctly. I crave it. Let's see. Pronunciation. There it is. You guys probably can hear it, lol.
Tamarick.
Tamarick, oh gosh. Tamarick. How do you pronounce his name?
This Chinese name.
Right.
Let's break down.
Just say it.
Xiong.
Jion?
Xiong.
Jion. Gion. His name is Gion, and I was saying Q. Gion. Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it, that's just criminal. I criminally offended their frickin' names. Holy crap. Man. Nothing in the place caught his eye, and it was like nothing around him existed. Zion just watched you and Tamarick look. He chuckled at the faces you both made. The classes looked the same for every room, in every grade, every year. Oh, it wasn't that he couldn't see what you did. It was that he'd already seen it 110 times or more. Q knew school as well as he knew everything else in Golden Grove. He kicked his backpack behind him to be up against the wall, never glancing down. There was already a bunch of other bags there, sat one by one along the far side of the room. They were all almost completely hidden under the row of hooks that had coats and jackets and stuff over them, in stacked piles. There weren't enough holders for all of the layers people brought. You're pretty lucky. This is your first time here, but you're only gonna have to do it once. We're gonna graduate and go to a different school next year. We'll all be new kids then. Oh, he took his jacket off! It's time! He walked away. Oh, he talked while he put his arms out of his jacket you'd seen him wear so far. He tossed it to the top of a rounded lump of other coats with a hook somewhere below it all. Tamarick waited, watched, and then she tugged at the end of her scarf to undo the knot it was wrapped in. She talked too. Told you this place was weird and never changed. That made Jiu at her. The sound was almost exactly like the noise his backpack made a minute ago. School is different than the entire town, Tamarick. Tamarick didn't say more words against that. She just got on her tiptoes to sling her untied scarf over Q's jacket, building the mountain of stuff on the one little hook even higher. Why's her hair so shiny, glittery? She put glitter in it. Q shoved his bandana deep into one of his pockets and lifted up his other shoulder. Ah, his sweater's nice. You're right, that class is always the same. Seeing Autumn without his fluffy jacket felt like seeing a lion without its mane. He folded his arms across his chest and gazed upon what you were starting to get was his kingdom. Ah. He had all the pride of a lion, even without his jacket. He should get a lion tattooed, there. Though Q acted like that was it for getting ready, he hadn't taken his gloves off. Was he gonna wear those to class? Tamarick held tight to the strap of her bag. It for sure wasn't going with the rest of the packs. That meant she was definitely already done with the putting your stuff away part of getting to school. Tamarick's overalls were the most overclothes she had once the scarf was off. No coat or a cool poncho or anything. The overalls were kind of short, too. They didn't cover up her whole legs. Her ankles had long socks with yellow rubber rain boots to keep them warm. But you had to wonder if she didn't feel cold the same way most people did. Took off your earmuffs. Maybe I'll take off my earmuffs, because I have, what's it called? Cool earrings on there. You scratched a finger into your head when you put your earmuffs on the wall with everything else. Good morning and welcome, students. I have a teacher there. You glanced over your shoulder. In the open door was another new person for you to have to know. Her braids did match a few of the other kids here, but she wasn't going to be sitting in the desk with them. She was twice as tall as everybody else in the room. That had to be the teacher, Mrs. Murray. Her soft brown eyes looked down over you and your neighbors while she tapped a finger against her freckled, speckled face. The pattern on her skin was almost like stars. If the sky was light at night and the stars were the darker part. Her rosy pink lips parted into a smile. She inclined her chin towards Gio. Nice to see you here, Mr. Q. Lynn, this will be a good year. Yeah. Q stretched the words out as far as it could go, and at the same time he opened his arms wide. He turned his head away, too. He had the kind of tone your mom would have when she had old work friends over and they'd ask if they could set her up on a blind date. Squeakily cheerful and not real. He was trying to be nice, but wasn't trying that hard. Though, when his eyes were rolling away, his gaze passed over to you and got stuck there. A sly grin tugged at the corners of his mouth as the sound of his voice went from off-key to a lullaby. Maybe. Oh my gosh. Guys, he's falling in love with me. Mrs. Murray's pencil-pointy eyebrows lifted. She blinked one time, and then her own smile grew. It was shared with you and Tamarick next. Hello, I'm your teacher, Mrs. Murray. Oh, why is Tamarick frowning? Am I right to say that you're Tamarick Bauman and Star Selkie? Yes, teacher, I'm Star. Yes, I'm blah blah blah. Nice to meet you, blah. I'm Star. Uh-huh. I'm Tamarick Bowman, you joked. You nodded. She guessed right. You stared down at the girl talking to you. Right. Your master plan was ruined by Tamarick giggling as soon as you said it. She tried to cover up her mouth, but it didn't help hide the sound. Realizing the trick, your teacher's gaze went razor sharp. I was trying to make her laugh. Are you sure you're Tamarick Bowman? The gig was up. No, I'm Star. Tamarick, the actual one, bobbed her hands in the air and twisted in place to swing her back so that it hung behind her back. I'm the real Tamarick. See, she brightened right up. That is so great. Mrs. Murray spoke sweetly in a way that was just nice. It wasn't surprised or relieved to find out the answer. She probably didn't need to ask to know who you were. Teachers knew a lot. If you'd be so kind, would you mind coming over to my desk over there in the far corner? I'd like to talk to you two before class begins. Okay. Tamarick finally lowered her hands back down to her sides. She still bumped her bags around by pushing it up and down with her butt. It clattered loudly and Miss Murray pretended not to hear. Yes, teacher, what do you want to talk to us about? Well, don't take too long. Did we do something wrong already? I can go too. What about Q? Grabbed the side of Tamarick's overall shyly. Took a step closer, curious. Took a step back away, nervous. And I'm gonna grab her overalls. In return, she gave a little tug to your sleeve. We're gonna go together. It'll be the two of us for the whole time. That did make you feel better. You gave a tiny nod. Thank you, both of you. She gestured lightly with her hand for you to come and left the doorway. Q turned his head to follow the teacher. More and more of his dark hair eclipsed your view for the rest of him as she walked away. When he lost sight of his face, there had been a frown on it. After she was gone, he swung back towards you and Tamarick. Autumn was smirking then. Good luck out there. Whatever. He tipped over on one foot and bent his body way down. His other leg kicked into the air. He could balance better than a flamingo. Autumn slipped a hand under his jacket on the hook, and also under Tamarick's scarf, which was already on top of it, and dug around in the fabric. He didn't come out empty-handed. He had gotten a hold of his favorite notebook and a pencil. Q slowly lifted his chest up and brought his one hovering foot down to earth again. That whole thing was graceful, but he followed it by wildly waving his notebook goodbye at you. And a paper fell out of it when he did it. Tamarick squealed, trying to talk but too fast so none of it was real words. She reached her arms to Q graspingly, like she could pick him up and plant him back where he dropped his thing. That didn't work either. He stepped away on light feet, carefree, and joined up with one of the groups at the desks. They all raised their heads and waved when he arrived. He was gone, and the teacher was waiting. Tamarick squinted her dark red eyes tightly. She directed her own gaze towards you because it wasn't like anyone else in the room could understand her. You gave her a look back. Q, you said with a smirk. Q, you said with a sigh. Not again. Scatterbrain, you said with a grin. Scatterbrain said with a grimace. Isn't he so cute? Isn't he so great? Staring at Tamarick in disbelief over that guy. You shook your head with a frown. You snickered. I'm gonna say, Scatterbrain, this is gonna be a long, however long it is. You He picked up the paper and peeked at what it said. He picked up the paper, put it in his pocket without looking. Let's see what it said. Made a beeline to the tan page on the dark blue carpet and snatched it off the ground before somebody else could step on it, could blow away and get lost in the middle of the forest. Before putting it in your pocket, you read over the top side and flipped it over to see the back. It was a list of foods and other things. Maybe he was trying to remember stuff to get when he went to the store with his parents. Tucked it away in your pocket. It was taken care of. Tamarick pretended to be a jack-in-the-box like she did yesterday. This time it was by bending on her knees before bouncing straight. Her fluffy locks of hair shook around her round cheeks. Come on, Star. She skipped off to the teacher's desk, all smiles. Caught up with her in no time and walked the rest of the way, side by side. Off in the corner on the other side of the room was the teacher's old dark brown desk. At least the very top of the wood was dark. The inner part was a lot lighter, and you could see that from all the tiny cuts and scratches over the surface. It was as far away from the desks as it could be. You guessed that it was so she could have these kinds of talks without anybody else hearing the whole thing. Mrs. Murray didn't sit in the cool rolling chair that went behind the desk. She stayed in front and only leaned her back against the top edge. She got to talk to you and Tamarick gently, because she didn't have to push her voice across the piece of furniture that separated students and teachers. I appreciate you coming to this meeting. I wanted to let you know a little bit about today, what you can expect for your first day. Why? Well, this class has a unique arrangement of the students, but you're the only two who have never attended the school before. Everyone else is simply returning after summer break. I'd like to introduce you during roll call later. I want all the other kids to know who you are. Oh. Tamarick flicked the buckles on her bag. They made a clinky sound when she hit them. When she hit them up, and a thump when they landed back down. Her gaze moved around too. The meeting wasn't exciting anymore. You're with Tamarick. That wasn't a big deal. Your teacher was definitely smart. That would help a lot. Thought you were ready for school, but you weren't sure anymore. Having your own introduction made you feel special. It was going to be so awkward you knew it. You're just relieved it wasn't only you. Tamarick was getting it too. Probably relieved. Two still wasn't a lot of students who had to do it, but it was a million times better than one. Mrs. Murray smiled approvingly at how you and Tamarick handled that first assignment. I'll make sure it goes well. The teacher slid her hands across the desktop behind her, spread her fingers out wide. In a couple of minutes, I'll be telling the class to take their assigned seats, and you'll have those spots for the rest of the year. I made a seating plan already, but there is a bit of wiggle room to help you get comfortable if you'd like. Tamarick's hand flew from her back to her cheeks. It sounded like a smack. Does that mean me and Star get to stick together because we're neighbors and friends? Was she right? You held your breath and balled up your hands into fists, waiting to know if you'd get to be with Tamarick the whole year or not. A twinkle was in Mrs. Murray's eyes when she finally said what you were hoping for. You thought she might have paused on purpose to make it more dramatic. Yes, I can put you next to each other. Ah! It made Tamarick explode in celebration. She sprung over so close to your face, you leaned back without even thinking about it. Even with that, her nose almost poked yours. Star, we're gonna sit together. Yeah. Hacker voice, we're in. We've got something then. Anything else? Any seat is okay. Tamarick, can I sit with Quinn? Can I sit close to the front? Can I sit in the back of the class? Can I sit by a window? Can I sit away from the wall? I don't care what seat I have. Sitting by a window would be great. But I want to sit with Q as well. They were both your house neighbors. Tamarick and Q had to be your seat neighbors too. Miss Murray was really proper lady from what you'd seen. She didn't have one wrinkle on her fancy suit, but creases suddenly appeared around her eyes and mouth after she heard that. The line spelled not again. No, I'm sorry. I'm glad you're getting along with Q, but there were students who wanted to sit next to him last year and didn't get to. It's their turn now. Oh, because he's popular, Dayo. Your eyebrows went up so high you almost could have lost him. How many people want to sit by Q? Kind of rude to the teacher, but you had to turn your head right around to look at the guy you'd been talking about. He was leaning over a bunch of desks from before and still talking to those kids you didn't know. There was a big smile on every face. That's okay. Can I just sit by the window then? I just want to include him. Since he has friends, you know, dayo? You tilted your head back where it came, but not all the way. You only moved it enough to be looking at the side instead, at Tamarick. Her gaze was directly straight at you, too. She gripped the strap of her bag that was weighing against her chest. Since the day you moved in, it had been about the three of you in your cul-de-sac. Even if the day you moved in was yesterday, it was the same group. You, Tamarick, and Q, neighbors. But you weren't in your neighborhood anymore. On the outside of that street, Tamarick was exactly like you were, and Q wasn't. You and her were strangers in Golden Grove now. You didn't know people, and they didn't know you. Q had been there forever. And it wasn't only that. You'd learned something on your first day of school. Q was popular. Oh, jeez. You were glad to have a friend like Tamarick even more. Someday you were going to be popular, too. Didn't matter how many other kids liked him. Q is your friend, too. You weren't going to let that change things. The three of you were still friends. That was too weird. Realizing that made you sad. Well, that was good for him. You wondered how you would fit in when you met everyone else. It's not going to change anything. That's what mattered. Not what other people thought of your friends. Not looking at her didn't stop your teacher from trying to talk to you. Star? I'm sure once you're in your seat, you'll get used to it. Soon you won't want to be anywhere else. And if not, you can come talk to me about it. Yes, Miss Murray. Wait, I don't get to ask for a window? Dang it. I should have thought about myself. She didn't talk the desk up anymore. It was going to have to win you over on its own or not. So, Mrs. Murray had to wait for you and Tamarick to stop your shared stares of surprise, and then she pointed across the floor to a couple of desks near the back that were side by side. Aw, man, then I'm sitting in the back? I'm short as frick. Those are yours. Tamarick's is the closest to the wall, and Star, yours is the one next to that. Window seat, gonna sit at the window seat. My life sucks. I'm in despair. Tamarick happily sung herself a simple song about her brand new desk. Besides the roll call, there won't be any surprises. It'll be a regular, easy first day of class. Thank you for having a chat with me. You can take your seats. Tamarick's cheeks inflated and she pushed a smile between the two balls of air. Okay, let's go, Star. Bye. The teacher stayed, resting up against her desk while you and Tamarick went down towards your own seats. And I don't think I really cared where I would sit in school or something. I just daydream anyway. Tamarick sent quick, excited glances from the desk, then back to you over and over as you walked towards them. She chattered about how it was going to be fun to sit right next to each other and all the things you could do during the year. She beamed so bright it was like her sparkly golden hair made the sunrise that filled the room. Her hair is so sparkly. Tamarick skipped along with her rosy cheeks, and every time she giggled over getting to sit by you, you definitely felt as warm as being in the sun. Why, she's excited. A clap and a call came from where you just left. Attention students, class is starting. Take your seats, dayo. Just like she said she would, Mrs. Murray was beginning the lesson. You were right in front of your assigned group of desks when she said it. The red plastic chair Mrs. Murray had pointed out before was probably really old, but it was brand new to you. You pulled it out from the tables and gave sitting in it a try. Hard, cold, and slippery smooth. And the back part wasn't straight. It bent away from the bottom seat part. It felt like leaning against the top of a shiny slide on a playground. If you weren't paying attention, you might fall right off. Maybe that was the point. That was a way to keep kids focused. Tamarick was right there next to your left side, by the wall and the window, just like she wanted. Frick. We probably would have fought over it or something. Nah, I would have let her have it. Past her, you could see the rustling treetops outside, with the golden fall leaves all bunched together. They kind of look like Tamaric's puffy hair, but not as sparkly. She plopped her huge jingling backpack on her backpack on her desk. The actual bag barely fit, and she had to bundle up the straps on top so that it wasn't sneaking over onto someone else's workspace. The tips of her rain boots were pressed against the dark blue carpet, and she tapped her heels together. It made the shoes squeak. She was excited for her own little place in the room. Yeah, that suits her, Dayo. Star, we're gonna be right here for the rest of the year. Yep, I've got the best seat, neighbor. Tamarick patted her hands against the thick fabric of the bag and giggled in time with the hits. She stayed pretty busy making a beat. You glanced out at the room ahead of you, where the important boards and teacher were. Q was there too, in the very first row of seats. It wasn't the same spot he'd been sitting in before when you saw him talking to some people, but those other classmates he was sitting with were just as happy to have him there. He was hanging one of his arms across the top edge of his chair and was settled in so snugly he looked like a heavy blanket that had been thrown over it. He moved his head to the side to rest his cheek against his stretched out shoulders. Q somehow made himself sit even more relaxedly. When that happened, he noticed you behind him. Autumn firmly pressed down his eyebrows and pushed his mouth open a little. He wasn't there when you heard you and Tamarick would be together, and he wouldn't be there with you. Now he found out. He only looked that way long enough for him to notice that you noticed his expression. Then your friend, house neighbor, and not seat neighbor smiled sweetly instead. Q's deep brown eyes darted over to Mrs. Murray, directing your attention to her. His eyes kept moving right into the dramatic roll that went all the way around. It wasn't hard to imagine him saying, "Teachers, huh?" or something like that. For a minute, you could picture what it would have been like if he'd sit right next to you. But he couldn't face you forever. It was class time, and you were left staring at the tiny ponytail on the back of his head again. He has a ponytail? Since when? Maybe he has like a half up, half down kind of look. It was okay. You were close enough. Mrs. Murray patiently waited for people to get settled. Every seat had a kid in it. Final words were said before the room faded into a short silence. That's when things changed from you being just someone in some room to a student who had to listen to a lesson. Hello, class. Thank you for being here today. Welcome to your first day of 5th grade. She gave a round of applause. Normally, the people sitting and watching were the ones who clapped for the person standing in the front, but you guessed Miss Murray did things differently. Today we're gonna have a lot of fun this year, and you'll learn a lot too. Okay? But also, you're the big kids on campus now, so I'm counting on you to set a good example for the rest of the students here, alright? Class, yes, Mrs. Murray. Around half the class answered her. Part was in loud cheer, and the others were bored grumbles. The teacher accepted both moods warmly. Thank you. Let's start with roll call then. Aw, cheese. She crossed past the desks. You like my narration? Thank you, objectionable puzzles. And welcome. I'm happy you're here, Dayo. How's your day and how are you? She crossed past the desks to get a folder off the little cubbies in the corner. She got that and left her stiff brown jacket behind. The teacher flipped the folder open as she stepped back into the center spot. The cozy sweater made everything about her seem softer. Wow, cute sweater. You know the story. I'm going to shout out everyone's name in alphabetical order. First name first. Well, my name's, anyway. When I call your name, been lurking for a bit, had to say you're doing great. Thank you. I actually have a hard time reading in front of people, so that means a lot to me, Dayo. Thank you. It's pretty cozy, yeah. Fall's honestly, like, objectively, the coziest season. When I call your name, raise your hand and say, "Here, Mrs. Murray. I'm so excited and happy to be at school with you today." She might be asking a lot of these kids. That time, almost the whole class started to chatter. There were snickers shared amongst friends. Whiny outcries of, "We can't do that," and somebody even booed. Okay, just here will work. And now I know you're listening. Ooh, the like color in the line art looks amazing. The rendering's very creative of the teacher there. Her soft voice had a jovial kick. She had fun with her job. Let's begin. Your first name starts with S, so it'd probably be a while before she called you. My last name starts with S too, dayo. That was kind of cool. You didn't have to go right away, but wouldn't have to wait forever either. Mrs. Murray went through each of the A kids, and it just kept going from there. Julien, also known as my friend Q. Mr. Q Lin didn't really raise his hand. He just popped a thumbs up from his laid-back lean. Here, Mrs. Murray. That worked, though, and your teacher moved on. And then you were next. You knew not just because she was on your first name letter, but because her keen eyes were on you before she even said anything. Selkie? I'm here, Mrs. Murray. Hi. Hi, I'm Star. I just moved here with my mom into a new house and went on like for a minute. Not here, Mrs. Murray. Here, Mrs. Murray. I'm so happy and excited to be at school today. Yes, teacher, I'm here. Here. You shyly, shakily raised your hand, put your hand up without talking. You folded your arms and said nothing. You sunk lower in your chair and tried to pretend you didn't hear it. You froze from the pressure. Probably just raised my hand there. Hush words spread through. No, I already fricked up my my first impression, dang it. Anyway, hushed words spread through the clusters of other kids. Before you announced yourself, they had no idea you were a person who existed in the world. Now they did. The teacher gave her approval with a nod. You sat up tall in your seat after a job well done. Haha, nailed it. The roll call rolled on after your turn. Tamarick Bowman? Tamarick's arm shot up in record time. It had already been wound up and ready for that moment. I'm Tamarick, that's me. It wasn't exactly what she was supposed to say, but Tamarick got an A for effort. Mrs. Murray continued with the last of the names. She's so cute, dayo. Once every person in stiff red seats had a turn to say they were there, Mrs. Murray gave you and Tamarick a real introduction to the class, the one she warned you would be coming. It talked about how you just moved to town and what people were supposed to call you and everything. Mrs. Murray must have asked your mom and Tamarick's Ami and Appa to know all that. You were glad that embarrassing thing was over. And glad that I didn't have to do it myself. That was the end of the not really teaching us anything except names part of class. Mrs. Murray took a paper in the folder out of the flap and moved it over to the other side. Please take out your pencils and notebooks now. I'll be going over our plan for the year and what will be expected of all my students. Your mother had packed a fresh notebook with perfectly smooth pages that didn't have a single smudge for you to use. You had grabbed something to mark it up if you needed to. It was a plain old pencil with a cute eraser at the end, pencil with a cool eraser at the end, colored pencil, pen, gel pen, glitter pen, crayon, marker. Ooh, I want a cute eraser. You gripped it tight in your right hand. I have to write, or I had to write when I had to go to human school. I had to write with a grippy on my pencil, dayo, because I gripped my pencil way too hard. I'm like, yeah. It's one of my first times holding a pencil, clearly, since I'm not human, dayo. So you could imagine that I was gripping it with the force of 1,000 suns. You gripped it tightly in your right hand. Tamarick leaned over her back to be as close as possible. Her eyes were squinted and set right on Mrs. Murray. Oh, does she need glasses? She started clicking her shoes together again, even faster than before. She's stimming! If her legs be any quicker, she might turn into a one-girl-powered motor and drive the desk around the room. Tamarick was definitely eager to get the information being told, but there wasn't a single piece of paper or pencil anywhere on her desk to take notes. Maybe she only had to listen to know. Over the other group of tables, Q's face was pressed against his right fist that he had propped up against the desk. He was writing slow, lazy lines with his left hand in a plain spiral notebook. It wasn't his special one. Reminder to hydrate? Oh, thank you. You're right, dayo. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, but the left hand wasn't his special one. That was your neighbors. And then there was you. Class was easy stuff, and you went along with it. School was so simple, you didn't need to even really think about it. You did your best to keep up as much as possible. Tried to follow along, but it was hard and didn't go that well. You didn't pay attention to the teacher. It was all dumb. You didn't pay attention to the teacher anyway. You knew you couldn't do it anyway. Nah. I did my best. Mrs. Murray talked about the subject she'd be covering, upcoming holidays and activities, this way students would get graded, school rules, and even more. This is making my tummy like, the memory of school day. You weren't sure she ever stopped having new things to tell everyone about until she cut herself off. She said something about when parent-teacher conferences might happen and paused there. Q? Q, you snuck a glance away from the front to him. You couldn't help it. He totally lost that droopy pose. Instead, Autumn was hunched over a page, and it was from his special notebook. Then he was scribbling in a hurry. Yeah? The answer was as breezy as ever. He didn't try to sound like a student being called out by a teacher. He was polite enough to pull himself up to look at the person speaking to him. Am I going too fast? Or is there anything else I can do differently? You've been very uncomfortable. Oh, why'd she call him out, dayo? The pencil dropped and clattered to the desk. Both Q's hands hovered over the piece of paper. He stared at it unsurely, as if he didn't know if it was suddenly too hot to touch or not. Well, you don't have to, but I would appreciate it, dayo. But yeah, it is the funny number. It is the funny number. I just appreciate that you're here anyway, dayo. The pencil dropped and clattered on the desk. Both Q's hands hovered over the piece of paper. He stared at it unsurely, as if he didn't know if it was suddenly too hot to touch or not. For a minute, Q didn't know what to do. He blinked and then he started to talk again, slowly, thoughtfully. No, it's all right. He leaned fully against his chair again and threaded his fingers together primly while placing them over the page. From your spot in the back, you could see the edge of an easy smile on the side of his face. Even if you couldn't, you would have been able to hear the smirk in his voice. I wasn't writing down what you were talking about. I'll get to that later. Don't worry over it. He's so cheeky, dayo. Eyes went wide at his boldness, and a few kids were brave enough themselves to giggle at Q's comeback. Mrs. Murray her usual smile was faint, but it was there. Well, let me know if you change your mind. I will, thanks. I wonder what's up with that, dayo. She stopped the little break there and tapped her folder with the back of her hand to get the students' attentions once more. Nothing but normal school stuff happened for the rest of the time. It was a lot like your old classes in other in other places. Golden Grove didn't have a secret way of teaching kids that the rest of the country had never heard of. You figured out it would be that way, but seeing a regular lesson happen made it clear that what you'd be dealing with. And like all the classes you had before, this one was over eventually. But before the teacher let anybody get up, Mrs. Murray went all around the room to drop piles of papers on a few different groups of desks. She explained how they were stacks of homework sheets, and everyone had to take one packet with them and bring them back finished tomorrow. Oh, geez. Then she said bye to the students, and it was okay to leave. It sounded like it wasn't going to be hard, so you didn't care that much. She was your new nemesis. Mrs. Murray was pretty and smart. You liked her a lot. Out of all the teachers you've had, she was the best so far. Out of all the teachers you've had, she was the worst so far. Teachers all seemed the same to you. You were just glad to be out of class. She seemed alright. Maybe you had to warm up to her. She was pretty and smart. Why not, you know? It was gonna be good to see her again the next day and the day after that. Right next to you, the spell that kept Tamarick totally locked onto Mrs. Murray during class broke. The teacher went over to her desk, and Tamarick turned to you. Tamarick, excuse me. She stared at the pencil in your hand. Actually, it was the opposite. She was looking at the hand that was holding the pencil. I used my right hand too. We're the same again. Yeah, same hands. I saw Q use his left hand. He gave a thumbs up with your right hand. Doesn't matter, you know. You shrugged. Selkie too nice to everyone. Yeah. It's just nice seeing people smile, Daya. Seeing people happy. And when Tamarick wasn't talking about hands anymore, that was finished according to her. This time it really was the pencil itself that had her attention. She poked it with a finger. I like your eraser. I try to be nice to everyone. I hope that I can be. You know what I mean? But that's the nice thing about streaming. You get to spend time with people that you probably didn't even get a chance to meet, Dayo, in real life at a grocery store or something. And you guys get to have good bonds and just be happy together. It's nice, Dayo. It's nice. I like it too. I'd say I like yours, but you don't have anything. I have more. You can borrow sometime. Okay. Right? This is the best one I've got. I don't like it that much. It's all I had when I moved. You just nodded. That made you smile. Maybe you can borrow some of mine sometime. Thank you, but how would I use it? With a pencil. Oh yeah, she didn't write in class. Maybe you could take it with you to use it for homework. Maybe. Tamarick started to hum and got to work unbuckling the two front straps of her bag. I want to see what's in her bag so badly. Hey, how come you didn't write stuff down in class? You were really listening hard in class. Probably gonna forget those things since you didn't take notes. You quietly unzipped your own bag. I want to ask why she didn't. Because to assume, you know what they say about to assume. She simply kept tugging on the clasps to unhook them, carefree. Oh, if I scroll back, Dayo. She simply, yep, and you read that. I wouldn't read any of that. The buckles clicked open. She flipped the top flap over, and in one of the homework packets, closing it all back up, followed right after. That was all she had to put away, because she didn't take anything out of her bag for the whole class. She pulled the bag close to her and wiggled herself under the strap. There was only one thing left before she was set. Tamarick bounced out of her chair, and the heavy bag settled across her shoulder with a rattle. Come on, Star. She made a dash to the coat rack where a pink scarf was waiting. Before leaving, you remembered to take the homework packet, tucked it away in the inner pocket of your bag. Nothing else was forgotten either. You put all of your things back where you'd taken them from. You even brushed off the stray pencil shavings and eraser bits that had gone on your side thanks to the other kids in your table group. The desk was all nice and clean when you finished it. But as soon as you got up to leave, you couldn't because someone called for you. Oh, jeez. Hey, Star. You checked behind you and there was Q coming up from the front of the class. He was waving with a piece of tan, brown-lined paper in his hand. Hiya, Q. What's the paper for? Did you drop a paper again, you teased. You glared unwelcomingly. You gave a wave. You watched him walk over. What's the paper for, dayo? Oh, I'm gonna tell you. I've got stuff to say. Though I guess I could have told you even if you had gone. We live in the same neighborhood. Sounded like even Q struggled to wrap his head around the idea of the two of you. That the two of you were strangers about a day ago, and now we're people who are going to be seeing each other all the time. There was a soft crinkle as Q tapped the edge of his special paper against his right palm again and again. You stopped being able to hear it when Q started to ramble, though he kept doing it. Okay, so this paper, here's what happened. I was talking to my mom and dad about it yesterday, back when it was still yesterday, and I realized something. He flapped both of his arms out wide. Autumn was explaining as blown away as he must have been when he first learned the thing he was trying to explain. Tamarick finding my paper and sending it to you wasn't just some unexpected, unexplainable thing that we wondered about. It was sucky. Huh? What? It was? Yes. With drama and emotion, Q whipped his arms up and down in rapid gestures. He needed you to feel what he was feeling, which turned out to be what he imagined you had been feeling before. You got a paper airplane with a message that had your name and everything. That's exciting. It had to mean something. And then it wasn't a message for you. It was an accident. Whoa, that's the biggest letdown I can even imagine. He had been flying the page around like it was another paper airplane, but he finally let it rest for a second when his arms dropped. All his bluster became only a sigh. If you were going to get a note from me, it should have been something to say to you. That's what I thought of when I thought about it more. Oh, now I get it. Uh-huh. That wasn't the end of the story, though. It was a prologue. Autumn sprung back into action and raised his left arm with the page pressed between his thumb and the rest of his outstretched fingers. And so, I've got something for you. He shook the paper in his hand, grinning cheekily. There was no way not to get what he meant and what was supposed to be for you. He's talking like some conspiracy theorist. Well, he's in the right way, because I've got conspiracies. The right way, the right place. I've got conspiracies and no English skills whatsoever, dayo. You wrote me a note? How romantic. That's right. Autumn swished his paper one more time to bring it down low enough for you to take. Took a sippy. Low enough? What the heck? How short am I? Actually, don't ask me that question. You excitedly seized the note from his hand. It's gonna say, and that's just a theory. A game theory. The page in your fingers was exactly like what you'd remembered from the plain one. Somehow rougher and softer than regular paper, and the same light brown color. But when you read the message, the words scribbled on it were all different than the first time. It's so cute! Welcome to the neighborhood from Quinlan. This time, actually. Look at the cute smiley face and the stars. My name's Star, dayo. Wow. He knows me. From Quinlan, this time, actually. That's what was written in big clear letters. Stars and a smiley face crowded out any plain spots the words hadn't covered. What beautiful penmanship as well. It was careful work. The little extra line on the Q was fancy curve, and he didn't even draw the stars from corner to corner. There weren't lines through the middle of them. Oh yeah, that could be real hard, you know. The difference between a note Q wanted somebody to see and the one you got by accident was huge. Some blurry thing came up past the top edge of the paper. You blinked, distracted, then squinted over the page to figure out what was going on in the room. It was Q, high on his tippy toes. He was watching you read the note, smirking, hands tucked behind his back, and all around very pleased with himself. Hee hee. Oh, nice smiley face. I actually have that saved on my phone keyboard. Hee hee hee. Let me see if I can do it too. To show. Wait, do I? I'm gonna look goofy if I don't. Yeah, I do. Oh, that one's so cute. That I have one similar to it, but that's it. We kind of match, huh? We have similar keyboards, dayo. Similar interests. Hands tucked behind his back and all around very pleased with himself. The second one is cute. Yeah. I like the one you have more though. I really like the big eyes, dayo. It's pretty good, huh? Yeah, thank you a lot. No, it's great. Okay. Thank you. You couldn't have come up with something better, you teased? What the heck? Don't say that. I'll keep this forever. You silently vowed to treasure it. Smiled at him. You're really thoughtful, Autumn. I don't want it. This is a masterpiece. The drawings are so good. You stare blankly. Stealing from you? Go ahead. You can have it. Don't make me happy, dayo. You're really thoughtful. This is a masterpiece. The drawings are so good. I will treasure it forever, but it is a masterpiece. That I don't know, that's amazing. He was already standing as tall as he could, but what you said still made him grow even bigger. His chest puffed up. The lopsided smile filled out, flattered. His arms tensed around himself like a heart squeezing hard inside a chest. You've got an eye for art, Star. Hee. I do enjoy art, so that's good. It's good. We see each other. You gave one more glance at the message Q had written for you. It was still there, welcoming you to your new neighborhood every time you saw it. When you looked at Q himself again, he finally dropped his feet and hands back to where they normally were. He waited there to see if you were going to do something else. Boo, feeding his ego? Nah. Sometimes it's nice to, work your pals up a little bit. Compliment them when they're doing something right. And then gently guide them, steer them back into the correct direction when they're not. That's a good. It's good to let people fail though sometimes. I teased him a little in the beginning. You gotta balance it out there, He waited there to see if you were gonna do anything else. Is this what you were writing down in class? We really gotta focus on class stuff during class, even if these notes are cool. Q, were you okay before when the teacher picked on you? I hate that teachers call out people in front of the whole class, like what Mrs. Murray did to you. Well, I've been wondering, why'd you wear your gloves inside the classroom? Stood there silently. The gloves are cool, dayo. I'm gonna be nosy. I'm gonna ask. You're the one who's worrying about me when this is your first day in a new school in a new town with all new people? Maybe, dayo. I'm a curious selkie. You're a really nice kid. Aw, thanks, I guess. Yeah, I am worried. Not that nice. He deserves it for the note, true. You're nicer than I am. That's right. I'm a mixed nice person. Said nothing, waiting for him to actually answer your question. I'll wait. He snorted when a new thought tickled his brain. Told you Mrs. Murray was a tough one for me. Tilted his head. Made some strands of dark brown hair slip in front of his face. Autumn grinned through that, reassuringly, encouragingly, wanting you to smile along with him, but how silly he obviously thought it was. But you didn't. There wasn't anything he could do to even pretend fun was on your face. It looked as flat and hard as the tile on the school's first floor. This was serious. Without thinking, Q brushed the out of place hair behind his ears. It was a smooth move. The way he talked to you also got more mellow. Look, that was nothing. I'm a fast writer. I can do my own stuff and get the school stuff. She's just giving me all the attention because I'm the favorite. Right. Straightening back out, Q shrugged his arms widely in a what can you do kind of way. He just wasn't gonna care about it. Okay, I get it. Good. Even though Q was the last one talking, he abruptly sliced a hand through the air to get what was the conversation out of the way and to have it be about something else. But wait, before I forget, I gotta say, the first day's gotta be the hardest because when you're new... Oops, give me a second. Okay. I thought I was gonna sneeze. First day gotta be the hardest when you're new, and it's over now and you did it. That's cool. His hands were balled into fists, and he held them high as he talked encouragingly. It was honest, even though he was probably saying it to make you feel good. Thanks. Glad you were here. You held up a timid okay sign. Tried my best. Pressed your mouth to a line. Uninterested. Glad you were here, bud. Let's get going, though. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna be there for sure. His eyes fluttered close in consideration. While thinking some kind of thought, he stretched and curled his fingers to feel out the way his gloves were fitting. Q pinched at the edges to straighten them out better. Well, you were sitting with Tamarick, right? Huh. Mrs. Murray's so smart. It's just sometimes too smart for me. Yeah, I said I wanted to sit by you too, but she said no. Would have been smarter if you weren't all the way in the front. Q, are you popular? It's great that we're seat neighbors. It's pretty nice. The teacher said a bunch of people wanted to sit by you. You nodded along. You didn't have anything to say about... Eh? Oh! Ah! Thank you for following! No more funny number, but something even better. Another starberry. Thank you, thank you. And welcome. Yay! Yippee! Well, welcome to this corner of the internet. I hope all your wishes come true. Hee. Aw, thank you. I hope you get to spend more time with us. Yeah. If you like slow-paced games, I play a variety of games, Dayo, but this week's my Otome week. But we're gonna have a lot more fun games, and I'll be happy to see you here, Dayo. But yeah, I want to play Harvest Moon, A Wonderful Life. There's gonna be a lot of nice, like, cozy feels like this, Dayo, when it comes to the stream. Let's see. You're not along. Yeah, it's pretty nice, I'd say. Yeah. The paper crinkled in your hand. You'd been gripping it the whole time. You twisted away to pull the zip on your own back. The welcome message you got from Q went right next to the packet of homework Mrs. Murray had given you. Q giving you a paper reminded you that you had one you could give to him too. Harvest Moon was my childhood series. I'll definitely look forward to it. Yeah! Me too! Especially A Wonderful Life. That one, oh god. Actually, in this game in the beginning, it let you choose the, like, sticker. Like a sticker pops up here. I'll show you. When you save that, you see these stickers? Yeah. They also had a blue feather. They had a blue feather, and I was freaking it over it. I was so excited. But, I was the only one who understood the reference, so it's okay. You give him the paper he dropped before class. You didn't think it was the right time. You didn't think right then was time to... And just give him the paper, there. Yes! I can't wait. I used to play the one, I didn't play Another Wonderful Life. I had A Wonderful Life. And, I could tell you who I'm going to choose to marry. You're probably going to know when I play the game. But who would you choose to marry, there? In the game. Let me know your A Wonderful Life Oshi. Your bag was already open for putting the newest paper, so you just stuck out your hand into it again. The backpack couldn't be zipped unzipped all the way, or everything would fall out. You only made a hole big enough for reaching around inside. Luckily, the paper from Q's special notebook wasn't anything like the homework from Mrs. Murray. You didn't have to look to know it. You could just tell by touching it. But you did have to worry about mixing up the pages that was yours to keep and the one that wasn't. You had to stick your face against the cold, bumpy zipper track to read the cottony paper you had before you were sure you'd gotten it right. Then you looked at Q again. You dropped this. You held out the paper to him. You dropped this. That's what you said when you held out the paper to him. It worked like a ticket to a time machine. Because you saw the exact same thing you did yesterday, with Q gasping, flailing his arms, and all of it. It's you. Both his hands smacked against his chest, pressing it back, while his head, shoulders, and eyes jutted out in total shock. Muffy, oh, she's such a good one. I used to go with Celia, but the end of Celia's like that. My God, sorry, I'm getting so excited. but after I married Celia, I remember marrying Muffy, and she's such a good girl. God, dude, the cutscene when you don't marry her, and she talks about breaking up with her boyfriend from the city and stuff, and how like, you know, how she wishes like she could have gotten a guy like you. That hurt my heart. That so hurt my heart. She was such a good girl. So based choice. She's beautiful, Dayo. But I would always go with Celia for some reason. I think I just enjoyed her timid nature, Dayo. Probably. You know, I was new around those parts. I've never married Nami though. Maybe one day. I think I want to play the game through like all over again, but like I want to do all of the routes. So that's gonna be exciting. You got another one. He squished himself so much that the next question could only come out as a bashful peep. Celia is so sweet. I'm really upset though that the new game they changed Marlin. Very sad, but hopefully Matthew will be just as grumpy. I have hiccups, oh gosh. That's the paper from yesterday, right? The one Tamarick found. You glance at the paper for a second and then back at Q. The side with the words was the one you had up. He could read at least some of the message, even if it was a little bit in your own hand. But you guessed it was still a shot, and Q didn't want to miss the tiny chance he hadn't been caught losing another piece of notebook. That was exactly what happened, though. No, it's a different one. Yeah, looks like it. He was hoping I'd lie to him. Then his stiffness melted away, and Q stood evenly with his head high again. A grin grew, too, same as a flower after winter. You know, Star, your sorcery amazes me. Well, I am a wish granter after all, Dayo. You and him broke out into laughter together. If you really were a sorcerer, you do a lot more than make Q lose his papers, but it was still a good joke. Q swept his left palm up towards you, kind of like how somebody might ask for a dance in a movie. He did fancy moves like that a lot, but you liked it. Oh, he's Chuny. He's revving up. He's revving up to be Chuny. Q is pretty and cool, even when he just wanted his stuff. I actually married Marlin in another wonderful life. Did you? I feel like he'd make such a good man. He'd make such a good husband, Dayo. I know people see him as grumpy and stuff, but he really just has a warm heart, you know. He wanted to protect Celia, and you know, he's just so dedicated to his job and his lifestyle. But he's very loyal, Dayo. So you made a great choice, I believe. Even when he just wanted his stuff, you placed the page right there, like the paper was giving him a low five. Q crossed his right arm over to reach into the left pocket of his pants. Out came his well-worn notebook with the pages that barely stayed stuck inside. I do get it. I do. We see each other. He flipped it open with his thumb and positioned the missing paper squarely on top of the rest of the set. He ran his now empty fingers over the tattered sides of the notebook, pressing the corners and edges that had been sticking out mostly back into straight lines. Then Autumn flicked his wrist to close the notebook, dropping it back into his pocket, and patted the side of his pants fondly. That's that. You did it. The page made it home. Q shifted in his red sneakers, pinching his toes in the back of his foot in and out. He wasn't going anywhere, but it looked like two caterpillars inching around on the floor. I've got something I wanted to ask you about, too. He drummed a few fingers fast against the side of his face. You can do that. For as bold as Autumn had always been, and as he was still trying to be, his choppy talking and even jerkier movement was a lot more uncomfortable than confident. What's with that bandage? Oh, right, my character has a bandage on their nose. Did you get hurt before? You probably must have, right? 'Cause that's what bandages are for. Q bunched his eyebrows upwards and squeezed one eye closed. It was a wink, sort of, though it didn't feel fun or silly. Maybe he was the one hurt, and that's why he was wincing. Yeah, I got a cut. I kind of fall a lot. I'm pretty clumsy. He touched her bandage quietly. Nope, I didn't get hurt. I just like it. It's nothing. Were you worried? I live dangerously. I'm okay. I thought it looked nice. He only shrugged. Were you worried? I have the bandage for the aesthetics, exactly. But let's tease him, dayo. Yeah, I'd say being hurt is a thing that's worrying. Oh. Nope, I didn't get hurt. I just like it. Oh. Wow, okay, Star. I get that. It's pretty cool. That's all I need to ask about. It's done. Thanks. That's so cute, dayo. But yeah, it's for aesthetics. Cause the Band-Aid you can get on your nose in Animal Crossing. That's why I did it. He's too serious. Yeah, he's like I said, he's revving up to be Chuny. It's gonna happen eventually. He's gonna be like, oh, despair. Didn't deny being worried, right? We're getting there. Q didn't have anything else to say then. You could tell since he wasn't looking at you anymore. His gaze was on the move. He'd already seen everything there was to see in the class that looked like all the other classes. At least he thought so. But he did find something that needed his attention in his mind anyway. Oh, she hasn't left either. Wait right there. I've got another thing to do. After cupping his hands around his mouth, Q called out past you all the way to the other side of the room. Hey, Tamarick, get over here. You gotta see this. What is it? What is it? You have to look. Tamarick bounded across the room faster than an Olympic athlete, probably. It would be close at least, because she was really speedy. She did a skipping leap for the last foot before reaching you and Q and tossed her arms straight up as she struck the landing. Gave her a little clap. The fringed strands of her pink scarf, which she had securely wrapped around her neck again, had flown up and almost tickled your nose. I'm here. Good. Check it out. Q waved urgently for her to come closer with one hand and reached in his right pocket with the other. That wasn't the side he kept the notebook in. He was going for something else. The two leaned in, having a one-on-one huddle. You weren't a part of it, but you could tell what he had by the little glimpse you could catch over his hunched shoulder and the sound of it. It rustled and wrinkled, or crinkled, not in a sharp way like leaves, but in a soft, squishy way. Q was holding a wadded-up bag, probably from whatever grocery store Golden Grove had. He kept the bag tightly closed, gripping two sides of the top and keeping his fists pressed together. Then he suspiciously looked side to side. No one else would be allowed to see the treasures hidden inside. Tamarick did it too after him, either to double check or to not be left out, or maybe because she didn't want to miss what he might be spotting. Alright, this is it. Suspense pulled in your two neighbors. Tamarick bit the nail of her thumb and totally stopped breathing. There was nothing in the world for them right then except the bag and whatever it held. Finally, before Tamarick could fall over from no air, Q parted his hands and stretched open his unusual gift wrapping. Mouth open, eyes wide, Tamarick gawked down into the bag. You figured she'd go wow or something, but she just scanned whatever was up and down with the same eager expression. It was possible. She was so blown away her face had gotten stuck like that. That turned out not to be true. She eventually saw enough for a reaction to slowly begin rumbling inside. First, it was with the edges of her lips wobbling, then her eyelashes trembling, and finally her brows pinching up fiercely. Tamarick snapped her head up and glared straight into Q's awaiting smirk. That's trash! Come on, it's not trash, huh? What's in the bag? Q, what'd you show Tamarick? Tamarick, that's so mean to say about Q's stuff. Really? Oh boy, Q's up to something. You sighed. Tried to get a peek of what was inside. He's up to something. What's really in there? A tiny bubble of a snicker popped out from Q's mouth. Then there was another, even louder one. Oh, jeez. The laughs kept bursting bigger and bigger until he was shaking so bad that whatever was in the bag almost bounced out. It is trash. What? Yeah, it is. I said so. Being heard over Q's giggling fit could have been a problem, but Tamarick was entirely okay with shouting. Mrs. Murray looked over at the commotion from her fancy teacher's chair. She probably got it at IKEA. She still had that folder with the roll call paper and class schedule open. Maybe there were no rules when class was out, or maybe this kind of thing was normal with her students because she didn't tell any of you to quiet down. She just went back to her job stuff. By the time you focused on your neighbors again, Q started to calm down. Autumn shook his head and wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Then through heavy breaths, he gave a wisecracking answer. Uh-oh, teacher is here. Yeah, she's been here the whole time, dayo. She's like, yeah, used to it. It's not my first day on the job, dayo. I didn't say this was something you'd want to have, just that you should see it. Why would I want to see your trash? She asked him crossly, while crossing her arms to go with it. Q gathered the handles into one hand and swung the arm up near his chest so the bag hung over his shoulder. The pose would have been fit best for someone modeling for a Never mind. Modeling a purse 5 times more expensive than any your mom owned. And she had a really nice one for work. Not a plastic bag full of garbage. I have reasons. I've always got reasons. What are they? The question was curious, wary of any other tricks Q might pull, but the curiosity was clear in her voice. Being presented a bag of garbage was okay as long as it had some kind of secret. Well, he paused to rearrange his face into something more serious and nodded thoughtfully. Even though me losing that paper was an unexplainable mystery, I was thinking about how you just got to this town and are already having to pick up after one another to keep the forest clean. That's not fair. Still speaking as a wise mentor, Q used his other hand to gesture, I don't know why I keep saying gesture today, gesture tellingly at the windows. So I decided to go back outside yesterday and check the forest for litter. This is all the stuff I got so far. He really did have his reasons, and it was exactly like he'd done with you in the note. It's very thoughtful. Q imagined that Tamarick had probably thought or felt from what happened yesterday, and when it seemed like it could be sad, he did something about it. Tamarick sucked in a gasp of air and let it out as a squeal. Really? You cleaned the woods? I did. All of this went from being on the ground into my trash bag. Wow, that's so nice. She did wow about it after all. She also kicked her feet out one after the other in a little happy dance. A happy little dance. Her bag jostled around with her moves like a partner. I want to know what's in her bag. It was your good idea first. That could have been humble, but he cocked his chin and grinned so pleased with himself that it wasn't really anymore. Tamarick was too giddy to care or notice. Thanks, Q. Yeah, thanks, Q. Doesn't everyone pick up trash when they see it? That was funny and helpful. Good job. It was still really rude to do that. You were glad he treated her well, but you wanted to impress Tamarick, too. Q was nice to you, but also to everybody all the time. It made you feel a little bad. Eh? Why did you act like it was a huge deal if you knew it was trash? I can pick up trash too, you said to Tamarick. I can pick up trash too, you said to Q. I can pick up trash too, you said to both your neighbors. Smiled along. Funny and helpful. You're welcome. The little trio of you, Tamarick and Q, stayed together, reunited over the desk, while the room became more and more empty of anyone else. After a while, besides you three, there was only the teacher left in class. It was empty enough and quiet enough you could hear the doorknob twist and click. That was all that happened, though. You'd figured someone would come in. You checked behind you. The door was open a crack, and a person peeked through. From the teeny bit you could see, the person was a kid, maybe a short grown-up. They were only half as tall as the door they were hiding behind. Definitely wasn't your mom coming to get you. Mrs. Murray was still flipping through a million papers, but she called out from her desk. It's okay, you can come in. Class is over. Is it her kid, dayo? Then the door got shoved all the way open and bumped into the wall. After trying not to get noticed, being called out that way made whoever it was more confident. They stood there in the doorway and put their hands on their hips. The hair on their head was a helmet of sunshine, orange, shining, and flaming out in rays everywhere. Ooh, look at their fancy little outfit. Kind of look like a... Anyway. The person walked right in without looking at what they were seeing. It wasn't the way you or Tamarick came into class. It was the way Q had. The way someone who had been there before had. But this wasn't their classroom. None of the students you saw the whole day were this person. In a new school, in a whole new town, you would have been more amazed it was somebody you didn't know. Even though that was true, you almost thought you had met this stranger. The kid's soft brown eyes itched at your brain. You weren't sure you'd seen those... You were sure you'd seen those kind of eyes somewhere else. The teacher's his mom, dayo. It was especially hard to figure out when their gaze wasn't aimed at you. It had gone to the front where the teacher was. Oh, you remembered. Seeing the new kid and Mrs. Murray made you think of the matching card names you had to matching card games you had to play in school when you were little. You just won by flipping over 4 identical chestnuts. The person with eyes like Mrs. Murray ran to her past the counting carpet and behind the desk. They threw their arms around her legs in a hug, squeezing... How short are they? Squeezing her knees together. I honestly don't get vest jackets. They look like they won't be warm. You see, the puffer kind, they only warm up your center, like your torso. So your arms are cold. So I'm kind of in the same boat as you. As like, why is just my torso being warmed right now and not my arms? Why not everything all at once? But you know, maybe beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Your teacher gently brushed those sunbeam strands until the kid tilted their head back to smile at Mrs. Murray with a toothy grin. Hi. Hello, Sir 7th grade. Did you have a good first day? Wow, Sir 7th grade. Darren. Sir 7th grader, Darren, or both, gasped and let go before smiling even wider. Q? Fair? He darted out from the desk just like that. Mrs. Murray watched him go, rubbing at the spot of her pants that got squished. She was for sure his mom, not only because they hugged or because of their eyes. Mrs. Murray wouldn't have let a normal student get away with not answering her questions. And you were right. My mom is your teacher? Oh, he's taller than us, too. Darren's voice came out bright and loud and with a big laugh, though the sound was kind of crackly, too. He had so much to express to the world, words could barely keep it all together. Okay, actually, I'm gonna go fill up my water bottle, so I'll be right back, dayo. I'm gonna mute. Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll try to be super duper quick. Here's my my lovely BRB screen, dayo. Make sure to stretch and fill up your own water bottles and stuff too while I go. BRB. Hello. I returned Leia. With water. Me. Make sure I'm saving Leia. Let's see. My water's all nice and cold now. Q's own sparkly giggles joined in. He opened his arms all the way out, not holding anything back. Thank you. Happy to be back there. I know. When Darren crossed the room, he stuck his own hand straight ahead, palm up. Q flipped his arm down and over to land a low 5 smack. It was a powerful hit, but they were both protected by gloves. Q shrugged again, not feeling the sting. This year's gonna be tough. Boys, inside voices, please. Personally, I'd say my lessons are fair. Right, yeah. Sorry, Mrs. Murray. Sorry, Mom. Darren lifted his fuzzy black earmuffs off his head, using his hands covered in fuzzy black gloves. He was in this classroom to stay, and he'd be able to hear quieter words better without that, too. For the first time, Darren noticed that there were 2 more people in the room. That made his smile flatten. You'd expect... Wait, did I unmute it? Yeah. Wait. I'm like, no, Star, of course you didn't unmute it. The music you're hearing is in your freaking head. Oh, my water. You'd expected you would see new kids today. Darren didn't think about that. He tried to figure out what to do or think or feel now that it had happened. Tamarick skipped saying who she was so she could jump right into Darren's face on her tiptoes. As far as kids went, Darren was as tall as Tamarick was short. Dang. Mom, you said she's your mom? A teacher is your mom? It didn't matter that Q talked about Mrs. Murray having kids before you got there, or that a lot happened to show that Darren was definitely her son. What do you mean you don't hear BGM every day in your head? That's very true, I absolutely do. Having the kid of a teacher in front of her was too unbelievable for Tamarick. And that made Darren decide what to think about this meeting. He didn't like it at all. His face was soured, and he backed away from Tamarick without thinking, like a giant fluffy bumblebee was coming to get him. Tamarick didn't let him get far from her. Tamarick thinks it's weird that teachers can have kids. Yeah, Tamarick, she's his mom. Tamarick, that's not really nice to say. It's funny to watch. You were uneasy. This wasn't good. Hey, leave him alone. Darren seemed kind of shy. She was just asking a question. Darren had to be shy. Tamarick shouldn't force him. She couldn't get why he had a problem. Oh, you couldn't get why. Tamarick was just talking to him. Let's see. It's definitely funny to watch. I don't think she should force him. Probably be able to answer if she didn't try to push it. Don't follow Darren like that. He was totally serious with that idea. It wasn't a rule, it was a law. Tamarick listened to it better than if it came from an actual teacher. Oh. Tamarick deflated to stand like normal again and stopped scurrying towards Darren. He still didn't stop staring at her. Darren was too afraid of what she might do next to look away. The whole thing made Q sigh. It was an accident though, because he sucked in another breath super fast after. Then he smiled again like it never happened. Oh, hey, everybody's got to meet each other for real now. We do? Yeah, we do. He used his own tiptoes and smoothly twirled around to shift from Tamarick's side to Darren's. This is Mr. Darren Murray. Q hooked an arm around Darren's stiff shoulders. The warm embrace got Darren all soft. He melted over Autumn, and their heads bumped together. Ooh. The two were as close as could be. He's my friend, and 12, 2 years older than us. Autumn proudly put up a peace sign that probably just meant two. Remember the road right out from our cul-de-sac? Darren lives there. His house is the yellow one with the dark brown fence. We're almost neighbors. That's how we know each other. Yeah, the big hill. I know that. You'd pass a lot of homes on your way to school. You guessed people had to live in them, but you always figured you would meet a person before seeing where they lived. It was kind of weird thinking you'd gone by his place before you even knew who Mr. Darren Murray was. Q tilted his face, so he was nose to nose with the boy down the street. That's what I've got to tell you. These are my neighbors. What? Both of them? I thought only one kid was coming. The poor boy was more confused than ever. Tamarick could shock people even when she didn't try to. Q came back to the rescue. His arm slid off Darren's shoulder to pat him soothingly on the back instead. Both of them. Autumn used the other hand to nudge a finger towards the girl of many surprises. That one is Miss Tamarick Bowman. Granny is her actual grandma. She lives in the gray house now. It was easy for Q to explain what happened now. If Darren had been there yesterday, he would have seen Q's flurry when he'd found out that Tamarick was there. Is that what you had to do to sound smart? Act like you always knew something to people who couldn't tell the difference? Yep. Maybe it was just a Q thing. It did work for him. Now that's exactly what you have to do. You have to say it with pride and hope that there's no specialists in whatever you're saying. Darren listened to his friend's wisdom, amazed. And that, like a tiny showman in front of an audience with one person in it, Q uncurled his finger and held his open palm out towards you, is Mixar Selkie. They're just a kid. They are the one who moved into the empty middle house with their mom. We all met yesterday. In the real world, Darren had to look down to see Q. It was a plain fact. He had to look down on every kid in your grade. But in the shine of his dipped eyes, you could be tricked into thinking Darren was looking up at Autumn. That's how much the older boy admired the younger one. The light went away when Darren glanced over the two people Q had introduced. All that was there was an uncomfortable skepticism. Hi, Darren. Hi. That's right, I'm Star. Nice to meet you. I think you're cute! You gave a wave. You stared at the two boys. You shuffled to Q's opposite side from Darren, hiding from him. You hid from the strange boy behind Tamarick. He is pretty cute, but he's alright. Nice to meet you. Darren put on a mellow smile. It fit really well. He thought that maybe that was how Darren normally was, when you knew him and weren't a stranger. Hi. Tamarick flapped a hand fast. She's so energetic. Flapped a hand fast in a wave. It beat like the buzzing wing of a bee. She kept being like that around Darren, but you didn't think it was on purpose. Is Darren soon? He might be. I think a lot of soons are pretty shy, so they'll be like, hit, to hide their feelings. But he just seems a little timid, especially at that age. 12-year-old boys tend to be shy around girls, especially if the girls are bouncing in their face. And, good old Tamarick is just larger than life, this girl. Very, very bubbly, buzzy, marches to the beat of her own drum. So that can be very alarming to people who aren't used to it. But he'll definitely warm up, I think. You just gotta go in smooth, all suave, dayo. Hi, Darren. His face squished. Oh, jeez. She's so hyperactive. I love it. Yeah, she's really a treasure. She's honestly my favorite character so far. The awkward way Darren was with her still didn't get Tamarick to back off or even slow down. She had thoughts that needed to be said. You're both wearing orange sweaters. She's a true visionary, so observant. Tamarick stopped her fluttering by clasping her hands together over this important revelation. Darren curled his fingers too, gripping tight around the earmuffs he was holding. She hadn't said it teasingly, not even the silly kind of teasing Q did, but he was bothered by it for some reason. Maybe she's just very loud and it hurts his ears. Yeah, we both like orange. Her hair's orange, Dayo. It was a short answer and a very serious one. The whole time, Darren hadn't said one word in response to Tamarick until now. Not when she asked about his mom or said hi. Talking about same-colored clothes, though, couldn't be ignored. Uh-huh, orange is good, one of the top colors. Q cut into whatever was going on, nodding wisely. But do you know what my favorite color is? How would I know that? She's so cute. 'Cause I think it's pretty obvious. For the second time, he gestured over at Tamarick, but not just any part of her. Autumn pointed toward the mop of sparkly hair. It's golden. That's the best color there is. Gold? It was cool to learn Q's favorite color. You didn't care that much, and weren't paying a lot of attention. No, he couldn't say that. You were the one who thought Tamarick was pretty. What? Tamarick's hair wasn't that nice. Q was right, Tamarick had nice hair, whether it was gold or not. Good thing he said so, knowing your friend's favorite color was important. Did you have anything gold to wear at home? You were gonna have to check. Gold was his favorite color. That was exactly like Q. That's exactly like him. That makes sense for him. The color of a lot of autumn leaves and practically all the first place trophies. Oh. My favorite colors are purple, pink, red, yellow, and orange. That's a lot of favorites. It's probably about half the colors there are, but alright. Excuse me, sorry. You used to make up colors as a kid? Do you still remember the colors you would make up? I think I used to try to make up colors, like I considered it once. And I was like, what color is not a color that's already a color? And maybe after brainstorming, I let it be. I always enjoyed reading crayon colors. Like Razzle Dazzle or like Poseidon's like Melody. I've never heard of that, but it felt good. Wait, and also, every color Star likes is my favorite too. Oh, she is so freaking cute. Tamarick had good opinions on colors. That was going too far. Your favorites were yours. Sharing favorites was an amazing idea. Tamarick was so sweet. She'd appreciate you no matter what. Of course Tamarick wouldn't be able to pick one favorite. You were glad she said that. Knowing your friend's favorite colors was important. Just pretty sweet, that I honestly don't remember. It's just something like jelly, which is just pink or metal, stuff like that. That's pretty creative, though. My favorite color is jelly. That's so cute. It's just like her to not have one favorite, but I agree, because whenever I tell people my favorite, I'll say, like, if I had to pick one color, probably green, like a kind of like a grass green, grass to foresty, sometimes sage. But then the other two colors, you wouldn't believe it. Whoa. are yellow and blue. But if I had to pick a favorite color, my true answer is rainbow. Yep. She had good opinions on colors. Compared to Tamarick shouting, Darren responded with a peep. He still didn't want to talk to her, but misunderstandings about color rankings couldn't be made either. Red is my real favorite. Orange still is cool. At that point, everybody had talked about colors they liked except for you. I've got a favorite color too. I've got favorite colors too. You're supposed to have only one favorite color. I have that. I've got favorite colors too. You can't pick only one. Listen to my favorite too. Listen to my favorites too. You didn't think any color was better than the other. Every color was great to you. Colors are just colors. There aren't better ones or worse ones. I like all colors. You had a color you thought was best too. You had a color you thought... Eh? Every color's great. Why not? Q took his trusty notebook out of his pocket. Pencil came with it. He flicked the pages open and began to scribble right there in the middle of the room during a conversation of people. Why are you doing that? School is over. Writing down your favorite colors. I want to remember that. The question was answered, and it completely confused her. It made sense to you that she didn't get it. Tamarick didn't write stuff down, even when class was happening. Okay. A yelp cut off her own planned reaction, confused by normal things, and confusing to normal people. That was Tamarick. You're using your other hand. The left one? Yep, that's my good hand. Wow. Tamarick ran out of words to blurt out, and Darren didn't want to do anything on his own, and not with you either. It had to be Q. So the three of you waited there as the scratchy sound of Q's writing went on. The more letters Q added to his notebook, the more his friend shifted uncomfortably. Hey, Autumn, you're coming to my house today, right? Yeah, I am. That was the third quick and direct answer Q gave while busy with his task, but it had a big impact on Darren. He smiled, relieved. The promise made up for the stuff that Darren hadn't enjoyed since he walked into the classroom and had two new people become a little part of his life. Oh, you think he's the jealous type? He's actually a yandere! Yandere in the making, dayo. How tragic. Making a long dash across the paper, probably to underline something, Q finished off his note to himself and his reply to Darren. Now that Star and Tamarick are here, I've got to make sure they get to the neighborhood, but I can do that and go to your house. The worn brown book and pencil were tucked into Q's pocket. He didn't watch what he was doing. You did, and this time, no papers fell out. You thought he was a different Dere? I know, how crazy. After how many pages he'd lost, you're kind of impressed he managed to use the notebook without leaving stuff behind him. It's not just gonna be me and Darren, you know. One more is coming too. We've got plans. It's been worked out for weeks that we'd get together after the first day of school. Maybe that's why his name is Darren, because Darren... Oh my god. It writes itself. The story writes itself. That's crazy. Q had people to see that afternoon. Kids other than you. That was alright, because you were sure there'd be time for you and Q to hang out later. He wouldn't completely forget about you. Thinking about it that way, Darren was sort of like you. He was friends with Q too and didn't want changes to change that. There was room for all of you. And because of that, Darren, can you go get the guy? He's going to be standing around outside not knowing where to go. Can you bring him right to the room? Darren sunk his neck deeper into the tall collar that surrounded it, trying not to be called on in class after it was already too late. I don't wanna. His voice had gotten even more raspy when he spoke then. Every bit of Darren protested the idea. Aw, come on, you're the fastest out of everybody. Q, on the other hand, was bold and brave. He sincerely sung Darren's praises to encourage his friend, though, more quietly, added a verse of his own success. With running, anyway. On bikes, I'm the best. Did you know I've got a mountain bike? It has silver paint splatters, and the tires have these big treads. It's so fast, you'd be amazed. But besides, we can't both go. Tamarick and Star are here. Do you want to stay with them by yourself while I go get him? Darren's eyes closed, and he grimaced. If he was looking, he wouldn't have been able to stop himself from glancing at Tamarick. You could tell since that's where his not-seeing face turned. He played him like a fiddle, he really did. And he didn't want to do that either. If he couldn't even handle seeing her too closely, staying alone with Tamarick didn't seem achievable for Darren. Q knew it. I'll go. He placed the earmuffs back on his head as if he was donning armor before a battle. Resigned, but resolute. Cool. See ya. Yeah, bye. Bye! As Darren sprinted through the door, you doubted he'd be following the no running in the hall's rule. Mrs. Murray was still reading over her teacher's stuff, so she didn't put a stop to it, but Darren should have followed them even if no one was watching. Ooh. He's a Nepo baby. I bet he's gonna get a job at that school, too. Tamarick's focus was set on the action. When that was over, even Darren's bright white vest couldn't be seen. She snapped her gaze toward Q. She was eager, ready to learn more about the boy whose name hadn't even been said yet. In school, and friends, and everything, Tamarick wanted answers. He wondered about it too. You weren't that interested. You were excited, another kid. Maybe you'd be friends. You were nervous. When would you be done with having to meet more people? You were annoyed. When would you be done with having to meet more people? If you didn't have to wait for your mom to get you, you would have left. I wondered about it too, I guess. Q began to tell you about his friend, even though no one asked him about anything. Ooh, my eyes are itchy. Your and Tamarick's faces had been enough to get Q going on with it. This kid you're gonna meet isn't like other kids. He's mature. What does that mean? Mature rolled off of Q's tongue slowly, importantly, and with a fake accent. You didn't know what kind. But when he thought a little longer, Q much more quickly added some more details. And, not mature, actually. About some stuff. Not everybody likes him, but I do, and you might too. Eh? Oh, guess what? He doesn't go to our school or Darren's school. He goes to a totally different one that costs money, because it's for rich people. Those are actually real. Dang. That's crazy. I wonder... what makes him mature, though? What the heck? Maybe that's what he tells himself. Yes, that he is. He has to be mature. He figured out what accent Q had been doing. A wealthy person's accent, like from one of those movies with millionaires. What? Really? Does he have to wear a uniform? I wish I could go to school like that. He goes to a private school. Unfair. He quietly nodded at Q's chatting. That sounds terrible. Then how come he's coming here? He could have gone to Darren's house. You rolled your eyes. So dumb. Q? What was the list of food for? On the note I gave back to you. Yeah, does he wear a uniform? No, but they have a strict dress code. He's got to wear a button-collared shirt and stuff. Oh. Ew. Neither Q or Tamarick were sure of what to say next. You were the same. The three of you glanced from one face to the other. Expressions flitted between encouraging smiles and curious peering. Until eventually, the door was flung... oh, jeez. The door was flung open. Darren hadn't stopped to check if it was okay at that time. He had a job to do. That had been a job well done. Darren wasn't alone. I'm gonna drink water while people are on their commercial break, dayo. How do I... Is there a way to, like, skip ads? No? Okay. He wasn't alone. Their entrance was funny scene. Behind Darren's striking colors and intense steps was the new boy. The stranger came along, unconcerned, dressed in muted tones. His hair color almost could have been called black, though dark gray was probably more right. He had black pants that didn't match perfectly with the shade on his head. Ah, he's cute! But there was something about him that made a strong impression. Tamarick, Q, and Darren, too, had lots of energy that radiated out all around them. This boy didn't have spirit in his hands, legs, or body. Dang, we're reading him to filth. His fire was concentrated all in his dark brown eyes. Whatever he looked at came against the total force of his being. It made him unignorable, I suppose. And that part of him was so noticeable that it took you a minute to see he had a birthmark on his neck, and that his smile was actually a smirk. I also have a birthmark on my neck. It's to match my neck scars, dayo. From a full class to only 3 students left to 4 people, and now you were up to a group of 5. People kept going and coming that afternoon, and you didn't know what to think. All your thinking was cut off by a shout from Autumn. Along with that, he punched a fist in the air to welcome his returning champion and the found prince. Yeah, you made it! Darren and the boy he brought had given the impression of opposites when they first came in. What they had in common was clear when they smiled the very same way at the reunion. They both liked the other one of them, and they both liked Q. That's all that mattered. Wow, the screen's so full, dayo. There's so many people. The two went straight to Q's sides. Darren on his left and the other on his right. The formation of the trio was perfectly smooth. All of them were already aware of where they stood in a group. So this is my friend. He's cool, as long as you tell him that when he's being dumb. The boy had been the most collected person you've seen in town, besides your teacher, and Q just called him dumb as soon as he got here. That was kind of incredible. But Q didn't mean it in a mean way, and the new arrival hadn't even blinked when Q said it. They were friends, and the insult expressed as much affection as the hug Q and Darren shared earlier. A big friend group, yeah. That's great. Just a bunch of kids on a block. Don't tell Pennywise, dayo. Hello, it's nice to meet you. My name is Baxter. Oh, he's cute. Look at his little sprite. Baxter greeted you and Tamarick casually. It was effortless for him to say polite words, though they didn't come with a lot of meaning behind them. Darren was 12, and he was tall, taller than all his friends, but you could have believed he wasn't that old until Q said so. Nobody needed to tell you that Baxter was older than you. No one had told you, but you still knew. More than any kid, Baxter reminded you of teenagers, ones who thought they were smarter than not only anyone younger, but adults too. He had that kind of That kind of unquestioned confidence. Even the way he stood there looked more grown-up-ish than everyone else. That's right. Q put his snooty voice again and did a curtsy. Krusty did a curtsy to show his mock respect to whoever the boy was that he was about to introduce. He is Mr. Baxter Ward, the oldest one out of all of us. You knew it. Meanwhile, Q dropped the accent because he wasn't talking about Baxter anymore. And this is Mixstar Selkie and Mrs. Tamarick Bauman. Hello, hi. Hi, what's your favorite color? You didn't do or say anything. You gave him a wave. You hid from the second strange boy behind Tamarick. You've got such cool friends, Autumn. Baxter was really handsome. You wish you could hide behind Q, but he was surrounded. You didn't like Baxter already. He took up too much space with Q. You're a handsome guy. Yeah, he's pretty handsome, but it's not the first thing I notice about him. Notice his hat. They're all a bunch of little cuties. Hit him with hi, what's your favorite color? We need to learn his favorite color. It's a friend making a rule. That's right. That's very true. Wait, I didn't ask you your favorite color. What's your favorite color, Dayo? Because I told you mine is basically rainbow. Or green. Oh, he said, what? Well, I asked him such a little kid question. Baxter's mouth opened with a question. He kept it open in his confusion. The question came out of nowhere as far as he knew. He hadn't been there with the discussion of best colors going on. Kept on watching curiously, so he knew you were serious. It wouldn't be fair if Baxter was the only one who missed out. He closed his mouth. It fit into the shape his lips always made when they weren't open. It was almost like he couldn't form expressions other than curved smiles. Your favorite color is yellow. That's a great favorite color. My favorites are black and white. Nice. Cute, and way more surprisingly, Darren started snickering. What could be so funny about that? Dandelion crayon color. That's beautiful. Dandelion yellow is the best yellow, honestly. So, great favorite. Favorite colors to Baxter aren't like favorite colors to anybody else. Uh-huh. Black and white is part of who he is. And do you want to know the secret why? I suppose. Yes, not really. Is that okay? Can't just tell someone's secret. You can say so if you want to say so. And he did. It's his initials. Oh, right, Baxter Ward. He is B-A-W. Black and white. Except his actual names are Baxter Alexander Ward. What a frickin' fancy name. Baxter Alexander Ward sounded even fancier than regular Baxter Ward. And that sounded pretty snazzy in the first place. It might have just been the grand way Q talked about it. Any name might sound impressive if he tried to make it look that way. When you glanced at Mr. B.A.W. to see if he had any feelings over Q's announcement, he was grinning fearlessly. That also might have been why it felt fancy. Baxter was a fancy boy. I've got a good name. Eh? And also, Star? Those are nice birthmarks. You're lucky to have them. Thanks, Dayo. You thought no one had more random compliments than Tamarick. Baxter might change your mind. Thanks, I think so too. You shouldn't talk about those. Don't say anything about those. Okay. I'm not lucky. Oh, it's nice of you to say that. You didn't like them, but at least he did. Oh, it's nice of you to say that. You didn't like them, but thought others did it. Oh, you liked them, but thought others did it. Thanks, I like yours too. He beamed, being proud of them. You hated them. He didn't need to know that. He shrugged. I think he kind of wants the compliment back, so. Baxter's lazy stance perked up across the line of his shoulders. They were straight instead of slack. and he dipped his head in acceptance of the praise. Yeah, birthmark buddies. Thank you. For a second, he admired the little spot on his neck as he appreciated the ones on you in a show of mutual birthmark owner respect. Hi. Tamarik's normal bubbliness popped right after she said hello. Are you actually rich? She always gets right to it. I love it. She said it doubtfully, with her hands on her hips and her face tilted intently. It added more to her wondering than what she actually said. What would a rich person be doing here? Shouldn't he be doing something else? Something kids like you and her weren't doing? You tried to imagine what that other thing might be. Maybe sitting at the head of a table longer than this whole room, or dancing in a shining ballroom wider than your house. Darren's face twisted in the center and tightened around the edges. He wanted to laugh, and he wanted to stop himself from doing just that. Oh, Tamarik. She's so funny. I appreciate her honesty. Unlike your question about colors, this one Baxter expected. Yes. Baxter said he was a rich kid as plainly as if you asked if it was Monday or if he had a hat on his head. He can prove it too. Baxter lives in a huge mansion high on the mountain. He does? He does. Suddenly, the table and ballroom of your fantasy felt a little more real. Having the huge mansion come up without him needing to say so curved Baxter's smile more than it already was. He didn't have to brag. His house spoke for itself. Or rather, the house got Autumn to speak for it, and that was the biggest brag of them all. If I like the two of you, maybe you'll get to visit. Dang. If I like you... Q's words had shot up in pitch and rang with humor. He threw his hands out in disbelief and had to be careful not to hit one of the multiple people hanging around him. Baxter, you show to anybody who'll come by. Q knocked Baxter's arm with his elbow, but that was on purpose, a friendly nudge to go along with the rest of his light-hearted jabbing. His smile beaming at Baxter, his eyes dancing over towards you and Tamarik, Q declared in his stuffiest voice a reply that was, to Q, a more accurate picture. Please come see my big cool house. Why would I even have it if no one was going to see it and think it's big and cool? That's him. Autumn needed a pause to steady himself before he finished what he was talking about. But it is a really cool house. I would show it off if I would show it off if it was mine. Hugh had to be the most honest about his friends and himself, when it was flattering and when it wasn't, and ended his show generously. Baxter said nothing, and he didn't laugh. He just glided a knuckle along the edge of his swoopy bangs. The strands curved with the motion and slipped right back into their normal resting spots. His smirk didn't drop out of place either. With so much not being different, it was easy to tell that his cheeks turned pinker. Q had sort of made fun of Baxter, even if it was a joke. Baxter was gonna blush. If Baxter was gonna blush, you would have thought he was embarrassed because of the teasing. But no matter how you look at it, nothing about the older kid's expression was shy or uncomfortable. He was as calm as ever, maybe even a little happier than before it happened. Anyway, Baxter's introduction was over. Q had decided it. Now that everybody's here, I've got something very important to say. Though he said everybody, Q's attention was squarely on you and Tamarik. There was a pause for dramatic effect as Q smiled knowingly. Star and Tamarik, I hereby invite you to join our club. What? Oh, dang. Darren shouted out like Q just announced he was getting married the next week at 10 years old. Not so loud, please. That gentle scolding was way more startling than Darren's yelp. You'd forgotten that Mrs. Murray was still at her desk. She was so quiet and so much like a teacher. She fit as naturally in a classroom as the whiteboard or globe. Things like that were there and should be there, but you didn't think about. Why you got a reminder Baxter had never even known. Oh, hello, Mrs. Murray. Nice to see you, Baxter. Darren zipped his lips. He had to settle for silently pinching his brows and pouting. Q, who was definitely the leader of the pack, wasn't going to let his word on the decision be questioned. He folded his arms in disapproval. First his mom, then his friend. Darren wasn't having the best moment. Autumn couldn't stay firm for long, though. Instead, he thought of his club and smiled. Me, Baxter, and Darren are a group. We go all around having fun. We're practically famous in this town. Famous? Yeah, me, you, and Baxter do. Quietly, firmly, not yelling, Darren pointed out that the members again, as if it meant something. Star is one thing, but... Darren's glance flicked to Tamarick for a single second. She's a girl. Oh, he thinks girls have cooties. So, it didn't mean something to him. After this whole time, with Darren acting so weird with Tamarick, you heard why. Oh, it did mean something. He was a boy who didn't play with girls. Star isn't a boy either. Not being a girl doesn't mean they're a boy. Well, then it doesn't make sense for either of them. We're boys and they aren't. Unfortunately for that boy, Q made extra efforts to include the two of you. He freely giggled at the problem he was being presented. It's a boys' club. Oh, it's a boys' club for boys. Gotta make sure you're a boy. Darren gestured around the semicircle of kids to bring attention to the boyness of the collection. How can we be a boys' club if we're not all boys? He whined in a whisper. Even if you and Tamarick and Baxter were right there, Darren was going to keep the conversation between him and Q alone. Fortunately, it was Autumn he was talking to, and Q made extra effort to include the two of you. He freely giggled at the problem he had been presented. Pfft, pfft, Darren, your mom's a teacher, and guess what? Q gave a lidded look over his shoulders towards his possible new group mates. His dad, he's also a teacher, at a different school. With a slow shake of his head, Q smugly chided his friend. And you don't even know problem solving. Listen, okay? So, I'm a boy and it's my club. That means it's a boys' club. What's the issue with that? Oh, he's cheating the system. He's cheating the system with grammar. He didn't get an answer, though Q didn't expect to. Darren could only gawk as if he'd witnessed a magic trick. Q had taken a black heart card from Darren into his fingerless gloved hand, and when he revealed it again, it had transformed into a red king. You wondered if Q was a sorcerer all along, and he only said you were one to cover up for himself. He had a way with words and with people. Womp womp. You and Tamarick being new there wasn't what gave Q an advantage. He was like that no matter what. Baxter chuckled, a pleased audience member of the event, and then he shrugged with his hands in his pockets. I don't mind if they tag along, as long as they can keep up. Great. Oh, it's a democracy. 2 versus 1, dayo. Baxter's agreement was given directly, and Q took Darren's acceptance of his idea as a sure thing, even if he hadn't exactly gotten there yet. He expected you and Tamarick to see it too, and put the choice in your hands. That was the only question. So, what do you think? No thanks. I don't want to. For all of Q's feats of conversation wizardry, it was equally amazing how simply Tamarick could defeat them simply by not taking an interest in saying so. That was actually the second time Q invited her to play with him and his friends. Yesterday she had said maybe, and today she said no. She's a girl boss. That's what she is. She eats boys' clubs for breakfast. Garen suddenly frowned more. He never wanted her, but was offended she didn't want him to. He's so dumb. Baxter only smirked harder. He already had friends. Being turned away by a stranger didn't make a difference. Q was disappointed by Tamarick not considering it and by his friends' unwelcoming attitudes. No one seemed to care like he cared, even when he tried his best to get everyone to get along. His expression was unhappy enough for Tamarick to realize, with shock, the impact she had. Dang. Thanks for inviting me. I like you, Q. I'm not sure I like those other kids. Two bewildered snorts and one laugh followed the attempt at comfort. Baxter was the one who laughed. I can probably play with you guys sometimes. I want to be in the club. I don't know. It's okay, Q. I'll join your club. I think that's nice. Yeah, I don't want to be in your club either. We should both join the club. Please, Tamarick. It sounds stupid to me. I don't like boys who don't like girls. That's true. But, why don't we try, Tamarick? I'll see if she'll waver. Let's see if she'll waver. Thanks, Star. That was all it took to begin turning things around. Q's smile grew as Baxter shrunk into a friendlier size. Love how straightforward she is. Me too. Even Tamarick seemed to second guess her answer now that you were gonna be in the fold. That's one new member. And it's alright if you don't want to join, Tamarick, but you'll probably regret it for the rest of your life if you don't. It's the coolest club there is. And Tamarick, don't listen to Darren. I'm sorry he said that about you being a girl in our group and that being bad. Darren's gaze fell guiltily, and he didn't finish whatever he was going to say. He may not have wanted Tamarick to join, but Q did. It being the reason it didn't work out was an unintended betrayal of his friendship. Like, yes, if they don't want your cooties, let them be. Exactly. They have the cheese touch, not her. It's not her cheese. Wait, there's 2 pages of options? That's so cool. Wait, 2 pages? Eh? What? Wait. There was more? Ah! What? I had no idea. Wow, Q. She turned you down so fast, you tease. If she's not joining, then I'm not joining. Thank you for telling me. Holy crap, I'm gonna have to play the game all over again. Why would anybody join? Darren's a jerk. You shook your head at the offer. You huffed at the offer. No way. Pressed your lip, unsure what to say. You want to be in Q Club. But how could you say that when Tamarick didn't? She did turn him down so fast. Kind of funny that she turned him down so fast, though. Dang it, now I want to go back. I want to see what happened. 2 dismissals, total failure. He smiled. Nah, it's okay, buddy. It's okay, buddy. You only noticed 2? Okay, at least we're in there together. I'm still gonna go with my answer. We should both try, you know? Because I don't want her to feel dejected or anything. I know she doesn't care, but just to let her know that it'll be better if I'm there. You see, she feels she likes it more now that I'm there. It's 1 new member. Blah blah, she doesn't want to join. I can finish. Wow, the possibilities are endless, dayo. intended betrayal of his friendship. Darren does not know how to talk to girls or how to act around them. I think the only ladies he can say 10 words to are his mom and Tamarik's granny. Q, you talked to her grandma. Autumn tossed his hand up completely unapologetically. Thought of a phrase you heard your mom use before. Don't shoot the messenger. I don't know. That's what I noticed, but it doesn't matter anyway. You can't live your life like this. You're a big kid, Darren. What if Tamarik looks up to you because you're so much older and wiser? Are you not even going to be able to say hi to her? I said hi, didn't I? You said hi to Star, not to Tamarik. She greeted you. But she was too close. I know. How about you say hello right now? It's not too late. Yeah. Tamarik was instantly in for that idea. She glanced upwards into Darren's eyes, grinning expectantly, swishing her shoulders side to side. She's so cute. Say hi. It was hard to tell if she didn't realize she was giving Darren a hard time, that it was more to him than a normal hello, or if that was the whole plan. But either way, Darren could do nothing except stare hard at Tamarik's smooth jig. Cute. This is embarrassing. Where did Baxter go? Yeah, it is. For you. Can't treat girls like that just because they're girls. Darren groaned through clenched teeth. Q, Darren, and Tamarik. Not one of them were budging. Until a low voice came from the area around Darren. It wasn't actually him. It was behind him. Hello. I think your scarf is so nice, Tamarik. Also, those are such great shoes, Star. What? Oh, he's pretending to be him? Darren couldn't stay quiet for long. His mom had given up on reminding him. I hope you like my earmuffs, too. Darren spun around in a flurry, but the perpetrator... Gosh. I'm sure his mom is giggling in the background. Absolutely. But the perpetrator had already breezed back to Q's other side. Baxter stood there, self-satisfied and silent, like he had been the whole conversation. He may not have seen it with his own eyes, but Darren knew it was Baxter. He had a pretty distinct voice, and it wasn't as if anyone else could have done it. Not Darren. It was a pleasing answer to Tamarik's ears. No matter who said it, she giggled as she toyed with her nice scarf. Do you really think that? The real Darren turned away, uncomfortable, and with a face pinker than the accessory in question. I like your earmuffs. That's not funny. Leave Darren alone. And do you really like my shoes? You asked earnestly. And you really like my shoes too, right? You teased. Baxter, you're hilarious. I'm impressed, Darren. You're a ventriloquist. He glared at Baxter for that. It wasn't funny. He laughed along with Tamarik. Tamarik. Things were so much fun. You put a hand across your forehead. They were all babies. I'm impressed. You broke Baxter's statue act, and he snorted a laugh. You guys. Q had lost hold of the situation. He viewed it from the outside, the same as he might have done while watching toddlers tumble around a playground. You know I don't invite just anybody to the group. That reminder was meant for Darren. He sent an explanation your and Tamarik's way next. Before, it was me and Darren since we were babies. Then a couple of years ago, there was Baxter. It's only been the three of us since then until right now. Yeah, it has been. So why do they get to be a part of the club? Wow, this guy's a hater. It's good you asked. Star broke into my backyard accidentally and took me on a crazy investigation about a paper airplane. And they got here a day ago and they're already looking out for me. Normally I'm the one doing that. And Tamarik was the only one who made a paper airplane for a stranger because it would be fun. Or was the one. She's the type of kid who hides for who knows how long in a pile of leaves so she can jump out and spook you. What's not to like about that? Eh? One second, dayo. Ah. Anyway. What's not to like about that? Lastly, the three of us are all neighbors. That's gotta count for something. Yeah, you guys are gonna be seeing a whole lot of us. Was he that much of a hater when Baxter joined? Probably. Probably not. I think he was a little bit of a hater. But I'm not sure. I need to fix my frickin'... Anyway. Even if it doesn't, what were you thinking we'd do? Run away from them when we met? When me and you and Baxter were all in the cul-de-sac? I'm trying to take my time. Trying to take my time, but my time doesn't take me, dayo. Ain't that the truth? Even if it doesn't, what were you thinking we'd do? Run away from them when me, you, and Baxter are in the cul-de-sac? Try to make Tamarick and Star leave their own street? Exactly. Exactly. That would be a horrible idea. No, we should be friends and hang out together. Makes no sense not to let them join the club. Q's debate speech roused Tamarick. Her fists were clenched, and her expression was full of vigor, but you were sure she wasn't inspired to join Q's club. It strengthened your bond as neighbors and only made her flimsy connection to Darren and Baxter more obvious. Darren wordlessly put extra space between him and the shaking girl. Baxter smiled at Q, supporting his friend while being totally indifferent to the results of the effort. I'll be lurking, get some sleep. Take it easy and have a good night, Dave. Thank you! I think I'm probably gonna call it after this part, because I've been here for almost 6 hours, Dayo. But we'll see, But have a good night. Thank you so much for joining and spending time, Dayo. That made me very happy. Yeah. So, sweet dreams. Darren wordlessly put extra space between him and the shaking girl. Baxter smiled at Q, supporting his friend while being totally indifferent to the results of the effort. When it came to yourself, Q's description of why he thought you should be a member made you smile, made you smirk, left you confused, made your cheeks hot from embarrassment, made your cheeks hot and your heart beat faster, got a thumbs up, made you glad you accepted his invitation, got you rolling your eyes. Got a thumbs up. He knew how to make somebody sound special. Hugh got a sense of his audience's mixed reactions. Instead of a full house roaring with the applause, it was more like seeing a mostly empty theater with one person clapping in the back row. He worked with it. Well, they haven't been here long, and I know them better than you two guys know them. And the same goes for Star and Tamarick. They know me better than either of you. It's different for me. I like all four of you. Tamarick can join later, and you don't have to be an official member to do stuff with us. I'm just letting you know what's up. A lot of things bother Darren, and he showed it. Baxter, so far, took everything like it was nothing. Q went up, and he went down, but he always tried to get back up by the end. That was the boys' club. Q was still Q, and... You decided that Darren was cute? Darren was pretty funny. Darren wasn't nice. You didn't get Darren at all. You liked Darren a lot. That Darren kid was okay. Darren was terrible. He's pretty cute. But he's pretty funny. I hope it's not like a crush cute. He's just a cute little kid, you know? Also, Baxter was kind of mysterious. That was cool. Baxter was kind of mysterious, made you uncomfortable. Seemed super weird. Stuck up. Great. You didn't even know what to think about that Baxter guy. Made you nervous. He was so grown up. Snooty rich boy. Didn't like. Wasn't too bad. He's not mysterious. He's great. And now you are mostly part of the club. Q wanted you to be. You wanted to be. And that was the main deciding factor. tap-tap sound marked the end of the meeting. It made you think of a hammer hitting the podium, very important in official gatherings, but it was actually Mrs. Murray as she strained papers against her desktop. Your teacher placed them down in a neat pile as she rose to her feet. It's time to go, everyone. I'm leaving, and I can't let you stay here alone. Am I giving everyone here a ride? Her gaze was squarely on Q and Baxter with that question. Or would you like me to call your families? It was you and Tamarick who got the look with that other one. The first kid ready with an answer was Tamarick. She yelled out with no hesitation, I'm okay. Following after Tamarick, though, definitely not talking to her, piped Darren. He and his friends already had plans, but he sheepishly looked at his mom for permission to go through with it. Q and Baxter can come with us, can't they? Right off, she nodded, and her son smiled, relaxed. Mrs. Murray held up one finger and added a note before anyone got ahead of themselves. They can't stay all night. I'll need to take both of them home before dinner. All right. Thank you for letting us visit. Yeah, thanks. What about you, Star? What about me? Mom's coming to get me. I'm fine. Who knows? You said, not wanting to get a real answer. You smiled, showing you were all right. Folded your arms, said nothing. You looked at the carpet, uncomfortable with the question. Mom's coming to get me. Look forward to seeing her. Okay. Star, come to my house. Okay. Tamarick pumped her arms like the dark blue carpet was water underfoot, and she needed to row through the indoor pond. I can wait for your mom too, then we can go. And you can meet Ami and Appo when we get there. Okay? That'd be so cool. Really? Thanks. I don't know. I have to ask my mom. I don't want to do that. You nodded her offer. You shook your head of the That'd be cool. Here. Okay. Thank you! She's so cute. She's so cute. You're welcome. Alright. Well, how about we finish packing now? On it. At your teacher's suggestion, gathering outside clothes, checking inside and under desks, and looking through bags to see if the most important possessions were still there was all done. Not a single glove would be missing or one pencil out of place if Miss Murray could help it. During the final sweep of the room, there was an eager knock on the door. Is it my mom? That might be your mom now, Star. Miss Murray took long strides, reaching the door far sooner than any of her students could. When it was open, you saw your mom, framed by dozens of colored paper leaves taped around the frame. It was great. She could see your new teacher in class and everything. Hi, I'm going to assume that you're Mrs. Murray. Yes, but Shannon is fine. She looks like a Shannon. That suits her. And you are Miss Selkie? Right as well. I'm Opal. Star is my child. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thanks for coming to pick up Star. You stopped listening in on their conversation as the two grown-ups chatted about each other and a little of you. Darren wasn't as polite. He sighed at the continuation of their adult greetings. Maybe he thought that was boring stuff. Q snickered softly while giving Darren a small shove with his shoulder. It brought some liveliness back and got Darren to smile. May noticed a cluster of kids then. Her eyes fell on you, and her conversation with the teacher stopped. Star, I made it. And hello again, Q. Hi, Mom. Hi. She strolled further into the room to join you. Mrs. Murray stayed by the door. Who is the rest of this fun bunch? Mom asked wonderingly, glancing across the faces of the three kids that were still there. Class was long over, and you were too closely gathered for it to be random people who happened to be in the same place. Why you'd all come together was a great interest to your mom. Two of those people were Q's friends. One was your seatmate and your neighbor and your friend. And it was her, as usual, who first shot out a reply. Tamarick never took long to think about what she'd say. That's why she was always so far ahead of everyone with the words, "You're Star's mom? Wow, you look like their mom." "Thank you. Some bits of me did end up in there." "Yeah, thanks." "I wish she didn't. We don't look that much alike." "Tamarick," you blurted out, embarrassed. "Tamarick," yelled furiously. "That's rude to say like that? That's so rude to say like that?" So taller, proud to be like your mom. Shrunk back into yourself, feeling bad. "Nah, we'll be proud. We'll be proud. She's our mama. Who cares, you know?" A playful smile tugged at your mom's mouth. Tamarick felt inspired to have more curiosity satisfied. "Does your dad look the same too?" "Star is like him in certain ways." Her smile dropped, but Mom had a reply for that question ready before you even fully heard it. "But our family is me and them. It always has been. He won't come by to visit." She was telling Tamarick the truth. Tamarick wasn't going to see him. You hadn't even met him. You'd only been told stuff about him when you were younger. Mom said what his race and nationality were, and hers too, so that way you could know your own history. You were... I'm curious. Let me see. I don't care. Lol. I'm a selkie, so, you know, I don't really understand the human stuff aspect. At the same time, your mom explained how I'm a sky selkie. Let's be specific, Naya. At the same time, your mom explained how having you in the first place worked. She didn't have a husband or boyfriend or anything, but she wanted a kid, so she had you. Mom talked about how you didn't need an entire other person to have a baby. It only took a small part, and she was able to go get that from a special hospital. It was kind of confusing, but you were able to understand that whoever your dad was, he wasn't your parent. He was a guy Mom didn't know, and you didn't know. You liked that it was just the two of you. You were happy with the life you got, but did hope that you would see him somehow. Made you sad thinking about how you never have a dad. You were mad at him for having kids and not caring. Mad at your mom for picking a dad like that for you. It was weird to think about. You didn't care about him, but you worried how it would change how other people... No, it's okay with that. It was just the two of us. Someone else would have gotten in the way of everything. Your mom was already the best. Oh, okay. Sorry. You don't have to be sorry. Frowning, Tamarick pinched and pulled at the frayed edge of her sweater sleeves. One finger slipped through a tiny hole on the cuff. It was gonna rip even more doing that. That might have been why it was torn in the first place. It's fine. You didn't know, but now you do. There's a lot of not knowing for her and you, but you did recognize the tone your mom was using on Tamarick. A low voice with an extra emphasis bent to the words. It meant, "I'm not mad this time, 'cause it won't happen again. Isn't that right?" Oh, guess it was a touchy subject, though. Tamarick gave a tiny nod, stretching the striped sleeve all the way past the tips of her fingers on her free hand. The conversation had been dominated by Tamarick, but still hanging around was the boys' club. They could hear everything said about your family, tried to figure out their reaction. Q was still beside... Okay, why is he frowning? Q was still, besides shifting a narrow gaze between the friend on his left and the one on his right. Suddenly, he seemed like the teacher of the classroom, keeping a stern eye on the students for any sign of trouble. The two of them were on their best behavior, quiet and blank-faced. Oh, okay. When Q realized you were watching, he became regular old Autumn again, grinning wide. "Well, it's good to meet you, Tamarick." That dropped Tamarick's jaw. She was certain she hadn't even said her name yet. "You knew me?" "Not for sure, but I thought you looked like you'd be our neighbor Tamarick." Now bashful, Tamarick hid her face with her hands. The sweater was finally released from her squeezing grip. While she wasn't looking, Mom gave you a sneaky wink. You told her enough about yesterday for her to figure it out. What about everyone else? That question was kind of forced. There was still an awkward feeling left behind after Tamarick bringing up your dad that you never met. But that was something they were going to have to find out sooner or later, so after all, it was kind of good it got settled with everybody at once. And Baxter took the initiative, properly introducing himself. My name is Baxter. I don't go to this school. I attend Jarrett Witt Academy. You do? That's quite impressive. Thank you. You're starting to think he couldn't feel uncomfortable even if he wanted to. He was a cool cucumber. He was a cool cucumber so much he got stuck that way. Like if you made a weird face for too long. I've used that weird face analogy like twice already. Except you were pretty sure adults were lying when they said that could happen. He got the conversation to change, though. Your mom was more at ease and gave a purposeful look at the only kid who hadn't spoken yet. And you are? I'm Darren. That's my mom. Darren couldn't meet her eyes. Instead, he stared at his shoes and limply lifted an arm towards the door. Mrs. Murray was leaning against the wall there. Her arms were patiently folded. Mom shifted her gaze between the group of students and the teacher with a big smile. As a mom, she liked seeing other parents with their kids. It was fun for her, you guessed. It's nice to meet you too, Darren. His cheeks puffed out frog-like. It was so fast and unexpected, Mom laughed. She usually did not like laughing at other people's kids or other adults, not unless they were telling a joke. She laughed at everyone's joke, even ones that weren't funny. Your mom pressed her palm against her cheek and breathed in through her nose to steady herself. You've barely been here 2 days, and I already need. You've barely been here 2 days, and I already need almost a full hand to count all of the acquaintances you have. You work fast. I work pretty fast, Dayo. Some could say that. They could definitely say that about a selkie like me, Dayo. Are you ready to go? Mom? Oh, Mom, me and Tamarick were wondering if she could come with us. Certainly, I'd be happy to bring her back. Mom stayed put despite that agreement. She was unsure. Not about you or Tamarick, but the other 3 kids who were left. That was when Mrs. Murray got off her perch and came to stand by her son. I'm driving Darren, Q, and Baxter to my house. I'll call the boys' parents to let them know. It seems you've all arranged everything. I got your bags already, too. We should really be going then. Have a good day, boys. With a parting smile and a gesture of her hand to follow, May turned and walked away. Bye. See you, everybody. See you around, you dorks. I'm out of here, you joked. Wow, that's comfortable. Goodbye. Finally, I'm free, you said with a dramatic sigh. Stuck your tongue out at the boys while her back was turned. You waved behind you. You waved with both of your hands over your head. You silently went after Way. You can wave. Q and Baxter said bye as the 3 of you were leaving. All of them waved, though. Darren's movement was way stiffer than the other guys. Bye, Q. Bye, Darren. Bye, Baxter. Bye, teacher. She shouted over her shoulder while sticking close to you and Mom. And after that yell, Tamarick whispered just to you. Sorry again. You don't have to feel bad. Mom held the door open for you and Tamarick to trot by. Then she followed you out. Your first day of school was over. You took the same exact path out as you had come in, just going the opposite way. Down the stairs, through the checkered hall, and out the big double doors to the front. But when you were outside, the way home changed. You had to go through the almost empty parking lot at the side of the school building. Mom had brought the car to come get you. I'm back. I didn't know you were still up and about. Yeah, I'm probably going to be wrapping up soon, Dayo, but welcome back, Lazy Lunar Hair of Twitch.tv, also known as Ken Dayo. Yeah, this has been a longer playthrough. I tend to enjoy the longer ones, but this story is really cute. And this is only a demo, and I'm already this freaking far. May had brought the car to get you, but did you take a nap? How are you, Dayo? Wispy clouds hung over your group of 3. Nobody else was out. They'd already gone home or were probably teachers who were still in the classroom. Tamarick ran freely across the tarmac. It was easy to figure out which car to go to when nobody else was parked anywhere close by. You and your mom strolled side by side until you rejoined Tamarick by the vehicle. Once she unlocked it, Mom opened the back side door. You were too little to sit in the front, according to her. That meant Tamarick would be too small too. She's practically the same size as you. But you found out that Tamarick didn't want to sit there. She liked the middle. It was funny how round and weird it was. She also liked being able to see up front easily. Wow, she's a middle seater. While you're both buckled in and Mom got into the driver's seat, Tamarick told you about how she poked her Omi and Appa from that spot all the time. Jesus. Even though neither of them were in the car, she was happy to choose the middle anyway. You liked the window seats. All you wanted was to sit in the front. She was crazy for liking such a bad spot. You never wanted the middle, so it was good she'd take it. It did make a difference wherever you sat. The middle seat was your favorite too. I like the window seats. Need to be by a window dayo. After May double-checked that everyone had their seatbelts on, she pulled out of a school lot. After May double-checked, oh, I already said that. You jiggled in the firm cushion because of all of the vibrations of the seat of the car. The seatbelt wasn't just good for crashes. It also could stop you from slipping out of your seat on the bumpy roads. It was quiet, besides the humming sound that also came from the way the car moved. The world looked so different from the back seat of a car. A blur of golds, browns, and reds flitted out from the corner of your eye. From what you could see ahead, there was an endless stream of blue coming at you. And then it all slowed down. You could see the individual trees and each of their branches, and the leaves that hadn't fallen, and the sky seemed more solid. Your neighborhood was already in reach. It had been a whole journey in the morning, walking with Q and Tamarick. The trip only took a few minutes driving with Mom and Tamarick again. Mom Mom parked at the end of the road, right in front of your house. There wasn't a garage to use, but it didn't really matter if you parked on the street. You couldn't block the path if it didn't go anywhere else. You, her, and Tamarick got up and stood around together on the sidewalk. Okay, I think I shall stop here for now, Daya. Yes. Okay. Yeah, let's go. This game is great, though. It's really great, Daya. It was really cute. Let me out. That was a great game. I'm so happy. I'm very happy. That was great. That was really wonderful. And this is only a demo, and I'm still not done with it. I've been here for 6 freaking hours, and it's still not done. That makes me happy, though, because there's more to look forward to. Well, I'm just gonna say thank you, Dayo, for everybody who stayed up with me, or, you know, whoever popped their head in and just came by or whatever. This was really great. I'm always nervous about doing visual novels because of the reading aspect and stuff, but, wait, no, I wanted to remain orangey. You didn't see that. Lol. So are you more into male or female characters? Or perhaps fellow NB? Like to play as? Or like to pursue? Like romantically, Dayo. Cause, since I am non-binary, if there's a non-binary option, I'll try to be a non-binary character. If I can be. And if it's depending on the game, I'll choose whatever gender or something. If I have to. I don't really mind choosing one or the other for myself. But if there's a non-binary choice, I'm gonna choose it. Yeah. As for a partner, I don't really have a preference. Like if I'm in an otome game or something. I'll say it here and right now. I'm one of them dang pansexuals. Star, are you attracted to pots and pans? No, silly. I just like, whatever I like. That's what that means, I'm pretty sure. Doesn't matter what parts people have or what they identify it as. Ah, see, I beat you to it. I beat you to it. Nothing I haven't heard before. Nothing I haven't heard before, that yeah, I don't know. I just like people for what they are, I guess. I don't know. And I mean, I'm not even human, dayo, so why would I judge a human for what they are? We're not even rocking the same anything, you know? But yeah. What matters is if the person is kind to some extent, you know. If they have things that they're passionate about. And we can get along about certain things. And we can laugh together. I enjoy laughing. And I enjoy hearing other people laugh. So that's why I try to be funny sometimes here and there. Hearing my friends laugh is kind of the best thing in the world. So see, I don't know. That's how I feel about just seeing people happy in general. Is one of the best things in the world. I mean, I guess, you know, cause I'm a wish granter and all. So whatever. You know what you have to say about that? What do you have to say about that, Daya? What do you have to say, Daya? As I stare at you with my cheese. The cheese I actually have on my collar right now is actually new Mace cheese that I'm using. It's in a video format. I'll send it your way in a bit. Oh, okay. I'll check my DMs afterwards, Daya. Tomorrow I'm gonna be back with, let me check. I have my preferences for sure, but I'm flexible. Oh, okay. That's cool. Look at you. I don't know about any preferences. Tu and I tried to, like, see what my type is, because he was showing me, like, his type or whatever. And I was like, my type is, and I really tried. I really did. I tried to find a type that I would have, but we just concluded that I really don't have one. But yeah. I'm a personality kind of person, lol. Whatever the heck that means. Oh yeah, but what I was gonna say was, Star, don't forget your little spiel, Dayo. What? Tomorrow I come back with Dark Nights. That's gonna be 3 p.m. PST. It's gonna be 5 p.m. CST and 6 p.m. EST. Also 7 a.m. JST. We're gonna be playing Dark Nights. It's a visual novel. And I'm gonna have two of my lovely pals that you may know as K2Cutie and 2 is Lost in the stream with me. 2 is gonna be doing a bunch of voices. I'm gonna pretend to be doing a bunch of voices while making him do a lot more work than I do. And K is gonna be there to simp, the way it always works. The friendlier I am with someone, the greater capacity of interest I can have for them. Aw, that's sweet. You see, that's how it should work, Daya. You know, you get to know people and you're like, wow. Wow, Daya. This person's pretty neat, Daya. Something like that, you know? But I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow, and I'm very excited. And I have a freaking ad. Oh, jeez. Well, I'll be yapping for another minute or so. You also have to select the correct dialogue options. That's very true. That's very true. That is how it works out here. You gotta select the right dialogue options. You gotta give the correct gifts. You can't miss the cutscenes. No freaking way. And you have to smash that like button. I don't know. You have to make sure you go in the gallery once the route is over, so you can get all the pictures or whatever. Okay, though. This was great, and I definitely have to go rest my throat. Maybe I'll drink some more or consume some more egg drop soup before bed time to get my throat all warm and comfy. I can't believe I burned one of my tonsils with the soup because I was just slurping it way too fast. It is what it is, dayo. Anyway, thank you guys for spending time with me, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you're here, be there, be square, dayo maybe. And thank you for spending time with me. And I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, and sweet dreams. So, yeah. Anyway, yeah. I always have a hard time ending because I enjoy streaming so much. But, yeah. Good night. Night-night. Also, no raid. Just good night. Just good night. Okay, well, hoshi, bye, dayo! Wee! Oh, they can't hear me, so now I can use my real voice. Oh, thank God. I'm kidding. Okay, night-night. Bye-bye! I'm definitely losing my voice from all that reading, though.